men live life na woni obi nko wo na won ka se onyankopon na hweba nyankopon emfisuru mfisika mbra fa hwe obada ensida one year on one to two sika sem ya ensida nti na top years ka sin ye saving whilst preparing to relocate to Africa nti sana obeto two sika because the moment I you wadwin say obeko fie pe no ebema winter jacket kwa obete so nye winter jacket bia na obeden obeto Eba mcho mama likes ni nkonem likes ni so mama likes ni enkonem likes ni so Inte wono se won tutu sika se me ya mese obia enye mese why wadwen se wo bebeko fie o boa ba wo beko fie no wonim se abrochi na we wo kọ Ghana won to winter jacket because enye winter jacket na obehye o Ghana inte eba no winter jacket obete so eba no winter boot obete so eba no anything winter obete so na mom se wo summer dress wa you are good to go because okọ Africa e na wo kwakọ eden o kwakọ hye inte niam fa winter won se wa prepare se wo kọ fie nkwande a unhia winter jacket unfa yen hwe unhia winter jacket bebre ma system ne be dada o ye bia the winter jacket ba we bia the winter na wo say ska a bad financial decision o sika sam na wo tutu ni ye the winter jacket no every year bia the winter jacket for ba obeto winter jacket because unti sika ase me say o ye ready say obeko fia winter jacket to kra beba form sana auto winter boot anya winter boot bia na obeto mpobo ano boot no o dey protect won nan keke enya fashion bi na wo weti ska e winter jacket ho and a trick back bo so winter jacket for ba na winter boot for ba na ukoto bia se nya abotre na atare no ndi be 2 months and as 3 months and as 4 months and as 6 months ubon se atare na ba for na boye den no ubon se price na ba for no akoto a trick ye dey tena abrochi nti a trick dey tena abrochi nti unim sa trick na abrochi ne system ne ye se ye adwuma na ye den na fa ye tua oka sanfa sika no ma system ne back Inte give and take. So one thing you want to me save you abrochi. Because abrochi to us I won't say wadwuma say. Wadwuma na say no hu. Wadwuma say wa abrochi a. Sika na waboa ba no fe 1 year na say 2 years na year yi no hu. Uba started this scanning kakra kopem time obenya adwuma foforo so sika sam ntutu year. Uba dis sika no. So I see you. It's winter jacket ness anya manina so opese won kofie o boaba no akofie a winter jacket na teso winter jacket teso obi wo ho a wa subscribe to Netflix and chills wa subscribe Netflix account na wa subscribe no obi nka se manhwe movie na amumu no fa username ne password ma wa downfo bi na won wa downfo no mon che username ne password no na mon fa hwe movie no men waste sika entu sika ngu bibia no wa subscribe wa won ko gym winter bass se ya eba samai wa register for gym no won ko because abrochi adwuma nti untumi nko gym na winter a gym for no till every monthly subscription monthly share till but gym no onko a bad financial decisions o pese onko fia sa na mo yo se won ye ne wonte so baby I promise to lean drip to the toes baby salashing way straight say ye church mo niama obeye se o pese onko fia enye plenty winter because ma men share trick bia abrochi no to me trick o abrochi no se ube mu fofra won or say you buy winter things in summertime and summertime at summer winter time is the best. Yeah. True. Daddy yo, true, papa, true. Obeto nyama wo winter, eno na yate so. Nti se opese onto se ya wo summer. Opese onto winter ntare obeto ne summer. No ato summer ntare winter. One year sa trek na wo ho beche wo abrochi. Me pese hu sa trick we because one yen say hu be den e be kire wa abrochi onti system na se because ya system say wo no bosum so aye adwuma bosum so atua wo danka tua bills sikanka na kana fatoto ntare hye na twen every month na waye na wo no uye bibini unye broni abrofo no ye boss adem because wo Ghana bi ko wo asase bi to wo dan bi si wo abrochi wo business bi ko nti wo no unhia sa aniama no and abrochino ya nyame bi ye designer wear bia ba obi nka se wu ni ska mento designer wear. Yes, I mehu obi nka se mento designer wear na mmom no obeboabo sika no na wo de akoto designer wear obeto bo ase men rashe atare na ba fofra to bo ase atare do 3 months 6 months won say atare na bia 150 and as 200 euros etumi ti ba 50 and as 70 euros obe benefit men for sika no nkoba companies no mo ye entire trust me because entire na wo show abrochi no program bi enu e beba ye beka say okay hwana na tara ye fe hwana na mpoba ye fe ensi da enye beauty pageant bi na wom ene ye sa selection no. Oh yeah, go for boka of mobile money mobile phone true because mobile phone no say person won to mobile phone na say wo Europe wo Germany na wo to mobile phone na mobile phone wo betua na installment wo be share wo betua no 2 years and say 3 years phone no bia 1,002 euros and I would 2 years and I would 3 years 8 years mobile phone no so mobile phone no wo the 3 years I say on the good day say wo Ghana go ba ko to phone cash ade ba kwa ema abrochire tricking kofo bebre ne ye ka wansem say wo Ghana phone na wo kwa koto no wo bebuabu scan no wato ne cash ba wo abrochi nti ye the credit system na bem credit system na ye dia bem no ebe ma wo kwa ko free phone no on the good day no I was sanka wo savings to say 300 euros e da ho and I say 200 euros da ho wo kwa na wo dia ma phone company ne say omonje sa payment we omonje payment we 300 and as 400 euros ye down payment na atade na wo tuatua no sikatete no embra from because abrochi no say o kwa koto phone ebia iPhone 17 Pro Max ya that's the latest one also o kwa koto na work to betua ne cash omompe am say obi a ade we aturu bia fa to comment section ma kose me kwa kotua phone me kwa to cash omso omompe because we talk cash omu nyamfa so because we no see do raka no mu a abrochi ye de wo sheka no mu a na omu nya so mfa so nti wo no system no on system na say nti wadwuma about say oh ade we de na buyefo me the 2 years to area yan hwe bad financial decisions bad financial decision because we seek asem no ntutu ye nti won ti ase na mum say oh ba beto phone na wo the 200 euros and as 300 euros now they are to ase now they are mass service provider now they tia esa insurance na ye tell no tax ni ade ye titi wo phone so no eba from kraba wo no won ti ase nti ya calculate ade ni ya spread amount of wo wo tia wo tia sa and omo to me yet say a designer okay yeah African man boko there omutume okay designer atarebe obi nka se mento designer we show na mmom no sa designer we na wo to no o sponsor obi papa business amano business strategy business strategy na wo sponsor obi papa business nti obi papa business na wo sponsor amano o nti ase you are in a drama you are in the matrix na won nem na wo ye de ope obi nka se mento designer we asem na don't get me wrong nti o Germany a anase wo UK a obetumi say o to ata na wo to no eye 50 euros na obon say o start say o betua na obon say klana abaso and as a Revolut aba payment option obon say klana and as a Revolut abaso say okay me a Revolut ata na wo to 50 euros no mentua no upright and as a outright tua no 10 euro every month be another 5 euro every month be and so obepɛ dia mepɛ no matete afi where dey no nkakrankra na atana wo adena wo ton 50 after wo ton 50 wo ye betuma ko 60 and 70 euros ama na say wo eka na ye ode eka so na ye dey run kuro no nti say wo maka ye oda eka no be ma de bia na wo kachi de bia na wo kachi nti de bia wo direct debit nti monthly ne ye so direct debit na wo yema show nti bosu mo beso a payday but sounds a bad day when you age da e betu aka when you age we asasa wo at the same time and na adero won abrochi life no it is sikedro adene te say occultic ayi wan hwe ni ya wontumi njai wan hwe ni ya wontumi njai eye deep me say wan hwe ni ya wontumi njai adena ye kan wan hwe ni ya wontumi njai because a trick adeni a very trickish but wo no aye say oh okay but na ade na fa usika otum say bad financial decision na wo ye no because obetumi akoye kitchen cabinet na wo tuecha ne kakran and yeso sika kese wo tuecha ne kakran kra obetumi akoje fridge na wo tua obetumi sa na manya obetumi age ne tua ba sa na manya procedure wo tua sika na wo so na interest na wo to no ebeba from sa wo kwaje microwave ana sa wo kwaje washing machine na be 400 euros 300 euros na wo 100 euros a wo beto ase a eba mo siketua na ba Ghana fo bere no mo nim sa ade we nti omo be stele ade omo obe oda ade ne sa na wo tuatua ne kakra nkra sa nti 2 years na wo tua wie nti wo no system no wo nti ase nti system no wan hwene ya system no mema why akwa more to the system because what you say every month my enter monthly direct debit every month my enter nti bosumu so ya akobi video be me UK na no bosumu so ya no ATM machine bi onu fie nti odimirika akọ yiske na fina account me ansa na ATM no direct debit na akoso obu akọ du ATM machine na ne sika ni ya tete ni na awie na eye dilemma bi a Africans in the diaspora ye kom especially Ghanaians, Nigerians, most Africans in the diaspora mo come because owo no kurom no otua na cash but oba abrochi a installment plan although no good say ebema wo ho bedwo ebema osika sembe ko but eka na edu urakam ubenya say wo atara open na obekọ shop na wakọtọ na cash ubenya and as about to car what on the cash ubenya inti abrochi system na sa na eti inti wo ho na okasa obuabo esika no trust me untumi mbuabo esika no mama enfa pen and paper na yes calculation we ebia Monday to Friday obeto beggar beya 20 euro and say 20 and 15 and 10 euro ebia obeto beggar. They said 10 euros, latest 10 euro, and I said 10 euro, $10 and £10. Every month, every day, be able to talk for 5 days. And to say 5 days per beggar 10 euros, no, 10 euro, no, okay, I say 10. Into 10, no, one, not what of 5. What of 5, I say we are Monday to Friday, 50 euros. 50 euros, no, or obviously 50, depending, 50 euro. Into 50 euro, no, 50 euro, no, and move 5 kilo, yes, saying. A hono na else o ma wadwen bra sa hono because eduane na onua wo fi na wodi no whole food eduane a more organic sin eduane na to abonten no nti de bia me advice say o yo ba o ye be ma sua se na ye nua eduane wo abrochi na wonu eduane no ya na say wonu eduane a it saves a lot e ma osika sem no ekwa anim save you ska nti say o to beggar mako 5 me ba jo mama likes ne enko kra mama likes ne enko Oto beggar mako 5 a 50 euro. 50 euro no Monday to Friday. Germany ha mo 5 kilo. Dependi mo brand bia ma maximum no mo akoso a 15 euro for 5 kilo. In the 15 euro 5 kilo no oto ukita 50 euro kra obetumi ato mo te say 3. Mo 5 kilo 3. Make sure the economic aspect are living in the diaspora. You can save money. Inti abrochi no ube kwa edwuma beba no hu ube committee ube faka you committing from efie na wo de akwa edwuma na wo de abanti wan hwe ne ube be fie no wabre ube fie no wabre pe be wo se order no na ama bosom so a wo sika na wo boaboa no wan hwe ne sika no abrochi sika no unye finance minister unye economist untumi mboaboa sika no because ube kwa edwuma beba na wo no wabre nti wo brepe na wani aha ma wonu aduane ebema wa oda ebia o oda African food wonu say African foods are yeton abrochi so pese won oda eba na say jollof and bibi and that form no boye den nti wo be oda sa oda na wo oda ne ma osikasem de eba form once na wa obetumi oda but obi every week be oda ye oda sa obi an kasa de bia ne de toro bi ka enim say waduane a onua ofie no e form but ye de bia na oba oda enye de bia na oba oda so won se na wo tutu sikasem yi enye sa obeye slave to the system unti ase nti beggar mako 5 no Monday to Friday 50 euro mo 5 kilo obetumi anya 5 kilo no ba in all obetumi anya 45 euro ebeto mo 5 kilo mako miensa nti wo no say monthly po na opese nto mo bosum aso my calculation we bosomaso say we 100 euros say o pese wundidwa o abrochu bosomaso we 100 euros and say 150 euros o pese wundidwa first o beto am 5 kilo baako Germany asem me Germany into Germany asem na me be case study into Germany na depend amono brand na woto no betumi ato amono 5 kilo no akoso ay 15 euros wato baako wato ebia tilapia box baako 15 euros and 16 euros wato box baako into mienu no 30 euros na yesese 100 euros kwa na wi aka 70 euros 70 euros no afide waba wato nsuo bag baako wato nsuo kase na wo mo 6 no wato baako anase wato mienu Germany ase de ne boye ne kra de boye bia ne boye obetumi anya baako te 3 euro wato mienu nte 6 nte bottle kase no baako 6 baako 6 a mienu ye fa 7 anase 8 euros wato afide wakoto need fufu baako ebia ye fa 7 euro ato baako me ba to mo ye calculation ni mami o baako wato afide wato tomatoes and mind you so wo Germany a me wo Germany nti country bia wo bia obetumi so follow sa the way ya wo kan ya Germany say ni ya baby wo ho a weekend a omo ye farms na omo de aduane fi abrochi de ba no ne boyefo nti wo be sa ho no na wakoto vegetables a ne boyefo wo pese won ye salad a obesua bibia o YouTube nti na wo se won focus se won aduane nua obesua ne amaye obetumi ato vegetables bebre 10 euro 5 euros obeton bebre wato tomatoes kakra wato onions garlic kakra wato nkosua crate obe run off na 100 euros kwa na ebi nsun yo obeto milk obeto bread ebia obe milo obe nya maybe obe run off na wo be 100 and say 150 euro into bosuma so no we is 100 and say 150 euro no wo dey atoto sa anyema nyina awie nti say wo yo obi a wo kwa adwuma Monday to Friday a na wo kwa adwuma na pa salad na wo koto vegetables na wo koto lettuce na wo koto market na farmers dey aduane na aba na boyefo na wo dey aba no obetumi aye salad no obetumi aye bebre na wedding from Monday to Friday. Intano no Monday to Friday na wo di salad no sa salad na wo di no so wo koto brodo a wetwa bread ni bi sa bread na wetwa na wo kwa adwuma wo di salad no wo fi adwuma ba no ba be didi wo fie because wo full start of you nti wo be nu aduane inti sa 50 euros na wo di ato burger Monday to Friday 50 euro no sa 50 euros say a ebedi 150 euros na uyi na wo didi dwa monthly no patete afim sa scan wom inti Monday to Friday wu yiska bia wo de kwakoto sa niama no because wu nu aduane wo fie eniama no ye to aso atoto a obeto gare obeto need banku obeto need kokonte obeto ni nkruma si o se obeye nkruma fra ni nyina obetumi arun of be 150 euros obetumi ato sa niama ye se obeto meat good obeto meat obeto fish obetumi arun nyina off 150 euro 150 euro no ebe shock o se bosom beso no na sa niama na watoto no bosom beso kra na ebi nsan bosom beso no na ebi nsan sa niama na watoto na ebi nsan nti afede obeku krom no akototo niama na asa no a wo hwa de wudi ni mo no wasan so ato bia eden e de aka na o de aba obia mesa me wa me nu aduane obia onko na wotio uni oba bi na ti o ebia uni oba na ti ba oba no oti ni baby na wo so tu baby onko na woto queen nti obia oye be ma so aduane nua because mbema no bebre no omo nu aduane nti order no ebe di usika nti adwen na obe order o frɛ queen na wa order adwen wa queen wa na queen di abrɛw o pese onya abenkwan na wa di abenkwan wa ye neat abenkwan o pese onya nkate na wa ye nkate nkwan na wadi nkate nkwan na be what if you have children you spend money oh yeah who on kwala o be spend more than that but unkwan no betumi spend it and eduane nua wo fie no e service ka sin eduane e di abrochi but because abrochi to make create some laziness be na eyo say order nti say order de be order on Unua aduane because abrochi aduane nua ya but aduane nua ya wo hobby a obetumi live na wo save sika me se wan hwe ni ya wontumi ntutu sika because sika no obua no kra emboa obua sika no a sika no emboa o gada sika na sika na ngada into wonye finance minister wonye economic management team wonka wa o sika sam ntutu yi a wontumi save sika abrochi. That is the truth. And no na man nkofo che wa abrochi no odi more years wa abrochi because ne sika sam no ntutu yi ba current down ba kotua 3 months deposit Germany your friend cashier obetua sa security na to ansa na onsa beka dan no ewumu a wanhwe ya no wadwuma asai wadwuma na be say no after sika na we save ya say we wadwuma continuous for 1 year 2 years a sa sika na we save no a wo de koy capital wo de koy bibini sa sika na after de ubedi be nkakra de atwen kopem time obenya adwuma foforo. That is part of abrochi inside any even inside the diaspora. And no no inside the diaspora. Nti no wo mu sa na wo sa afede usika sem na afede utumi se wanhwe ne untumi save sika. Sika no wo sa wo se efie for the information bia bebom na wasende kakra ko. Efie for no eturu be wetumi amma o story bia na wo dia maintain wo na wo dia relax na wo dia tutu sika sem ya sika ne bom a kakra na wasende bia ko. Unim trick bi se o be send sika ko fie. Na sika na wo send akofi e bia every month bia wo send we busa for 200 and as 100 and as 300 150 na bibisa se 100 na wo send dia bosom no so a send 50 more nenka 50 na e bia ende e first no wa send 50 more wo send 50 more a after that 50 wo na wo save 50 no 50 no as time goes on, sa kakra bosom meso na get oh okay me dem send no bo na why na bosom aso sa emergency a no was send 50 na come one am strategy on o ho be kire wa abroji o ho be kire e wa abroji when hu sa na we nyina ya obesua se ne ye nu aduane e wa abroji because order ne ye bebre sa na untumi nsebi one nu aduane we fie more time untumi save ebia wonim aduane no ya wonim se na ye jollof wonim se na ye contemporary stew wonim se na ye nkuruma nkwan wonim aduane ye de abroji de na usika na wo de mama restaurant for sa
ya semo
wo de usika na mama restaurant for ne sa nti wonu aduane wa abroji a eboa because our 150 euros are running off because abroji most of the time yenkwa na yete nti 150 no udidi wo fie udidi na oye health na unya ahode na udi ye adwuma nti afede bosom beso na aduane ni bi aka na afede wakoto aduane na wo na afede won se bosom beso no on spend 150 biom obet be spend 100 because on kwa na ote sa wonu obi na ete wonu nkwala na ete a different but nkwa na ete obet me save sika wan hwe ni enu to to sa sika sem ni enu ama wo sika sem hia na wo se na wo save sika wo tutu sika sem na wo untumi save sika untumi ebeche yes ebeche oma won say wodan ye too now say wodan ye say ye be renovation ti ye be pamo nti wo say company no kope dan fa na say won say kope dan foforo na stress abeda also na wo kope dan no na eno so affect tu sika sem no kakra because sika na obu abo na afede wo yi bia current dan o so current dan obuga koyi e bia still na wadwuma no unyae adwuma no asai uguzo a wo pe adwuma o twa adwuma na wo nya ni ya na wo discount kakra because I was a wundidi system ni nim say wo be didi wadwuma say pon we free phone o we free TV o we free den because a direct debit every month be a few sika mu wo so a wo nya adwuma wo tifie e betie fi we mu nti say wo nya obi a wo save sika for long term at least be a me advisement now for wo abroje at least also wo nya wo savings the amount of what dine obetua at least 3 months eda wo ho eda account bi a home wo dan akatua 3 months and 6 months maximum home in case of emergency se bibi bana edwuma nbia na edwuma beto cause enwunye edwuma for 1 2 3 months krampa wo sika wo betua wo dan ka for 3 months and say na obenya edwuma foforo wo dey fancy 3 months maximum and 6 months inti sa won ni sa sika tutu we mesi sika tutu no a lifestyle. So unsua ya. The American in our back as a me did a lifestyle. And I would bet to two sick abroad. And I would bet to two. 1 yes, I don't know. We seek as some massa. Oh, Gano, oh, info, Nina, sick as some now 1 to 2 years and to know. Live you live. Live according to your means. They be me advice. They be me come. Most Ghanaian youth, they don't need financial assistance. What they need is financial education, because most of them know sika toto no omonti ase. Omo nim se na yetutu esika. Nti de bia na pressure abede abedom so niam enwu hia. Eno ye mu focus. O sister na say o brother na wadam for betumi afre o Ghana say eye agent. Or make it a plan na or catch us a agent kwa na woni mu hwi o. We make a plan ewie na wa indulge you. Our plan ni mu. Woti abrochi wo kra wada. Wan ko bebia. We ni beba won na sa wadam for na wo sister no. Oshe osu baby bloomba na ochile na we twe picture na bedu social media na oti dem na wan ko adwuma wan ko be ya wo hye dem na wo dwen wo miemia TikTok na wo miemia Facebook a mo so we ko picture no na ahyew ono no o ka cho say agency no emergency no enye emergency o ka asem bi na wakoma etu na wa send this kanaba tutu sika sem yi tutu sika sem yi o adamfo bi sa o adamfo no sa wa downfo no watumi eni obi a obaako ne sika sam nko yiwu watumi anya adwen asaso edi eni obi anyem baako aka ho aye mienu obebisa osika because wo na wotutu sika sam yie wo na wo save sika because wadanfo ne hwa okra wonni ba wonni girl nto wo sika nde na ye nkwase akeka ono na dream no okra wonni ba wonni ndamfo wonni ba wonni wife nto wo sika na wo de yeden na drink tu abi no sa na no bebisa no ho o we kura so oniska o sa de no o sister o brother o de beye o especially o ni ba because abrochi ma wo abrochi ni etwe wo ko anim 3 to 5 years because abrochi ubenya oba papa bo na atena by connection nti o sister na say o brother o Ghana onum say wo ni girl na oni obi kura akwanyem onim nti obelive sa lifestyle no at the expense of your savings. Nti obetumi Ghana for no betumi ekuki story biamo eto de bia won ka jem se won niske bia no adwuma say test on be 2 to 3 months na sha de o yes a obon so o ma survive no won say nti nkofo we nti mi wosika o bad mi si mi niska nti o metumi survive na chese upo on be survive ye bo fi abrochi eko Ghana omo be survive also wonti abrabo ne sikasam ne world na ase na wu se na wiase ne sie ye edwuma sifa nti wo sie deport ko Ghana po obusu of they can live nti wo nyi edwuma wa abrodu abroji na wo nyi edwuma na ka so wo mi nyi edwuma o nti mensanka edwuma ye ebia edwuma na bete go be 3 months ansa na wo sabeka edwuma wo saka edwuma man kan tro mansa twen ye edwuma be 2 to 3 months what this salary now they are fix on your money emu agwa ma ono obe send this car men send this car mumu binu mu ni edwuma bodwuma o fare se obe kacha wo abusu afa na se o maame ana to papa se wo ni edwuma na osika nkakra na o dey live o high life na wo abrochi na wo ni edwuma bia na se ya won sa ka edwuma na o relax no na sika nkakra na down na o be so problem na wo send this ask kan ko fie ube wuntem ube ye depressed because untumi nka no you can't say no untumi nka no nchiro bi say oh miniska nti wo de mo manage yi kokro sika no kra te so ubewu na fie 40 ase because ubetumi aka je fie 40 say oh me be fie o abrechi me ntumi e de me be fie o amaka ade na wo ba ube heden member na Ghana de ahwi ni ya nso omo te Ghana omo survive ase chire say wo de wo kra agba afole o ye de obetumi a wo be so na wo ko shout out to Lumba wo na wo ye cash cow wo na wo ye adwuma no wo ye living sacrifice binim say the American me ba jo wo follow na wo dey to comment section say wo follow asem na American because that is the truth ye mo bi ne yan pe no kra de edin o no kra ya papa no kra edin but no kra ba kope The akaninya e kuhwe sem kwa. Use mamenti onka, mamenti onka. Mamenti you. Me pa cho mo amugusu na o se ba na. I was about now ya track cobe 20k and 25k kwa. Asem na meka wa.
Yeah, waba.
Asem na meka no simple.
A simple
lifestyle no. And then scaffolding is
simple.
Simple but a lifestyle.
So na ba ku bia mbese be kaka ho ne aboka ni nyina damu no pepepepe. Na obi bia wo abrochire bia no ya na meka se afi na wabakra na momodin ase obepe bosumi nsia esika to ansa na wadwen fie se obesende fie.
Okay.
Ye nuanu ma omo wo fie ye nka so mu nyina de but se obi fro na so sere osika e wo so onso ma na adwumaye.
Majority of them.
If you say obi efre wa ka hu se WhatsApp data no otiminya bi free otiminya na e bia 1 cedi no dey send you message or send you message at or na for be 5 no send you bia message e den atre be fa ehumobro ni woyemu ya na me ka chere nkofo se abibifo ehumobro ni woyemu to the sense say ye hwe Yesu movie na Yesu na ye bo na ba no na abrofo na ebu omho aba o den nya bibifo na ebu no nanso eba se ne obegina sendua aso ano bibini ne kwaji asendua ne so aye obi na akotana ne baby na wakofa na asem aba no oye mobo no akoyi ska no asende won so ti won wankoye adwuma wunye ska ndidi ana wo ho chiwa abrochire a unwa on ne ti abrochire obefre no so aye busy because obi aye adwapade enti before be make sure so be send this ska bi no make sure say wo 6 months sika wo de betwia se wadwuma sey because abrochire adwuma no etimi sey at any time emfa ho ni adwuma a wo ye even we government work akra hwene ananse to custom foi wahu enti eba sara na fe de wo savings na akakobom enti make sure say the bia wo ska da wani ana de ba kun say wo say de tu etum say the emergency on one person side no enye emergency wo meme ho to wahu say wo emergency to a enche say me so emergency ema me if you say ambulance car na ye bo wen say wo ambulance na ebi nsi we abeka say ye wasum dede so enti say emergency to nwa bi o ba bia enye emergency ma if you say won prepare ho ye afi ade ba kun so amahun so ne say yen ya tete WhatsApp group e bia wo ko school wa ha wo ko SS wa ha wo ko DSS wa ha WhatsApp group na do so
ade a chi ane de ne kankan kra o school WhatsApp group chat
we awo minia oye na adwen so okoya ifro na nye wunti na okoya ifro ye den obeware wo the 1 cedi ko the 2 cedi ko ye den ono okoware na ware so onye ready an konka so okoware enye wo sika nti na okoware o so de show tirim sa se wan komana na obedwen manendwen ni obedwen normal obeka na tirim e de amomonka se wo bi na abusu dia fine na mpese meka essence su bi oni se obi fro so piska won so ma na adwuma nye won se adwuma na wo ye kuro nim ne dooso obakọ bompa ye nti so ton bi ma ne se wadwuma sei nti won so se ne awka ye na madwuma sei nti no kọ bompa ye na ne ona masofo so no so bompa ye ono sofo no kọ nde sofo no nye hye nti omungu so bompa ye na so di piska e save si o enye sa minua obedru Ghana no so ahu wadam for catcher so oniska no be kọ no order 4-wheel drive mo meme say enye say order 4-wheel drive
mo muntie o
watch papa he me call Ghana nanse yen ana me call no me si obi aye me papa bi a chenti no ma me nto watch any Colombian konkoche no na yenye na mfofo na me to akoche ne yere because na me nim ne yere na me so no ware lady no na me to akoche ne yere because that na yesusu ano ne yere ne yem papa na ho chirim to yem papa ntimi to akọ me call ye menua watch ani kru ne bone se ne omfie tie no afere me de ade na me de be che no me de sie
when you have nche biom
da bi me de sie ye if you say me hwe level na me level ndru ho kra ye etimi se we de me banam se mba be chia mo ewom se ade na kan ba che e makoma mu na me de chiu but me hwe watch na bone ne watch na me ma to de ba na on
value
asema be ma ne ka chem se same mehu keke kra no eye me de because for so many years me hu da eti hu na wo hu keke no eye ne de Well, eti emfa nse wa adwum se chinchina chia e wo so koye na ne meka twa to e refinancing e bia wo de ka bebre oba ha waje credit card waje den se wunnim a po obi a onim financial tools eti obi be a friend is 0%. Sa 0% enye 0 sa o amafo ka manje 0 enye 0% sa so ehun na emom na bi obema e bia 5% balance transfer fee eni yi no amount sometime bia mo ye ukada olo ni nyina hwe refinance under lowest interest rate so what you say oka say 0% enye 0 sa it is a 5% transfer fee na we that 5% no ama ho time so wuntwi a wo kan wie ya ensende obi eska
me pa mecho asem na oka no muntie o na Ghana ko ne bebre eye
wuntwi a wo kan wie fa so what abrochire wo de ka be $10,000 wo de ka be €10,000 me kan no crack kire say so wuntwi a wo kan wie ya that means say wuni sika it is wo de ka
you are indebted wo de ka
enkwasi asem a abrochirefo sika edinye bi na mbebo so no minua asem be from be kan o minua ya boys ya gado na Christmas ya na Easter wo ye yenden masa top ponchi ba ku man ni enkunwie wo sika na ye de beta ponchi wo sika mbie business wo sika de ye enkwasi ade o boys ya yakoye sport ha se yakọ short send discover na ye fantwia ye ka wom do sika rensa ye do sika twa ponchi ti Totias ye do sika ye kalomo. Enti se wo
omode ni sidan omode ni ye japade.
So wo abrochire na wunnim se wo de car. Wuntwi a wo kan wie ya mesrew sa $10 $20 fakoto kan so. Obi fro na wo $10 ni dia fakoto ka so. Obi fro na wo ya the moment a wo be debt free no. Wo yare ni bi kra so te. Wahu emfa ka bebre nchinchen wo ho yama yenhwe no me papa bi na kan o say papa ye bebre jimie papa ye bebre adenti na okasa oh same de obeye kwame de obeye ho asumasi de obeye oh no munyina ja no mo hwe wo last minute no oh ana manya nkofo beka se me wa brochi na dende o abrochi no ho to o abrochi ankofo kita kasa kese no wu kita bi wo abrochira enkofo wo plenty kita he na betimi ato wo kokora economy mu na wo wote wo wetimi atwa first class ama ho no akwakoya adoye kese wo de se wo $100 wo ni bebia fa ya wo de fa send me mesrewa me de na mabetu dwa fa send me na emom no se wo maame nso wo fie senya title kan no wo maame a wo maniska de bia bosumi bia na wo ana se wo papa bi a wo hwe na mesrew se $100 na ade man bosumi bia ka kiro maame ni pise se eska no bibi ba wonya bia ahwe ma no because ye maame ni nim se yakoma ye mrenti wo ho no ma no afro na wonua asuma esi na dende wo di kan koma anwa no obedi embabio etu ka kiro maame fro kosi mommy wo ani twa ska me wo na me de brewo eti se bibi esi enu ebi na wo so de bibia enye trimodembo obi be kasa na obi wages kan de sie kan de wugya ho okoba abesan ba bedi momo nti ase sa se wanya sa na ye wa adwen se wa bedu abrochi because de bia akọ adwuma ye de ma de bia akọ adwuma ye de ma da ku bi beba osika sem ebe ye basa obi a ida se bibi beto so ahu se wo ye adwuma mienu na wonya ka accident a ye twia ba akopɛ ye ntwia mienu no ntu sika sem beba fom eti se wansua kwanya abefa so aye wo sika sem eya ana afa nso so wo pese wo didi wa abonten a this is the last one I'm making wo pese wo didi wa abonten a se na wo ka aduane no ano that is one of the best ba pese wo didi wa abonten a wo card na pe card a ye mau some my friend rewards bi eti fa ne se wo kita e bia Apple card ana Apple card na de bia de kodi dwa e wo supermarket a ubedi dwa no for the whole year no ebia ubenya be say $100 and $200 be back on the money sa card na odidi dwa no mesrew ema time na wose oditwa no ema ne mpa ho no abedeka etu mo mbenya so mfa so etu wonu obisua wo na wusia na $200 na fakoto pizza eno ye yinu sika na odidi dwa edidi ye ho mfa so no fakoto pizza na mabusua fo mo betena ho ndi anaasɛ fa saa sika no mmom kɔtɔ aduane ɛbra na mundi na mmom sika deɛ mmɔden a save no na ne ɛbɔ yɛn ka ɛyɛ obi one data wanya onya data one cedi a ɔde bɛsrɛ wo $100 ɛyɛ dan a wobɛsɛnde wo sɛnde kɔ nso a yɛn nso deɛ yɛwɔ ha yɛbɛdi ama yɛnum abae yɛdeɛ Ghana deɛ yɛnum abae yɛbɛdi ama fa ho ne sɛ nea wobɛka no me nua mede ma do bɛsi a
that's papa not kissing me into unka not kissing wo not kitchen me into unka don't watch me into you
yo me nua me da se em say wo me ti wo ntimi ana me san
okay
na ona boko de
boko na wo so ya
nyame adum nyame shira me da ne se me de me na ma na ma be pio shi nyame shira bibre hwe asema wo kan no e bi to me pa masa mi jiska o bet we see problem ni ade afi me me ti me okra na trend ro kra me ni bi
na wo kire
me a me adwuma bre pesika no nti de meka ne say no o se mitie wo na midi mitirim pa because my study getting to a year ni pentimi se busika masa Odam for afro
ade sen ya so mre no kwa na eko mre no kwa na eko
sa misusu mitio mi ndi obi aka obi anso nya adwuma bi ama
se sa nkofo no na ye nim se wo ndi obi aka nim se wo ndi responsibility bia wo ana best sponsors our lifestyle na mom they know omo ni mo
nyami show
omo yes ara wo so omo ni
Robertina sa just keke so ntino se na menu aba ko no kan no udi Ghana fo na chi a masa o mo bra bia o bo komu no no momu anya no ho na wo a wo tie bra mu ni hwe unum se mo Ghana se kura na me wo dan bia me ye ho adwuma utie me
ya mitie
na metimi ye ho adwuma yi pa ba me ba ye no almost getting to some ye 2 years ni me timi nkoda no kura nko ye ho adwuma bio na boche mo mi visa mbetira mo menya sika dia ya me ajapade ntem mo kwa maloki aso mo Ghana kwa no na metimi ye sanu men enti Ghana fo no onu besi ni dai bibia wi kama na wa wo tia no wo dwen no no wo ko no se na menu ai kan so se watch ne ko enti man fa nchew
surprise no
enti ne ya da wase no teaching si pa enti ne se no be de betumi kotojo na ma fa me ho adwen pa be da se
me enti onka not kitchen wo moda me enti onka moda wo me enti onka ana kwesi wo
big ups bro
yeah me enti boko de me enti onka
nana nyankopon adom boko na enso nya boko sa
oh
me say anyama e ba no nyame nhyehyɛ yɛ nti no nyankopɔn no ayɛ awie ɔsɛ papa ne bɔne nyinaa afiri no nti papa ne bɔne deɛ bɛsi yɛ papa ɛwɔ wiase yɛ deɛ bɔne ɛwɔ wiase nyinaa afiri nyankopɔn na kasa ni mu no ho I think sɛ yɛ maame mmɔda aba sɛ ɔbɛkasa awie na makasa because mpɛ sɛ metwa afa no ho
mother say why free there obetumi akasa obetumi on mute hu no akasa
we dey mu kafa
okay
obi me go asama mu kai dey mi gina so pa very interesting topic pa na mo ka wasam no e che say edi Ghana for bebre nya okay edi a lot of Ghana people edi omunya because omoba ye di Ghana for na chi na bibia ketwa bi a ombe frɛ
me pato say o ka say edi Ghana for nya obetumi a chirechire mu like for you
edi omunya in such a way say ema omuntu tupon e wa abrochi
okay
most of them ema omuntu tupon because efiefo no efe ya na omo de ko
pressure
okay and the sad thing is say odi omo ba ha say ya I'm telling you say omo fefe ejiji sika no say mo di omo bedu ha say na say efiefo no because I'm a witness to it, that's why I'm saying this, okay? Make no offense here, the number chrome has say. Ne mame, e wo fie. Omo frɛ, no omo frɛ before to get money. O come out will be $100 card. They will tell you say, "Ska we dey me dey den." What did I say? But ne baba you know, okay? The bunny ye juma. You can just oh yeah, juma for four, yeah, juma. Kobwa mame, do you understand? Ska benya kolak waba 20 something years. Fesikana for koma mame. I mean, or face pay because at that time, what you fear wouldn't you rent when you share. We know how much of this can come. Mina minim Ghana sikanim because beside me, so all cats can say ah, let's go away there saying. Minko busaya, yes, $20. Do you see? Some call for women. Also, they will complain and tell you, say, oh, Skyway DSA.
Almost say $100 in this one. I've got $20 in order.
Tanet here. What did I mention? I say. It's almost be who ever has seen on be who I have system no who say there. Sika ding to make now. Then one man has some call for the floor. Oh, me home for make me here sika even that. They won't even do it.
Yeah.
Oti them to almost ignore enti sasa opese utupon wa wolf appi subiara na. I mean ebi afina waba anasa waba kwa for the longest time na se opese abrabon move forward. Forget about Ghana people. And I will tell you again, forget about Ghana people because without you they will leave. Yes, without you Ghana people will leave. And to say the piano abroche
And I say, so Sikasam, young member of gas. Agents, emergency near the Adeno, young taking normal. Almost Ghana for me, emergency in one. A yes, so story.
A two-stage book, forget it. Now, I make sure that all life I will come, Hannah. Is money. Never say all life will come, Hannah, is going well for you. When you say, why you're satisfied? And will come before you can help anybody.
I tell you,
that's how we live your life, you know, just for the Ghana people. I feel be no said you'll be kind about Ghana. No, I'm to casa casim, they are living their life. Now, Tiabo Chekwana be out, baby basa. Oh, apartment be one room be, and I was baby basa now do see castle so because why? When live your life, we'll live your life for them. And I was so make sure say you are living your life here. What I say, when you're comfortable here with you, when you very much comfortable. And so that ube feel will be Ghana. And so apart from if you say, oh my, okay, like most guys say, friends say WhatsApp group, no, the old student way.
Old school union, I don't know.
They say, but you may win FM because guess what? Every time I want to send a message. Yeah, full party, jollof party. I'm like, these people have no aim. And then
contribution on
that's right. And then me and maybe to Canada has said no. They expect me to send my money. And from no more nonsense. Do you understand? And you know, I just may give me one film, hey man, when you time, I don't care because I'm Ghana. Minimum do you understand? And so all this stuff, you have to also you film. Now we live our life. Make sure you are living well here in Canada. Where baby make sure so you're comfortable. And so now we feel for now we feel because all they come on but you are living your life for other people in Ghana. You can't do that. I was so making sure that you're comfortable where you are. Until I mentioned, I say, oh, sorry, Juma 2, 3, 4, all that. No, did you see coffee? Also, wouldn't live good. I'm sorry, suddenly it has to stop. Apart from, so like I would say, oh, mommy, and our papa be, and then you have to help them for now. Until so be okay, no, you have to help them. But apart from that, or sisters, your brothers, down for no,
thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
That's Papa. Me antonka na kwesi me antonka.
Bro, me da say, and the topic out the by any what's he saying? Saving whilst preparing to locate to Africa. Nana. Me say sika ya ye save ya save na da be na sika ye di bedi juma sika na ye save bebrebe na ye pese ye de kofie no tini ye kwa na atam ye sika nyina na ye de ahye ye ho kutu na ye de ko da be no
Sika no ntumi mbano po mbano nti wanhwe ya
sika de me say enam de benti na nya de bebo ano sika na nya de bebo ano obi aka so kofi a o sika watwa to na adwenem say ana onim say one thing say onipa kro bi a oba ya bi a
onana we raise point ba wo so obi aka so opese on kofi o sika bi a watwa to na adwem nti se metu ase ya enu nti na omunya nkoi because sika no enye realistic amount na watwa to na me say be ya asa sika no be boa no kra ya na topic nti eno no me enti ase me enti sa ho na ase
hwe yenua no mu bi a unse say connection na obenya yi nti no bi a ne dwetere bi a wo fie a wo hyehyɛ ye bi a beduru be 20,000 1 billion ha how the connection obaye no saa yenua na no emre a abaya a yesi ye kofie no he is not thinking about taking less than 1 billion home because oba abrochire obi edi dwa eyedwadie ana the moment adi sika ye bibi no udi dwa enti no sika na odi ahye mu no obi asoso transactional oye bibi a transactional person onya more from it that's the profit eye ni pesu sa pepepe
enti say metu ase here amount na nipa ne de buy so the 100,000 or the buy ya or person onya 100,000 and more with interest bibi mbeka ho
exactly
and also so realistic ebeche wanhwe ne sika no ka emboa no onya
me say but one thing is say say ni pay no enti na ye wo ha bon say obi ka say okay ye kofi a we say okay 1 year 2 years 3 years 5 years because we who say okay every month bia me save £200 $200 500 euros says sika no ebe bo ano amana duru ho but me can say we ase na ye te no won hyehyeye ene we ase na hyehyeye enye pe esan say me nua bi da enra oye na adwen say na osore anopa obekọ asore nanso no fofia nto ata okọ enye sa na ye hwehwe ama obi a ye hwehwe ne say abrochire na ya ba no ye betimi anya bibi ne ye de akofie but ansa na obetimi anya bibi no kan hu ne say fie no de ye den a wobekọ but enne nioma ewiase a ekọ no ewiase ne edane ewiase no eyesum enye ye nkọ no nko a enye ye nkọ no nko na pese ye ko but me say wa wonye wa adwen so wobekọ no wobefo no akọ ebedu no ebi no ondwini wusika no krampo no wobekọ akọhwehwe se me hwehwe me passport wantwa wo unhu passport na wadwane akodu airport ukodu ansa na yabusa se o passport wawe asema meka no asema ye ka no enye fadi agro enye se me twen 3 years me twen 2 years o na nyema ebe wiase no me se ye hwe obi abrabo so ane ye tu ye hofo na me se ye ya wa America me wa America ha ye ya wa America no wanhwa Europeans no ene omo tete ba bi no omo de ya bra omo be hwe abrabo so ane atu aka se mi kofie sisi ewi de ba wiase no me ka me bia me se de ba America no this year the last freedom say abebo World Cup na wie the last freedom say abebo World Cup na wie na me maame ene me papa no mo amwo ma no me de me ka kire mo because wo ba wonya wadwen say bia wo kọ Ghana sisi wonya wadwen say wo kọ Ghana sisi but bia okay wo tena ha wo ba ne benyini wo ba ne da chintino koye passport ema wo ba ne sisi koye passport ema wo ba ne sisi wa wusi wunya nkoye no so wo sika bi wo ho a fa sa sika no ka kire ho sa wo de mekotena Ghana for 6 months na akotena Ghana ni 6 months na ehọ no 6 months no so a ana say 1 year na so a na ba ka kire ho say okay so baba na say wo mba bi ma ewiase na hyehyeye America ebedi 250 good years. Sa years no enda hokwa. 250 good years. Enti na make a kire wo say wusika na wonya 2 horses here no. Hyase Shasi dua wo Ghana no. Yen nua no mo omote wo no. Hwe ne yen nua omoto twene. Pa cho wa ma mfa no si why. Yen nua no mo omote Ghana no hwe ne yen nua omoto twene. Because yen fie ne ye mansions na ya to wa ha se ni ye na ya to wa ha se no. O twen se wo beton fie ansa na wako. Wan hwa untimi wo be fi kura so wo dan. Tino sika na ya dua no yen hya ase ye di ye bibi ofie. Because obia ni so obi aye ne hye say 1 year na wonim say bia 1 year ne beto enye wo asem na meka na to nim say bia bibi bebom e bia mama ye say mama atwa ne ni ahwedan o bia krampa a wo kɔ no krampo no na e bia ye say ya reasa ba lockdown ya sa age no ho asa ba biem ti no yen fa sika no enyen hye ase ndua sika ne se sie hwɛ me ye me hwehwɛ mu fo nneɛma pii ho na lockdown no obi kan bae no 2021 me fa me nneoma me se me da mo nneoma me ka kwa ma ndwen ho krampo ana me kɔ Ghana me ka kyerɛ me nua be ma se me nkɔ America biem me ka kyerɛ me nua be ma se me nkɔ America biem obi se me se identity na wonkɔ atara me ye na bae hwɛ me dia nka me nka ma me ho e bia nka be September na nso no krampo no me se mateso
ana ehu
enye sikasem nko a enye sikasem shase dua sika na de sika na entimi nye bibi ma obi wo ho a waye bibi waye investment bi wo Ghana okọ Ghana oso won fa sika nto no ho na okọ esan se waye bibi wo Ghana hwe ne anya ya adwen se ye de sika na eto ye ho na ye kọ Ghana ya kọ invest enyo emno ne dane me ka kire mo amo America ase no ti na media America no omo Europe no anhwe mbehwe ya brabo so ana de atu omo hofo na ma me fa ma no nsi na obi sumrem
ana me da ze papa Steve me enti onka
Africa
not kitchen wo na me pacho lie by lie mesra why lie by lie edu so abekasa why
okay and me ko baby pa engineer na me person me contribute bibi kakra but then you be next time why me putu kakra me dey ma unia na okasa ya no wakasa pa ma mani age the next person catch us with him o ma me just 3 minutes
what dia kasa yetio
nyeten se matana brochi ache na efutu kakra me dey be ma anuafo no say what tana brochi na wo yire wo ha ne wo ma ade e ma e block ma yentumi nkofie ntem eye nkwala no na wo hwe omo duru ba bia omo kom school wi na fi omo sha ase so omo yo maju oho no na wa prepare men kasa wo tena ho ahwe because nkwala no fa na abrochi ma nkwala no almost 90% no omo nkasa omo jani omo na ho internet na wa prepare na se bibi ne se fie bi na wo a ton enya mfaso ne kokosi wo da na se afuo bi na ba akoya no akokoye no akwaji wa home rather than say obetena because send the brand na kan no crepa me de afuto na mde ma my yes preparation no nti afuto am de ba ma say bomodia na boabo ho ini mo kira asem ne ekokoso no ekokoba na nya asem papa ai nti afuto kakra de ba ma mu why on boabo
okay
me da wa say
that's it Steve on okay
I'm America
okay yeah that's it bye Steve ha me enti onkan if any Steve greatest me enti onkan
Right, me patrol or the next person in Kasawai.
okay your friend
yeah
metonka yeah metonka
na nyame hira one adwuma pa udi ama especially ne wa continue
nyame hira
me wo Canada na me babu chinche me ye vanse me ye mechanics am ye dwuma bonten amasasa awone ba na me gina mu ye dwuma me am hu say yes na ma fi me kuro enti no no kire se bo kokose unye sika make good use of the money. You can make a good use of the money and non say save and come obusia for ni. Brenna wo bren nya so mfaso. Ama wo abrabo in future. And asa wo dash nkokura bom. Se obeto to no ma se de enwanu ense ma enwanu mu nyina kan nyina ye. Ma ye ne wa akontu ye fe bintu ya wo fa pa. Se oba akontu mu a make sure say efie no betutu no kakra kakra ofina da achi no ko fie a onya so mfa so because wo tia na wo bre no wo send this kakra ma obu ofie sika na ni so no say edu atem say wo abrochi sika bi wa say na mame wa no onim bra wo bra wa ha o onim bra wo bra wa ha eti bi me say
aya ja almost send here obi yes I men send bro Jan send here send
say
on value is canon
on value yeah but sometimes me say me wo send sika 100 a me make sure say me ma 50
yes
say me din ma ba de lalai me yes ala me mathematics am de kromo a me wo send wo request 100 a me chem ada se me chem 3 and ase me chem mi ma mu fa mama bi kura yenye but me fi makum mu na me ma mu fa no wo ni nso me sende madaf bi request skip ma me sende ma no me bi do ka me say oh Steve me da wase me that's why I dey but sa ko hia obi ka chen say Steve pa o ka say yankola na yete Ghana me sero sika skip bi wala say na me say o sa na mama madaf frame ka chen me say okay don't say me 10 me tia me 10 eni request bi bada chi bia me ma na bomb so tana me ka ko si say ye ni wa ko ensema mo kenyina ye pa ye eni sa ma pa wudi me se Canada ha me we me bre papa na abochi ubeye dwuma obenye sika be sika no nya ye hwe se ye di bedi ye di be ya de papa wo fie de ye kru be de ye beko me se bite bitu kwan cha afna me ko 3 years so me mama mo ho some years be says as time so kwa de baba be two be se me 4 years ko me kru
okay
because I want me ntumi awono so me ntumi awono na me ntumi se me yem adwuma me she gloves me o me nsa ho but still me Philippine me say me ya enough from so unti se bi yenwa no kasa America mu nsem na dade no
America se mesrao media Steve right also be 100 a o chemu miensa no amana is say yes risk can yenso ya fa you when birds learn how to fly without perching, hunters have also learned how to shoot without missing.
Yeah.
Me who say me 100 na ma me 13 dem, me say me about 300 o. Udim, ma me sure dem tia, omo wa abrochire no.
Yeah, not just almost strategy on.
Yes, begging is a job. Begging is a job. And if you guys don't know,
that's almost strategy.
You were genuine beggars and you were if you have a profession. So what you
professional beggars.
My mentor strategy back could be a honor. And he said, who say you were Ghana no? What you want my own yashin, you was a question and memory that ultimately sort of class, sorry. A call was so honsa. Now ultimately sika what I then I was and what the chile. A two bar brutally no ya baby and found concord to sa correction now. I was say will be best thrown out the man. Once identity, it you yet Ghana no. Fancy me wo Ghana no ebia me sori kwesere bia me kwa so me koto 20 cities 10 cities correction ya ekofini ama ma so ye hwan na di first hwan na wini na etirima ye de etu be dra brochire sa na say hu sika na obi ambesere sika na ho yirawo etu wo ti ho kra na wadamfo bi di ni birthday atimi ka say madamfo we di ni birthday nti ma me surprise no wo 100 na wo de ko no masa eno enkayen yo ye chele ye boil papa bi. Now, all the 100 never say I then. So, it would buy into me, ferry into me can't also 100 in your tree. You bet ya to your thought I say. It say a pesca, yen who said, say, don't bet me and son. You buy, yes, yet bonny me and son. It's a school fees here 4,000. I miss me, school fees be I bet me watch me crammer and come quiescing, and then my boys as just a mere ye. Me come na kan wakomo se ne awoko gina sorry dem aye kama ne kan wakoma ma yis kabam sa pepe ne me target it me catch us na o say okay me nya ne 12,000 de me nyo de 4,000 say $400 there me wan wakoye adwuma the whole week na de ma me o ye taxi free ma the whole week scan na de ascend me no enso me mbua
e ba jo montie o
thought ya say na scan na wo de ama me awie no ma me ntro ne ya wo mu a me ya ma na hye onye scan na wo de ama me awie no that time now the man na me da wase it me yakoko me didi we me de no twitwi for me no ano no e ma nya wa adwen se wo de wo sa 4,000 atomi it dey bi abefie abrochira ba ana abefre me na wo say me sorry ebedi wachi da bi wo ha abefri abrochira ba na abefre me ka so man say busy enyo 4,000 na de man nti because that time na de man me no me na me hia 12,000 e mu 4,000 pe na de man me It's this kind of nyehwe wo na ye bibi na. And that is a fact. Opa obesu opa su say minim say opa frabroche for 10. Emu 9 ana send this ka command crofo a eyom ya so mo send this ka so still ngusu send this ka ko.
Oh yeah.
Because obasi akwa asora koto correction tie no eyom ni yo abroche for na eyom ni yo. Omo to honest can better matas na obi andi bi mbo ma na omo ho yira wo. Etu wo ho no ma wo so otimi frɛ obi me boys go me so otie boys stories o se o sami ye ho no ma etimi frɛ obi say masa system no ma e tough aman yo na say ni we are bo masa ne ma o to obakọ masa obechele obakoto ayi meat pie papa me pese me bo restaurants bi din because nkrofo ko ntimu be no akọ that day no obechele atwi ne se so. Oh, eti wo plan na wa fan je say asema America obedwen say e ya agro bi but no kwasem na America kire no eti wo de kase wo de obitrim emre obekan mai mobo wo yam hye say ukọ na bia bibia to na bibia nto obi a menua e critical obekọ hu wo hospital thought as here onya akoni ko school no ye wo genuine cases. I'm not saying say e but dodo na wo de me say wo ya broche for 10 Deba de pan na ya so be hwe onua ma onua ko school na ti onua ba be ka tro say o de afa hwe nyom de yo ma
nti you say me ti wa say na the Ghana for no just a strategy no mu use no ano odin
me say
omo ayi no to say pension be 50 o
ma men ka real experience ba ko nkire o obi aba ho eno kada na me ni abrochiro me wo Ghana ana o se ne ho akire no ana o buy no se de ho akire no ne makra no mbedi kra eden into a pay 200 Ghana asema me kan acho come on, let's go for an ban. 200 Ghana. And I'm sure, okay, it's carried the best one to our Jenny Bush me akitria, not about our baby tria. Or this can be out as some kind. Or say, body and PC don't me con. And I'm say, I call we pan. Maybe him sank 200 Ghana. No. So, and can bet to me, I got Tom More. Now, why you win with my could be now, my not say a charmer mono. Or no, the per body and PC you. So, or no,
Eba unim say ufi Ghana ba brochi pe na won say Ghana na odiska obia we fi Ghana oti abrochi se bia otumi say all Ghana no odiska
this all Ghana
na abrochi no ututu sika semiye ba Ghana fo no won tu kwan onim sana sika sika nya no woti wa abrochi so no live this life no living because of sad identity Ghana ni niska so te la pasa otumi kɔ na yanke bi o malam kodidi oniska enti ebema edwuma bi kra no oye kra on yire no hu ye ne because wan ye edwuma no tifie kra eye bi bebaba oba kodidi we ye na wedding bibi oba kodidi wo wedding reception ase just a part bi beba so oba konya nse bi anum sa na afa na kɔ na wie
o de no part to nchen a
wo hwe nyama ni ya
fa me kasa ni bre wie em se gaya ebe cross for me ntia
you sorry
yes oh no p de ka kosi nyina ne se abuchina abi mu me ndi kan ye ndwene ye ne ye ho first ansa na ye bedwene ye ba ho kra ya dwana se ye bedwi bushon ya dwene omo because se wo papa na wo na se wo ba me wa kuntum wo andi kan no ho adidi na wanye anya hodi anya adwuma sa ngofo no to fom nde ye le bon da na so anti bi ko anya hwi ofi o mo akro na ka so ye sansani sa squad na se dodo na wo se niska mo ka so ye sansani eti mesre maka se mo me yandwene ya ho ansa ne adwuro bia mi se meti hei me nka se medwuma me ye se enye no bi ade me kondo bia me todi because obi ti Ghana ne na nka ne nsa nka me se ni sika mane made ye de ope e nza me meti am ngidi ma mo nto me ko ade me kondo bia me check bo no se wura so mfise makodi me ko tra na kodi di se mfise me aduane na ma aduane ade me kondo bia no a se meti am se ni bakoto na media ma me kra moto because me bre as na menye sika no e na bochi sika wa ha sika so wa ha sika munya be nya mo yen fa nkoya de ofi de bia ma sama me ka no me se me fie ba na me si da mienu dada but me se me nsi fie bi because na me ye mining Ghana na me de tu kwa bai abi bedu me sika me nsi fie bi ma me te kwa am se no ma anya hwe ofi amua me sika no save akosi sei sika save no am say me the program you cry example yam prepare the yanko Africa a very nice program yami shraw It's me tea.
I mean, sure.
Prepare say me coffee me nko yo bi adwuma bio. Me ese me am kuta me business am say minds me nko me mind na me mind. Me nko yo bi adwuma. Me coffee am me am adwuma. Ai the time pe me sole am kwa bi adwuma ahya mase. Me plan no ti me save me di although me
okay.
Towards that, me si fie me no me say si ba ako aka ho me hu sampa kontum 2 years so ho ade me nya say free no me sa kwa me adwuma. Ti me kakra me kan say
let us say
hana ya ba no mo me pesika na ya fa ye hu yi na fa to so ye bibia ya me sure na
ya te na me sure to cash me ento nka cash o me ento nka so on you ready da me ma nana ko me nkasa nana ko me yeah nana ko me ento nka.
How are you, Ty?
Yeah, I'm fine. Yourself?
Yeah, not too bad. Good evening, everyone. Good afternoon, those in the States. So I heard somebody giving what's it called? Their opinions and comments, and I was listening. And preparing to go home should be something that travelers do. You go, you learn, you pick, you come back. But it seems that the way we travel is only one-minded. There is no agenda. There is no target. There's nothing. We're just going. We're nomadic. We don't know where home is. When we go, we forget everything. We forget where we came from. And we then try to be something that we can never be. And it's at a detriment. So the thing that you hear from most Ghanaians' fathers and mothers is, oh, I'm here because I'm waiting for my kids to finish school. Or I'm here to collect for my children dache. Tight, since you've came abroad, how many Ghanaian rocket scientists do you know? How many Ghanaian politicians are making big moves where you are? How many Ghanaian doctors are leading in hospitals?
Oh, Ghana doctors in be 1 2 be not that much.
But junior doctors not leading the hospital.
Yeah.
So if we look at the statistics, majority of Ghanaian kids that the women and men came to birth here, one, they're not going to private schools, so they're going to Saito.
Yeah.
They're no better off. In the UK, you can go from secondary school from year 7 to year 11 without learning how to string a sentence together. You still finish. You put a guy, what's it called? Somebody that's finished secondary school in UK or America compared to a SS in Ghana, I guarantee you they can write better.
Yeah.
The Ghanaian kids don't move until they have passed in exams. So they are forced to learn and they're proud in those achievements.
Because we are poised for success. Yeah,
you see? And us, oh, I finished year 7, I'm going to year 8. Have you passed? Oh, it doesn't matter. You just finished school. You're just going through a conveyor belt. You're not learning anything. You're being indoctrinated. You see? So all of this, my children, Dachi, what the hell are your kids doing that you're talking about, my children, Dachi? Majority of Ghanaian kids are in jail. They're selling drugs. They're doing gang banging. So what the hell do we keep talking about children, Dachi? Because the statistics doesn't show that Ghanaian kids are thriving in Abroche. So when we say it, what are we talking about? Or is it just delusion that we're walking around thinking, oh, because they're in Abroche, they will do well? What does the statistics show us? One in thousands are doing well. The rest of them are working in McDonald's. They're doing delivery. They're doing car wash. They're doing nonsense. They're not moving any needle anywhere. Given the opportunity, if they studied at home and they came here, I guarantee you they'll do better because the command of English is better. The way they learn is better. You put a Ghanaian kid next to a Broche kid and give them exams, I guarantee you the Ghanaian kid will be sharp and bright.
We're beating the blue black.
You see?
Yeah.
So why did these women keep talking about my children, Dache? Is it just stupidness or are they just programmed to say that?
No, part of the program, no. Part of the program because, see, say, what do you say, Obekofia? Me see, the moment Obeka say, me person, me coffee, it takes a offer, it's a calling. Because send our system net here, no, so one can't onye what is obekofie. Like
That's
the way
it.
obi wa na ko obi wa beka say o me hwe me ba no wie school. Ne ba no wie school so me hwe na me ba na ware. Ne ba no ware so me
You
hwe na
see?
ware. O wo wie na so me koye na me ko hwe me ba no. Internet is onya nkoe.
So why don't we just say the truth?
Na wa ka broji.
Oh, Queen, why don't we just say the truth that, listen, I'm scared to go. So I'm making up excuses. Because your children never ask you for any of this. You want it for your kids. But the fact of the matter is, the abroche you're living, you don't even know the game that is being played for you to play that game.
Of course. I won't see it.
The system that they've built, you don't understand it. You're not playing the system. You're following something and playing catch up, and you don't actually know how to teach your kids how to play the said system.
And
so your children, Jadachi, will never get there.
We will never catch up.
You see my problem.
God, the gap no soon.
Me real crowd. Na
Gap
kwa
no
mi
soon.
yamishira wati.
Restriction no. Gap no tie. Emua.
Yamishira.
It's better for her to accept. Yeah, accept here. That's the only way out. And so they are Chazi.
So let me just barge in just a little bit. Just a little bit, and contribute to what he just said, okay? About, I don't know what country or also, okay? But when you come to Canada, okay? The Ghanaian kids here, they are doing very well. Doctors, lawyers, so it depends on where you are. And also it depends on the family. So you cannot say that.
Okay, mother.
I will take that away. Because
mother,
there are kids here that are doing so well. My 17-year-old girl, okay? She just finished high school. She worked. She bought her own self a car. She's going to nursing school. She is paying for her thing. So you cannot say that.
Okay, mother, can I say something?
Mother,
I won't take it back. I won't take it back because of this.
Okay, about the percentage wise, no. Who say Ghanaian students are there excelling in the diaspora, but almost dosu. A percentage in your 0.1 point BB percent.
No,
very slim.
Because when you come to Canada, I'm telling you, the kids here, the Ghanaian kids, they are doing so well.
So Ty, let me speak to her because I've lived in Canada. I went to school in Saskatchewan.
Okay.
So
that's a class in Canada.
Well, bear with me.
How long were you in Canada?
Oh, madam, let me speak. You are asking a question. Let me finish. Can you mute for a second? Somebody's giving feedback. Okay, so I lived in T-Dot for a bit, right? My family has a house, right? Downtown. Next to the Rogers building downtown, we have a condo there. I lived there. I went to school in Saskatchewan, came back. I went to a school in America, Kissimmee, to get my education from there. And then I came back to the UK. So I lived around. When I'm not talking. I did say there is a few exceptionals. If you look at the statistics, Ghanaian children are not doing well abroad. Compare it to Indian children, compare it to Chinese children. They excel. We don't. I'm not talking about your kids. I'm not talking about any one individual kid. I'm talking about the statistics because we have to look at it. I cannot say all Ghanaian kids are terrible. I don't know that for a fact. You can only look at the statistics. Yes, there's 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 100 doing good. But as it compares to our peers that travel, we are not on top of any leaderboard. It's the Indians. The Indians run Silicon Valley. The Chinese. What are we really doing? What systems have we built? What companies have we built as first or second immigrants to say we are excelling abroad? We are not. I'm a product of that environment. So I know what I'm talking about. I've lived in Canada, I've lived in the States, I've lived in the UK. So I'm not saying it because I'm just in the UK. I've traveled extensively. And I'm telling you, majority of Ghanaian kids are not excelling. And we are not teaching them the ways from home. I'm not talking about you, mother, especially. You may have, you may not have. But I'm saying, on the whole, if we look at the statistics, it doesn't show that we are thriving abroad. Lastly, when it comes to the system that is set, that the Jewish use, that certain members of the community and how they thrive abroad, we don't understand that. How is it that you will get 50,000, 100,000 pounds or dollars and go buy a house? That's never the way to buy a house First of all, you should never buy a house in your name if you're living in these countries. You should never buy a house in your name. If you don't understand that, you already don't know the game. Secondly, it's not how much money you can acquire, it's how much equity. Equity is the word of the game. If you have 100,000, you're supposed to spread it out. Use 20,000 to buy 5 houses. You're now worth $1 million. People don't understand that game. You don't buy assets and sell them. You buy assets, borrow, and die. Those are the 3 things that those people live by. We don't understand these systems unless you go out of your way to learn. So a lot of the times we talk like we know, but we don't really know. We don't go out and learn these things. So the parents that came, first generation, that don't really know because they were hiding from the system, because they didn't have Encarta. When they get Encarta, they still act like they're immigrants. So they don't fully immerse themselves in the system. So if you don't know, how are you going to teach your kids how the system is, how the game is played, if you don't understand them yourself? That's where we, the kids, fall foul, because we don't know. We only listen to what our parents tell us. Majority of the education I got wasn't from home. The things that I tell my parents, they've never heard of. My parents have been abroad for over 50 years. They've never heard of. I learned it from Indians. I learned it from Arabs. I learned it from white people that I immersed myself with because I went to certain schools. So unless you are exposed to that environment and you're not living in Brampton where it's full of Ghanaians, you're not going to learn anything, because the Ghanaians are just passing information on. As soon as he said, but you're not reading any book. You're not reading any financial literacy book.
That's true.
So I know what I'm talking about when I say this. I'm not casting aspersions, and I'm not saying your kids are not doing great. I'm talking about statistics. We can't do individuals, because when the government look at things, they look at stats. That's what's important. Individually, what you're doing in your home is down to you. Nobody cares about that. And that's not me being rude to you. But we have to talk with stats, not what your kid individually is doing. And that's why I asked the question. How many of us can say our kids are pilots, our kids are chief surgeon, our kids are in parliament and changing laws, and this is that? We are not. We're doing menial jobs, we're doing everyday jobs. And a lot of us cannot even go back home because we don't know what that looks like. Nor do we have the comfortability to be able to go back home. So we're not excelling. We're living. We're not thriving. There's a big difference. But we came here to thrive. So if we're not doing that, you are failing. But we don't want to admit that. Once we admit that and we know what the course is, then we can have a conversation as to where we go. But if we live with this illusion that when my son, my daughter finish secondary school, they can go work in McDonald's, so they are okay, it's nonsense. Because we didn't come here for our kids to work in McDonald's to be living. We came here so we can have a better life. We came here so we can thrive. We can also move the needle. I don't know many Ghanaians moving the needle anywhere in our brochure. When we talk, who really listens? What changes do we actually bring to the system? We don't. Go talk to the Indians. Go talk to the Chinese. Go talk to the Jewish community. When they talk, they listen. So we have to compare apples with apples, not what if you was in Ghana. You're not in Ghana, you are here. So you have to compare yourself with your peers that are here, and not what if you were in Ghana. Those people in Ghana will come here on holiday and go back. They're doing far better than we are doing, but we don't accept it. You go to Ghana tight right now. Some of your friends' kids go to private schools. How many private school Ghanaian kids do you know in this country? We all go to Saito. So how are you doing better than them? You're not. But we don't want to admit this because you can go get credit to do nonsense, so we feel like we're doing better than our counterparts. We're not. The truth is the truth. Let me leave it there because I don't want to insult anyone tight. But sometimes we have to speak to the truth. And when we speak to the truth, we can find solutions and say, how do we solve this?
Yeah, to I say, Ghana for a year, but percentage wise, no.
We don't change anything.
Like our from crowd.
We don't change. Listen, Mahama, our president came and told them that we need reparations and this is that. Look at what they said. Tell us what as black men and women, forget Ghanaian, what power do we have in the world? Let alone what Ghanaian kids are doing. We're not doing nothing. If we came here and we're changing things and we're doing better and we're moving the needle, we can say, please, all of you come abroad because we are the ones running things. We are changing things. We are contributing towards something, but we are not. We're just filling the status quo. We are the battery for the engine. We're not the engine itself. But we don't want to admit this. It's sad.
Pamcho obi bibi kan obetumi akasa ya bi obetumi aka bibi obetumi aka bibi dia ka de o ka no na enhwe de ekoso no ni na yensu ade because
asem no mo odu no hit the nail on his head
without the battery he cannot move.
Bibia nature from me side make him the account no krena no akano. You can't dispute the truth. Statistically, you know. Yeah. We are not where we are supposed to be. To the all can in a men 100%. None of Kwame Akano. Yeah.
Okay. Ebacho obi bibi ka so obetumi aka na ye enfa nkoye nim na.
Nya Kwame Akano. No kretro do na wakano.
Ma bisa oba wankasa ma friends wankasa nti oba wankasa.
Kasa.
Compacha na mi me kasa na.
Akosia GH ubetumi request aba na ye ade yesu ade wa se wonim bibia na obi ka bia na wo so okay say ne ye na ye nti ye ho ase ne ye se nkomo na ye di no nkomo no sei ne se Ghana fo ne ye di nkomo ye nyina nkomo na ye di ne ye papa ama Ghana fo ati ase nti we ka we ne we ka na we hu se side we na we ka we se wa ne ye nyina ne yesu ade na etumi build the Ghanaian community in the diaspora, both in the diaspora and in Ghana. And we say, okay, say ni yeden. Ye koni ya ti yan ase. Ati ase. Di cash mention kan kabibina enko. Cash wo.
Pacho me da se pa. Pacho mi chechi obi.
Ejo so.
Me wo pa. Pacho. Asem no a mama Kwame kan no. Eya sempa.
Okay.
Mumyen fa ya adwen kohon mo pa me ma no mo fie me wo Germany. Na me di won kofie. Omunyi kakra me di won kofie. Omudu 80 years e wo Ghana. Na me send won bae. Na me bae mi hu bibi. Nka mi hu ni ntama kamanfo ama Germany bio.
Me entie di
me say Ghana no me ke bibia say ye di Ghana di agro wutim say nkola no honom a omunya quality no na omu bible chira how share chances no ye mfa ma ye ndaki no
okay
daki no ye mfa chances no
Mr. Cash ye baby say adentina Ghana for no ye education system na yadaso I see yadaso but say Oko Cape Coast University na ye GPA and I say a 4.0 and I say 3.5. Now by America, Oko UK no more GPA or I say 3.0. So if you can pass no ba abrocha you are poised for success because GPA no higher. Into do abrocha obe say hard. But ye buya won say education in your papa. Brainwash and I say then
oh yes because se nkwala no ba honom a me nka me ye madwen se me di emma no hwe English nka me se me do e Britain ena me hwe me trust me dwinya me se no ma me try kromo ase na me se nkwala no omo ye chese omo ye good German phone kra wonwa Ghana education no me kibibia said chale enyagro enya grokra enti me ma awofo no me ka advice me di mo bia hwe me Until from time me bisa ubisa Ghana family no or say me pese me bako abrochire me ba no pe future me feel akwala no future me keep bia say wo di adwe no 2-3 no pe me so pe future ma akwala na mani ko school o ko school wo fia no onya university level no on be masters e wo abrochire no on san ko Ghana future no na say wo try say wo say oba no be o secondary and so oba abrochire about near future, me kebibia. There's no future. There's no future. As a man, I'm not quite making my man.
Mr. Kasameti, I say, you to say Ghana, no fundamentals are very strong. Like Akwalano say, Ocean do Ghana na a year.
Oh yes,
a year very good.
Tight, but my member kakra as a teacher with cash me
pese cash.
Me can't dey kakra bi wo.
Ode monwie. Nti cash, nti me pese me hu say because also no why mistake say ode akwala ne ba Germany, I say why mistake. Nti pese me hu say na fundamentals no o ko no German school no almost say akwala ne good, the fundamentals no like so now starting e good.
yes. Me buy no. I say, omo trawa say ya wo fon so ye wa brochire no. Ye ba adwuma nti ye nya tam man kwala no. Enti ye check nkwala no e nhu ne ekoso. But me no metimi for so ya eko inside. Utimi say teachers no omo ne say omo say nkwala na nkwala no nimade omo nimade pa but o hwe fia o adia ya mehwe I say education no bia sika sika man for school no etuatua no I say too much so fundamental ne dem do nyam say Ghana one of number one enti me feel say advice no say akwala ne ko school fie na say wutimi ehwe akwala no ofie mo say onwie ni school na se wudi akwala kura ba o ye university kura se onyenya wudi ni ba kura wan hwe ya obese but mani wie university no na ombra be masters me kibia se oba no obenya no fine but wo ka se future akwala benya future because oba be say kura
Inti Mr. Cash, my member say say ano Ghana for bebre mama for bebre now omo ka say omo pe future omo ba wo na omo ka future no ubetumi aka bibi akra sa ho na amaye like omo bu say Ghana school no it's nothing to write home about sa omo yes rhetorics no u feel say bibi ana say de ade a omo nti ade na see ana say den omo bu ni say Ghana school ye enye hwe bia sa
me feel say ye di abrochire no ase abrochire no yenti ne ko abrochire what we say wo Ghana wo ye den kura no a listen for me yeah what is for me ya
asa why busy
wow enti say we say no pacho bi na ebisa me asem
okay
oh say abrochire ye di abrochire no aye say eye ewonim krasin Ghana no but say uche wa broche because me say me 30 years in Germany enti san no mani na no makum enti me advice na tembia me kran say ye man kola no en ko school so mu opportunity a ko school fi na yenti na kwame asem na kwame ka no nkola no ahe ohwe percentage na Ghana for no just say nko bebia so nko bebia we so obewie school no anya we say ni certificate fia bi na wa turn car no ye na adwuma bi asa nko bebia bi so enti Ghana no my feel say Ghana no Africa share Ghana no enya grow masa enya grow kura nti ye ma ye nu nko ho no pa e advice to Ghanaians ye ma ye nkola no ye value Ghana no ye may fa abrochire no tembia ma Ghana and cut down. Oh, intimidate me de na me person me kan no we de me sere mo pa.
User kasana yema minds shift
na
360
me pese me kan ya
na.
na kwa me kan no na me man fa to ho ne o kan nyina ye no kre statistics in the show even in America especially the fa okay man fa New York nkwanye mfa to ho Ghana for ma o matimi excel ye ka say excel ya ye fa ne to nya kona wi college wanye adwuma aye waye we say obehwe ndodo na enkosa ana be pese me de to me wo namfofo mienu ba akoma wa ha ba akoma wo Ghana na nya owo Ghana ne best makanda ne mami ensa ne nyina obi a yodi kan no medical doctor yo toso mienu no enso ye dentist ne toso mi ensa no enso practice the same medicine na aye otigana ana ne mami ensa because nkola no won hu nti no watimi ahwom after mo matimi attain this height. The youngest one who I think so 20 so no ye medicines is also ye medicines is in nkola mi ensa nti me friend is as success ana madam for ba kon so ha ono so ne mami ensa na ba ko no ko school o Ghana o san koma ne wie ana o se da bi omda hanom mom high school oba hanom high school no ni a me hu say ha akwala no one identity crisis akwala no real school mu honom no hu say after akwala be so ka brofo te sese ne o mo ka brofo no o pe so o ye te sese ne a o mo ye na after o de ho kobo akatafo eye afede o ye high time ni we say parents ni nso ni kwan because o mu nya kwan enhwe nkwala no e de bi o mu te adwuma mu we fa double we yesi at the end of the day no I was anka bi anka ba ko sacrifice ma o de hwe nkwala no se nkwala mi ensa ni nyina no mienu de me ye ekofom
okay
so just here bitimi nka
into me ti wase here just abroad school ne de good but maame for no na omo focus no a shift from sana no
abroad school no ye good but discipline no eni hanom enti teacher ni bia ye a wo ba na isan so ye tuntum no say what even with black community kra na wo ba ne ba na oka o ye den o accent so just here enti akwa na try so be fit in ana wo maame no to sori a wo kwa adwuma papa no sori a wo kwa adwuma wo gya adwuma to oda krokra na mo ho be kire mo eti niema programs e wo se wo di akwala ne koma akwala ne ti excel no untimi mfa akwala ne nkobi
okay
ye kan okra pa parents do ahna ode ne ba be ko swimming class ode ne ba be ko niema bebre wo hono ma untimi ma akwala ne nya because ono so ye dwapade wo fie eti sa identity crisis na akwala ne be face wo sa ni school ni ma akeke no oba hono ma se ne ye hwew omo srew intimidation bi na asefo wo ye work kra na ye mpese esan se wo fi baby abenti ye mpene ma embebu nkan fa yeso that is the mentality
for the fact that akwala ne fi Ghana aba ya hunu abuchina akwala ne he or she is trying to belong.
You have exactly and you are one. Okay. Whilst you are trying to belong, so now was so we hear you more than 10 times nya beto no class honom no ansa na yehu.
Okay.
So but for Ghana wo namfofo no just say we feel happy.
Who flare no to
so just say namfofo e din kwasasem kra na hu say eyayi asema ba ko ka kire me say wo do ba beto abroche kra na wantimi anko ba bia kra na obenya warehouse adwuma ye. And if that is what you are looking for, then that is okay. So eti atuma na kwa make an say wo ye obi a wo dwen kwa akire pa bon say sa asem no e ma wo re ho asem no kan nye enya de ketewa o enya de ketewa na ye kan sa no o de opa say o de omomwo USA omo New York particular omomfa Ghana for ma e wo Bronx omomfa Ghana for ma e wo Brooklyn omomfa Ghana for ma e wo Queens any Long Island no no Long Island why ya ade an wa college college ni kwa no betwentwen hwe asem o kan anya de ketewa se wo education field na ana hu ni more wo education field na hu ni more sin obi a wa sori ono wakobo 2 hours aba ana wakobo 16 hours aba
okay
it's young parents no ana wo say okay yeah nyam say yeah ne say
yeah be share that treat this topic
okay
the kids in the diaspora the mother, the school, and the kids. Topic. You be share the treat this topic, no.
But me fancy I dey be treat no.
You be treat this topic. Mind shape 360 me enter unka. You be treat this topic because my for baby misconception say me pe dacha ma ba dacha na ye di excuse no ye pe no ye pe say time no the people say dacha na eno na ye pe na say we've lost touch with reality. I said baby ye kono ye refi baby ye kono na ye kono ye nim di ye ya na then do so a ye be discuss extensively e be nyo obi a oye UK and obi o service service one yes service child service na sa anyama no ma be chichiri mu nti wunim obi a oye top notch was areas na ma DM me na me ya we na yedu so ade on be ba na Ghana for ma me for no obat system na so abrochi because abrochi system no wan tiase a obeyira my shift but you're welcome you ento nka
tight my tie time na kwa me kasa na usa na me ponche was so say utie di obi e kan my me crack pen ne paper ne da me no ma tro ne o ma bebriti oba me
Bajo kasa yesu ade I learning ground yesu ade
na kwa me kasa say ye be try ve ye eje no nti na ye ba ye smart you know ono no wa jump it because ono ye be wo ni tum nti or expect say nka ne parents e ba no mo ba say mo ba be try it they came to survive omo ba say omo be pe bibi adi some mentality no. And I tell you, you know, you come to my life and see every time you're not
yeah.
And I'm going to be the same. My coach now Ghana for 5 years between 2020 and 2025. After living here for a very long time,
yeah.
So beat me ton the shop worth millions of Ghana cedis. Now, okaso the babu because of somehow can say the pay future member. Obi timi ka say we join the business. Sa nyoma ye buy na nse tie de OS so say ti buy for me dem ntia simple na say buy na bete ye na we join the business ho na we jama na kola bi no wa betena krom ha afi wo ba wo say adwuma na say anam say yes be say e wo so hunu say enkrofo bi ton story and sa story no ya ton no time na ye nkola ye ton ma ye wo fafo ye ton ma ye papa no mfo bi ana sese ananka internet aba social media aba ye mu bia ni abre say ye change narrative no ye wo another group a almost so life
gatekeepers yeah I know pa
and almost so they are saying is that yen sem na ye kan no yen sem hunu enti no o te Ghana kan hu say ho nye enti no enti you have a situation where a Ghanaian parent no disrespect ebi onu ankasa na this of form you know with no disrespect omo na nse kra na meeting akasa amanfo wi school ansa na omaba omo yesu na omo ba abruchi no they were not people who were educated at that level enti obre ya fa na krekra straight waba abru ha ne dia ne so obisi dan ma ne ma ne papa ana ode wo no se o compare school awo Ghana na wo ti krum a wo te brofo na so wa achieve you
brofo no keka no
wa achieve odo ko Ghana say ye do ko Ghana o mate brofo the same mentality no e won kofo be branti parents be bra be wo a ye wo ha na wo fi say bi nti a wontimi achieve no o ma me no papa na o ba krum ha no wa ma say o be wo am wa be ye doctor
na no come man drop o request o me drop o you sorry me drop o here am say one o see from my shift to aso yeah
o ma me no papa no wa ma ha say o be wo am wa be ye doctor ana say o kwa akoye adwuma o parliament ono ba ha say o be si dan ma ne ma na hwe na busuafo ana wa betom bi enti unya betom a school na ye kɔ no obi e kobia na obi timi ka se na sa abrochire school de wo form kra na eso chen Ghana de ye kese
my shift ansa na obetu aso no ɛhɔ no me percent ase adentina ma me bi owo sa colonial mindset ne say obetumi aton ne nyama babuja na say ne ba no kra wo onya accent keke o you can otumi kabrofo keke okay ne ba na otumi an sell kra enye hwe eno no de ade a
na story obi aton ama no won say mo ya na mo ye colonial no won say tem bia mo ka say obi be ye bi obi ye bi sa kwa no ba ya wade no Acho. But all so top stories. You are still buying some people's stories. Now the stories now no time. Obi are not Ghana 1 year jumada. Our beji kroma, our benya sika or prafra, or fee say, abrochide ye chain, dear passport. Passport be a chain, PhD degree. That's out and multi in red.
Oh, yeah.
No. Let me look. When coming from home again, so move fan champion, my casa. I want to put
say,
myself.
Maybe out here. So internet say yes, and I say we've lost touch with reality. There ye misplaced priorities like ya messy kwine cra, baby ye namno. Yeah, just say yeah, cost speed in your outer lane.
No, yesu. Anya broche na me ayesa. No, mamia, what ton bidie? Ewo bantama. What ton bidie wo kwada so? Edi bidie ni gobe, eni wache na hwe ne ba. What to cake? Edi esi filling station wo Kumasi. Wabe to paper ama ne ba wo Birmingham. £20,000 with the cake money. See, maame na oton kobi. Ewo kejetia na. Oye haji a. Mimi hu na mani aji because me tu kwan bebre ni me hu say. E betu no kejetia no. Me hwe sika o mu make wo kejetia ho na. Me feel it am ntia say say another one am kejetia. Nam say hey. O a umfa passport en Holland nam say hey. Montia se. Enti the story of onipa na wa abruchi na say burger for the mobile perfume no. Ene sa na o ma bi na. And I'm so of course a crew man feeling her. It's papa de who you feel. But no thing feel say ya bruche dia. One kasa now let me give you a me family one example.
Okay.
Ya me was anti Newton watch town in room watch town. Masi. Me ko aban school aban jesi. Me we me ko Anglican secondary school. I went to tech. Me ko architecture. Me we architecture and sana me ba bruchi. Me be me masters wa ha. Me me masters no. Eduma me wa ha me ko Ghana no na me ye. The same level. In fact, the biggest bank in Ghana, Omufa Ejuma wo Ghana, na me koye Ejuma, me buy the same CV. In fact, me Ghana Ejuma no kwa me ye on a new CV na, ye dey find we Ejuma mo okroma. Say me process sa de na. Me realize say, in fact, me come here masters wa no. Me professor wo tech on a mommy recommendation. Na me BSc degree na me ye no Ghana no. Eno na ye de ma me masters ne koye yo. Ma anya GCSE, me ye SS ni. Enti enye old system na enye new system. Omo timi pair omo ni education. Omo be pa mo so qualification we eduru we. Me ye masters ne be hwe fa me bu bat me ye. Ma pass adwuma na ye no he. Eye me profession. Me ko Ghana no na me ye, me ko Germany no na me ye, ko America. Now ti so wo hwe parents now and I'm being a parent in the UK. Men can also accept. Me wama baako was in Ghana. Into also buy, so that could also help. At the age of 10, and I'm confident buy into no the little of primary school where Ghana. Obaha and I obey them so between me years 6 years 7. Nah, Obano, Obayano. The only thing he was missing was that no fluent. Of course, only fluent in English. But a child that was this age in Ghana, he was matured mentally. Enti time be kra o parents na bia nka obetima ka so be ja no fie akrum ha obesuru no ono obetimi na yesade no ono ne ma be ko shop na so ne mu. He was sensible. Now he can cook for the whole family. Onimade onimnyansa because obi nimade a me wiase dan se onimnyansa enye academic ti me nimade because omo nimnyansa omo no agyane ma omo ho they can cook, they can do anything me pesa omo nya wo wiase hwe. And parents be brave, not man be can. Parents be brave. Ade yema eba ewo yema okrum ha. Na yema sika na di enim kan. Tie me. Because sika na be pay and tight. This is what we should all understand. Me na poku me ba buchi na me nim dinti ameba. And I always say, inti mama se mbesi da mama mama. Ana mama se me pesika. Inti me ba krom ha na me wo Ghana na wo se nka me ko school a. School ni na me mama dey je ho. Into my brother again, another memo stories. My brother, or none of it didn't anymore. I didn't achieve Ghana or a medical doctor. That one of the top, number 2 cancer, Ghana. Or yeah, Juma or Swedish Ghana, and there, before you know, maybe cancer specialist. In fact, as we speak now, America 4% or better now. Or America and now 4% or better now because the acumen of education now on where or Ghana near the combination, you know. Number two, on bet my time America, almost 1% we university or tech. No, Mama me and 7 as if say out there, parenting. Parenting responsibility.
Foundation.
Me young man be when said 24, 23 youth boys. So they say them the young boys need income. Omo go Dubai, 24 good or Dubai, juma. Na me need income all can Dubai asem no. Unim. The Osaka chair me say Dubai hono so no. The Indians and the Nkofona ye come asem na. Omo na sa je apartment no. Omo na run show no ho. That is a trend. And until another American statistically parenter obey interested that was sad here with you. The banner turn up different. Into my group here. Of course, so cast a yen in idea and they send into bit my cast before naging. But antisa. But so share man be can send this here. Sikana will be paying. Sikana will be pay woman. So one tears yes say I was so to me about this swimming. Sabi uni answer. No, I'm being very, very blunt.
But the okano point now reason Matthias but Ghana mami and papa on a good day, mommy phone because swimming so they were required.
No, because nonsense. Also, I'm talking about skills. We don't even understand what we because skills are. If we have skills are the tenacious no. And you be so be huna you. Ubet messi fie. Ubet my hygiene. Ubet clean. How obey keep you home? How obey me a bicycle? Ube hunu kaka. If you obey me who a ube appreciating music. Those are skills. I know they did areas. But that is not our mentality.
A necessity.
Yeah. I remember menintaphobic or tech. That time I played piano. Now omo piano in tech. You can't see designer architect, you can't see designer dana. Who swimming pool, that better design swimming pool. No, we're seeing the swimming pool shape. No, we need to learn, and that's another thing. Who can say obimrame tia? Ome tia sikensu adia. Madam, me so odo kwa tia sika akosa, akosha asa. Odo kwa tia sika akosha concert. But these guys we are talking about, they pay for education. Master,
the metuase ya say ebia a mentorship na bibi na mentorship na bibia obetua they don't want to.
Do you know what I'm saying? Because that's what I've been doing for 1 year. This is what I've been doing. I've been mentoring people, young people. No, my phone now be PM. I've reached for my phone. So now be PM because I didn't know. In fact, mentality not.
I didn't know what form.
Benjamin Canessa, and yet, okay, so from the already did not time. That's not joining yet, or what's yes, yet. And from the already did not time. And to tight, the man can say, yeah, can say, you bet chabby. Yeah, almost one or so your mind is
okay.
And you have a combination of this in your country. And you complain, idiot. Yeah, not young complaining cry shot. Because I'm telling you, this is my and I'm saying calculation. This is my 24th year in the UK, and I'm realizing says out of the 24 years now, Matina Ghana 16 years as well. So I understand the two systems, and the main one is say we are buying stories without facts. Our expectations are too much. Wona obeto system bi mo no. Ya catch us system ye yes ye de na ye ana ha de na ye system so enye anoma na build the systems. So if you go and look how NHS came by, you understand somebody took upon himself say on build the any part of send it to on be fa na so de na museum. Hey, me say when I started doing this because me call Ghana, I was going to museums myself. And so when I came here, I started taking my kids to the museums. Me and Kasa, I learned. Say, hey, no wonder these people, they understand life. Or now a fire of fast Adie we buy tight. Into Polano, they can trust their history. Into a catch and say, "Oh, bit my BBR." This child, me say me the space, the Space Museum. As I am as a 40-year-old man was inspired. Now imagine me de 4-year-old son. Now because they didn't free Ghana back.
Michael,
But yes.
Ask how many parents know where the science
my feedback will be
So that is another question besides how many parents you do. Now make catch and that's exactly what I'm saying. Meanwhile, tight. Some museums need now free. Tight. Till a free.
Now Germany crowd zoo be free.
And German person said the museum now all be konokran ofi say ye ba begini sika. Again.
Mindset.
Information so tea. Ade baako me going up and down. Omo maame, their mom took very interest in baby omusua de. Hey, or say schools be 4. Tight. We are watching say we area the school name out. The woman was going to places ya de ma from na one of them man call.
There is no kid in Abroche that's excelling that just go to school. There are Montessoris, there are Kumans, there are systems that they do outside of school, which makes them excel. But the parents has to be involved. We have absented the parents by, I'm doing 2 jobs to support the house. All you're doing is building in Ghana and neglecting your children. But that's a conversation we don't want to have neither.
Tight. So sha ya create and I'm kasi titi ho ne esre. What I say? We create and kasa obi kasa ana madwene ye me say wadwene na e kan kire o say ye bibi. Adwene na da ho atirim.
O ka kire ni ba no so say eyasem.
Ayasem no
na o ka kire no o say eyasem.
Eyasem dion
mindset hono na mbebe nja adenti na etisa adenti eye orientation no ye baby ye finu na de ade a hono because only Ghanaian youth over 2018 coming sana omo kasa no hu ehu like the adwin wonu
me no mo ya adwuma nti adwene na me kasa ye nsua de o kasa kire obi sesi a no obi ti wasa o kasa ye tententen wa kire o ha sesi a obedi watemum. Oh, boss, massa. Unim de okeka massa jai de okeka no yate abre. Enti sa because ana ne papa yeye, ana ne mama yeye. Enti I just posted a video. Enra and Anajo, Black Sheriff. Wa when I was in na me boy.
Yeah.
Wa when I was in na the speech afterwards no. Asemo kan ye say sa ne Iron Boy album no what the award no or started building 3 years ago. Consistency, patience, hard work. Sani o no catch Ghanaian youths here on tiase on appreciate it. Onim se sani na o team room no consistency no the year fu. Koko fu na ye kaka no. Ofi say enti ya lose sabi ni nana nipa na obekire no so no 3 institutions I break it down every society 3 institutions be ya and be education media and religious institutions. Those are the institutions so I say we close and nobody is willing to talk about it. Media nya ya be so no TikTok be ready here also. So your you teach a cancer whom chira so full sisiu media so cancer and you want children to grow up well. This is why it is say yentimi build this idea na akwala bia o Ghana ofi say ebe yama no kra no obi aka chene say enyeyi enye no to na adwene mu a obehunu obi picture or they were obetimi ka chene say mpese babuchi na mbetwa picture McDonald's na mbetop pressure my boys eno nti no ofi Ghana eba
the motive no
or the be kire obe so ye bibi. That is why nkofo bebre etimi choose relationship bia betena abruchi a abruchi nti na oba e ba no mpekunu no. These things are happening in our societies. Inti waware nkoso awonti asa na umpe be man.
Abokegu.
Inti no very complex as we are all saying. However, maybe this is what I've come to believe. Obia ye kasa say no, obia kasa what next because that is the action. Me hunu sa no. I decided to tackle the youth. I am a responsibility, say, and I always say this. Meaning, say, so I believe, say, when I'm in like my 70s and 80s, God bless me. Now, and some food because of Ghana, meet me at Kasabi. Because when I was in my 40s, me can be. There's a lot of people complaining who are not taking active part in the young people. And that is also another thing. You're complaining too much. Baby, you didn't tell it so that baby, I come advice. Baby, I can't. Who was saying said, "Dear no, no, yeah, on to me my answer."
Exactly.
Nobody said doing anything. Nancy will be better TV. Sana Ghana for boys no move yesika. And I'm Sunday was me a video to us. A man do it in a me video say you cannot complain about the young people you haven't teach.
Yeah, me who's a video no.
One China they now complain. No, so me chill my dear. Hey, umpo we see tight.
Oh, ma kwala no orientation bia o man training bia enye bia
me chiwa de enoma aboa me wo me wiase meka said the be ya wudi nsimu na meka unka se de na me yema o me videos no me yi a kire wo meka say go and watch my shift 360 2025 2026 me kan ni na wanti intimate masa complain e ko na ye build no
the way forward no
the way forward ni say
the way forward ni here like you be seeking more you be seeking knowledge
mentorship
we pay for knowledge
master na ye so aye wo no
we a role model we follow no steps
tight mama can say bia my no for the past year say obi be comment wo me session awo I will go into their DM hey I don't know and me ya dey bi na fe kwa shock me. The lady was like, wow. When I'm saying, I was saying, me slow class and send you a message. Let alone, who now ever send me a message. Tight. I look out for them. Me show me. Me go DM me go WhatsApp. Me who TikTok. Me share now say, the way and far. No, I send you DM. Say no. You know what? This is what you are doing. I think you can do better. You can DM me, and I am using that to mentor them. I am forcing mentoring on the young people. It's my purpose. This is what I'm doing. And you'll be a bit my. But I've come to see said there is a difference in a young person who is sitting in Takrade. There's a young lady me last year. She didn't know what she was doing. She say, "Oh, Takrade University, Obabewi." And when he say Obabewi, no, what me friend so daddy, me person me koye adwuma. Wa farm will be plantation be a autumn rapper. This girl has left Takrade. Akotena nwuram. And so as some men in the kind, it is helping. Let us be doers. Young taking active part on the young people over here. And before no more, you taking young active for them. A your boy, a your bush young, or more a crew. So yes, sir. In the end, telling you mentorship for me, the key. Open go to the skills, schooling, ubenya training, ubenya mentorship. Mentorship is transformation. The trust in na ya grow. So also be inside the co baby. And then our one, yeah, some of our country.
Okay.
The people
way forward no mentorship can and I say complaints no we should focus more on the solutions than the complaint.
That's it. That's
Paper mature because social media or me send a TikTok, especially TikTok send a BM no. TikTok am say hey send me say is send a Ghana for say no more dream like I dream that Ghana or ba na say be my youth I dream nyine. I'm saying plan financial go. The way omo dream one oh custom not train go say enye I'm say ye or say enye just say I dream now or forming or the name no be aka just enye no o catch no cry enye and most Ghanaians they don't have something I call the delayed gratification no omo feel say long they despise humble beginning oh cast match on cause here that but me say despising humble beginning and I say who delay gratification no and na me scaffolding yan dia ye and yet get quick a rich scheme biao delay gratification
now you know brand no pesika quick that's the level Ashtown amokom opie pesika wo fa kakra nko betina nchen so atu kwan wafa libi ababuchiri obabuchiri so on timi send sika on e ba no betoka no be nenam so your mentality always that abuchafa I mean, I have friends, you know, I have friends who are in Ghana, we feel so, life is okay. What we catch us masa, who do a chalemasa, and I'm say, hey, yes, Sabra, but then she was then the menu, swap but down. And they own it because wow, baha.
Only video enjoy.
No,
Only video about Bishim.
Omoba on an umber shopping. So now we were brutal. To not be real shops. But we 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 who are turning your men in our car.
It is mentioned this ocean. I say Ghana for bringing Bibu or Omni Omoye. But only on didn't come on to this and who am I genie and
tight. Utna British now call Ghana and come be a idea maybe.
True.
No, that is one. That is one of the reasons why yes, I mean, my Aborigine remedy. Many of my build ya, my cotton, my ejima best 15 years. My ejima wa crab bank, my ejima kejitia. Intimate deal be pure Ghana on the frame. What I say, and I'm a Samoha. I was so sure of purpose anywhere you are making your money. Intino, ye cast your beko na must have the plan around it. Go will be require mass or mass of Bessie.
No cry no can no muntin ba.
No,
Entina mind shift ya ka ekono asema na obi class ya twitu asinu so.
No. Right.
Na dwini krampo bibia na dwini wona wo kan.
More dear, more.
Who is long like asana wo kan uwe chire na mo de na mo chire nkwala mo bae buba bro chinche mo nsema mo keken bibi ya dwin wo no enye ho na dwin wo kra. Just say on tiasie
tight. More mutimi gina platforms to declare say there. More my opponent. Yeah, address. No, tight. Me the main co because me cramming to me explain this at time because sa then or because oh yeah then. Mean to me and sound.
My shit, my make up be injure. Say okase okwa. Wo ma me che Ghana for no mo trick bi o mi so. Okase okwa. Obeka say first, obeka say unen krata na okofi. 2, obe hwa na okofi a. Obe hwa na okofi a na ebia wo nkrata about oba na wakofi. But if you na wakono what to me sustain wo so see a survive okofi a na wo abroad no say na ko wa then no survive like adwumbodon wo Ghana for ni bi na adwumbodon no mo dwun say guy we to me akofi o we to me survive you on ba abroad no like
tight main can central they say me might have lived this intimate name the America Ote Ghana na uti Kumasi a makoma yie no. Na obi afros, masa wo chile. Na say, Ghana so yetimi chile. Ghana so chile ho. No. Me wo Ghana na normal. Ade asa ma to mikele oli. Bechi windo mi afufu a wakodi ufufu. Uso ti abrochire koto KFC. Why are we comparing? No. Mo man ya, onu na ya na ya rewo no.
Adreno. And I the mindset.
I don't know. So calm it down. Who calm it down and said, "Didn't know about breaching over pay." There be a kind of frustration is that we need the over pay and I'm fine. To be frustrated. But say no only agenda there. Oh no bedroom have
I know what the matches I am fast. Because I want to me boabaro. To because you go fear or be power boa sum gra.
No, acquire a pesicano, now you're not. Why are we not understanding things? Cause and effect. The law of compensation. Okay, yeah, money about 1,000. Ain't him 1,001. No, ain't him 1,001. We should appreciate the contract we are in.
Inti sameti wase ya Ghana for bebe sana omututu omusika semeka ya ma mo chewa because omusika semtutu ya nkoyi.
No, na tikabe na otutu. What I who the we are now said that we are devil's advocate.
I told you all say that something opinion one.
We are devil's advocate. Oh, the devil's advocate. T. Unim. Sadly winner. So I went. A guy be my ban life. Say on medium commerce on me year 1-on-1, which I agreed. I don't do that because medium start conversation with me. Because of you, medium say massa only the level head and yes, I can remember.
Oh, but also me a very level like a band of
No, I know, but the main person say because this uncle man over here. Me person I can't come on. Baby, I in the can't come here. Mama for argument. And she said. So Baba can be for franya tight platform because how they never arguing. You be tricky no makakra. That is education. It is what we like here. Omo parliamentano. Omo kunkra na yakuye Enti one chere o ma sa de we na ne diploma. On tiase. There's no competition, there is no comparison. That's number one. Also the chere o ma. Me save time me rage ni man to the sense me mistake from to me say hey daddy there now here. Mentality near the building.
Who they wrong?
Any the building crew. The cloning in our mentality, ideology. Oh, if you go, I mean, a little background, I mean, my coach is open. So, yeah, the ideology in the core war, yeah, the system, yeah, the plan. Ain't it? What you ask now, General, say, you ask the whole part. You are fool. Yeah, the plan.
What you ask now, it's a question why? Not kitchen, it's a question why.
Yeah, na me say. O per se, o ba broche na say after some years no. O per se o nko back. Is it a selfish decision?
Yeah, who are broken? I'll be someone called Ghana.
Yeah.
Selfish,
Planning to go.
selfish, and like Mentia say, and you're selfish. Teaching mind. Selfish,
Say maybe our busia in regards to
Yeah.
the busia now say
Yeah.
okay.
To a
Not,
busiano.
I mean, tinity, me, yeah, 7 cry. Me pacho, abusiano, woman and do buy. Woman and do buy, me boy.
Me papa na de me buy.
Na contract bi wo say o ba be share abusia.
Dabi.
Nyabu chema me pa, Mr. Wu, nyabu chema me. Atem we me ye consultancy serious ade ne ye. Me pacho, abroche na oba. Kai hunu say ye de nkofo bi ba abroche so me share abusia. O say nipa no ntimi ni abusia ne nkotwe. It was a contract. One service our purpose na masa. Oba kra yi bitimi ekun. San nkofo no monye careful say me come no.
True.
Oba say obi si dan, we si dan no. Hwe. Ofa coach e di bi be boot ni ma o de corner kwatena Ghana. Enti na the me pattern say I was so busa who say was there a written or an unwritten contract? You move be assigning unwritten contract with our families because we are responsible. When I am breadwinner, so sanity there you need to tread it very carefully. Means castle is selfish. But can you say what build to a bush and say when I am bush and helimine? A bush on our share when they are there. Now fade the over.
Minister position.
Not now do they mean person no personal situation. The person in general say I will be pick points.
Okay.
So you need to establish that say me buy kroma be here there. Me obi na dem me buy. Me ni obi wo contract na. Every time I keep saying say me buy na me ni agenda. Me ni agenda. Mama for obi die, mama obi bi asase. Nya me na me hwe ba. Aha na be nya responsibilities. Inti no me ndo ge me busuya but me very careful how I live my life and how my family live their life. You move bebre ye boy brama ye busuya. Inti say one draws our borderline no. Na ufi say decisions are going to be based on busuya. Me kan say man show busuya. But enkofo be so ahwe mabusuya ma mabon kokra wo krom ha mo ntimi nkogana. Wakosi dan wontina ubita. Wakotina den wantina mo da wo ma me no papa free mo ntimi kra nkwa yi because na ya ma off. Sadie no. I am enkofo bebre. Inti no. You need to be very also to me understanding that question and say and yes say oh yes selfish but what is your responsibility how do you again send a what build there busana could dra afi wo yes sir say bibia say ni ho dia na utia damfo bi which is also something that we do third party influences you be can and I may say utie tie san komo no dia tell you what it's all kwa kware aware unnim de kwa akosi enya formula obekwa koduru kan enya formula but unnim de ntia wo kwa okoduru ho na see edum lighter na me edum lighter na ma rob me hu metina bontina ma na botu we tight
me wo de opa cha na pa cha say why you wadwin ye me de bia meka say efie kono e your frɛ calling se be ba social media na me be ka say kofi na wo ntia se ho wan kasa wo da won paso na wan de obekete da bi me kofi
Me ba
de me kanu untie enfan kofi da te se wan kasa kasa me kofi
tight misraum e ba
ya your frɛ
why
okay kojomi anton kana
question
okay
I say my shase atiemo ache na de ha me kakra ne say me ba so na I say ska kakra mo de brɛ no mo boye chidodo na mo po na ye discover mo na say
Okay.
Ebi na ye nua ba e kan o de me wi anu abon tofa. Me wi anu abon tofa.
Me hu problem na about sikasem na ye di be fi. Me
Me
hu
problem ni say mo fi a ya bobo ma no matuma be duru so a. Na afi mo fi say mo plan na ba be mo wa mo dia. E ka on say nyina ye plan na ba so onko na wo te say de ba ko ne kan ho na. Upon the plan or call ya, o different. Na me question ba ko ne say, wo fra kurase, no ba be duru ekurum Accra, Kumasi. Na wo so wo kọ akurase bi. Eno nyanse wo na mu ne de ehin, pese me hunu. Adenti na ekurum na wa koduru no. Wontimi mwa na wontimi mefa binum makurum bi. Na wontina ho na je se wo sa betina
question pa.
na wo sa ko mu plan na montina ho yi. Na mo mefa ya meka mo ne enso ye hu de wo bi. Na mo pese mo ba back na mo cause manya mo simu dan wie. Mo hwe mo ma wo mo ba be di de na ma ba chele nyesa.
Kwajo
Nti mbese me hu sa ade no se me hu obi of kwa kurase a wakoye ye okumase ana se akra wasa betena kurase da. Nti mo ha ne sei.
Okay, to kodwo onsam ne yemienu. First one here nipa na atumi akọ. Mo aboa no ma nipa na atumi akọ. Ene ye 1. Nti ombefo obi nkọ. Ena 2 sika ne ye wa ana meboa. Sika no mra.
Anya wa o se mo hu se afie densen. So na mo ka statistics afie densen. Brochire nti mo yesa na mo bi ekomo ya ade bi no. Nti mo ka na ma ka software no so kakra ho. Na bana mo pesa mo ba.
You assuming abrochire. You assuming
Ghana mo pesa mo ba. Bana mo pesa ba ye ntiase mo free from mo ba krasa ba.
You're assuming Ghana is a crase. That's the problem.
Dabi. I'm assuming.
What the castle?
I am fat home quite now.
What the fat home?
More a chromo, a brochure, as a mommy did there. Wokasa, I no dread, no be crap as and can baby, a becassa, sabi quack. On one found so boy, a Juma now, and yet Juma said will be come. More ye, Michelle profile cigars who are not. Almost send this cigar, your tongue say.
Ghana. Into you
Massa,
we are no bizano question.
Minimum, I didn't say move a crap room number some better class.
What do you know about Korea now, baby? Say questions. Yeah, I tell you, that was it.
That's our meeting.
The piece of the arches on the dear, why yes, I just can't remember on the dear home.
Momo repays, I must see the Encoto Mori. What is the meaning of Mori?
May I sure say two things. Minister Kojo is serious.
What the Montre, Mundiantia will be free a crum.
Kojo Mamincho, and I make us say, Minister Kojo Peso, yeah, serious. And I say, I don't know. And I because again,
more answer. Well, beside question, more answer.
So, who can say, Crassy, to me, a Crassy, say, dear, baby, I now tea room now over be back, Master, or Befa free. Say, one share, Ubia will be free room, Akobia Swa. Yep, your budget bia or person quite crass. Your budget bia or person quite crass. Never me war be quite crass. Never war be quite crass. Chromo or Cotna Cope Sicano. Nechibe heard the crass, because we feel send a bush and one of the Unimoja, one you try and enough. Okay. I know you're different level. You bit my can once my can. Now, Kojo, me say a branch now, Koya. Dear, Okoya, Okumu, yeno. Ni sika ni na chi na no o realize say oni asomdwe e wo kro kesi wanya sika but ontimi yi le boso ontimi ndidi ontimi ne afia nkocho ba ontimi nya saa ne omani na saa ne omano so na kana dwene ho enti no matter pizza bi obenya di bia no ohu apia fufu a wadi ne abenkwan ne nwana na enye se na ne bi obenya na nkọ wa apia situation apia so hu Kojo say Kojo ayeye because Kojo timi send this cabre no. But the entire Kojo send this cabre ni na say Kojo feeling responsible for appear because Oja na well class. Say the appear air can on the room say I was say Kojo eti ase no ntena ho. Say Kojo decided say obetena bruchire properly fi appear bim. Because on to appear It is a kwadwo or apply. South Procasium principles now per se on Fantana Hona. Nobody will send money to Ghana because he decided to send a better Nkrumah said ye pa. Kagana remittance uncle. International Kwame Assemble on Kana all blame it before no so. Sanka majority decided say, Ombe you saw music and in Nadia show Muma Ukruma. And can appear and Timmy Sika. But appear whom Kojo office Kodai, but Kojo person of one keke. As some American, so what Thomas see ya tight. Uber realizes say we are dealing with human nature and dynamics that we don't even understand. The yet Jane say we are say experience is the best teacher. Enti obia waka say mako worry about we that no mama sumdie no. So wo di na fa na kiko worry sa oba na no mama wasumdie. You have no right. But oba ka kire enti obia fini kro ba kro bi so ka kire say it is not as easy as it is. Ochre, any deepness, a simple con. So one genuine one, over fun say ye dear bro, ye kaka seconds. But ye deal with a genuine. Me say for the past year, and Kuma made tight, because I met ya sorry, I won't. Come Jessica. You want soon? No, you don't have to talk because I have been baby or cardinals and leaf. What we are describing is somebody our co baby who say, hi, I deal with head. Fine. So Bahan in a different way, it is okay. But one man is a different way. I may don't do that. Intim so be catch me say when you a branch be frame me tight last month when you seek to the stand say or go talk Canada paper $36,000. See me. And I'm catching say you may no ye or the yes can or say ye cashews or dealing cashews. Samu, what do you name?
Meba nipa no Ghana.
No Ghana.
And when you're $36,000.
Now we can have for Dallas. Yes, 17,000 pounds. I'm going to talk. What are you talking about?
Because
so we didn't come on and catch any say. Chairman.
Oya galamsey.
It's okay. So what we had here?
Can you see how people can't believe farming can give you that money? People can't believe it.
No, it's real. It's real. Some
I saw make a conversation. So any panel, oh yeah, and I'm so okay. When you me man advice you him. Me can't me me yeah me mind shift me can't me be na man or ye dinos okay. And yeah, I mean say me the music about to me home. Na me say I'm family. Me man kasa fatu wa me fantum me family because me be so be kasa me na mama wanko. Me dey ma ka me bia ni akyerɛ wo me wura wadwene. Your person you be aye. Best 3 weeks ago, me wo ha na video bi apope me ko hwɛ ya. Wa ko load the fertilizer ke ama. E dey ko Burkina akoton. And I send a message, my shift, what Jimmy oh. Masa, or say, only as I can say my shift, or so me talk amount. Hey, what the scanner for chef fertilizer, cash is or the chef fertilizer mana or pushy fertilizer, echo Burkina.
My ship, no visa one Samuel. I mean,
my answer is a one who answered the answer you. And then that's a follow. Hey,
Jimmy Patcher say, Banwa Nambaba.
No, be Obianca so back, Mr. Nessan, you can't.
Oh,
my
we are not kitchen question. Not question why already, maybe some question. I mean, bisa question be. On say sometimes so be wa brochi na okasa obi fia se ebusuan po na aton ajapade de ama na nipa na nkasa ono aba abrochi no ote Ghana no nim say na abrochi ni ti o we be wurem no on say ade we say na ade we tie ene normal of years ebusuan ajapade we dead ben na meye adwuma meden me se ka ba ka sika we nyina mekọ ni nyina na ye time ba ebusuafo no mo mba abrochi de nto mo nim say abrochi de wudu ya sika dua bi suo na ye tete
ba cho no wan ka say ebusuafo aton na ya ama no
me say example ebia ebusuana na ebia o ma ton bibia ma na bibia do de aba se won kwa na o ba ye de a utumi ko Ghana tse se na mind shift kan no but emom ne se ebusua bibisa wo sa na da bi agreement because when I hold the family together until to be petu and coffee sir. And so I was
why are there?
Obi
Pension
also so abrochino or no. Ebusiane pressure on the man and nipan ni yema kofi. On to me. Obi on to me. Abrochino on to me.
And also, almost no, omu ni say pressure na was no so. Enti na wotwa so aba no. Ti say braba koneka ye no.
Na so
Omo
omo
twa so nko.
baka to obi abeye bi na then now the oba went me abeye.
Tight last week. Meaning so when we post now. Abranti bi na we try ticket to call last week. On me chat de bia oba me comment de bia ya no I said the most sensible type junior nti
Me pamocho abrabo no se wo bo a e kukuhwi ase. You have to get it. Say who determine e wo de me ka asem kakra o. Me ba me ka na me dabot tire me di ball asu nyina. Me di ball asu be dabotin for 4 good years. Let me turn spare parts for Mezi. Me ba me the $10,000 to buy. Me sika be share ye bibia 4 good years. Na me dabonte me de ko wale akata ni ye krata. No inside do de me buy no da wale to so. Iti me ko wale no mind divorce one say na be wale. Iti immigration time me do sa 4 good years. Me ko wo ma ma ko to nsuo na me da ko gira baby no me dwale. Be na me wo vision say ekro na maba mu no. Yes, now my waste wahano. I will never go back. I will have to put in my mind. You see, the mindset, the brain is so powerful to the point, say, whatever you prophesize in your own life, it will surely come true. The brain is so powerful. I dream a kutawon, and then a control body, everything.
Absolutely.
The Shama dream said, no matter what it is, it is self-for. I don't want to hear anybody voice from Ghana to destroy what I'm planning ahead. Abontere de meda. But me years ahead of me. I have to, make my decision. Say, this is what I'm here for. It will be a first name I could pay for. Now my friend, no, we are where you go, missing me, menko. So it came to a point. Say, I don't want to talk to anybody. Meaning, nemoa nemkoshi aoba, and I'm a wale no. I'm the deportation to me so. Me cry me call maybe so mo family coffee because no the way omo so mo family nko and I mean your ba nya me shira me ba me wale ye na yeah the moment I me wale ya omo den pattern man I'm okay now everything I plan to do that I tell my brain I'm going to do so far as right now I've been through all these problems the rest is on me I am going to start something to me start telling me the van and they started delivering. Let me call between load from New York. Let me call California. Let me da kind mu ebu adwale kra me my brother da nti adwale no me nwene ho me wo me vision. Me nemu a na me talk truck back. Ghana e kana creator na me toy. Ti me toy na ka ni trader na e be so to no. Me so me need credit, mako borrow money ni ade. So I have to lease the trader from some company. It me lazy and say payment me crazy. And me started to have another company kakra ebiduska. Enya easy. I want to know the way you see who enya easy. To say nyame adawrama. Mini cry no me wo be 6 trucks a year juma. I'm behind drivers. But because I me ba no me de niam no me na me tons papers a me ba no. Kakraba me semono. Me call back to Ghana. They said they're never and I said Ghana no near move and near me cosupet a walk and I walk and so who say you came here for a purpose. Who be system no because we just watch it. Who be system who don't babu bonkophobia now one share no ready the echo. Ghana hono a hoye and never move but won't be called Ghana now one who person running business unika would be move around. That's wrong thing. 2 what mean call Ghana na bia also I wish if you wada no me call me sorry no papa 6 no ma kwa adwuma ma pa nwumre 8 abafie still na me adwuma wo US so na sa run it to say because life no me I feel say abontina me die I want to say maka me say go me bo answered my rest. Say minyan winner everything that my body need to provide, it has to provide. Everything that my brain, I tell my brain to do, I have to make sure that I'll be successful. It is life, abrocheno. Aya uhuro ni awo. Enye easy. But I did be anywhere. Won't knock. MBA. Although you're gonna go through difficulties, yes. But enye easy, brah. I'm paying for me. Now, US Walmart, 2006, 7, 8. No more. Walmart doesn't let their food stay in the, sieve no more for almost 1 hour. 1 hour, So be a meto umbe year to. Next and then Walmart here. You go umbe na mi jina chi onu maje. Na me da kwa question baby na ja me carry kakra. Unto say homeless for be coffee be omudi be ma homeless homeless for no. Everybody omusi Walmart near that they say Walmart stop doing that. It took omu key dano, lock dano, omu shegu side doors bin ma. No omu de lock at one. We they won't mean komu cover. For easy. Then me call Ghana so na me fat boys from Nima. Pre ejejira ho me no kasa 1 2 na ma pekeo na ma show wadwin si ositie si opese osibobra me wo be boys be masia omusua heavy duty mechanic ma hand ya mo a every month obi anya no ne bosu misika na nsenya ne tu upon ho omukọ Burkina omso mkoye adwuma fine eti youth no no so no it takes a community to raise a child.
Absolutely.
Ese mo so no ya yewa kontu no muye pam ne support up because omo mindset de kuta omo no is crazy. Obi feel say okotwa mamiti a or the ko baby o benye sika.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, me akra ba ko say boga.
Absolutely.
Minimum baby abewa boa me. Otimi kom omo ma no. I can get or say I can go cool man. Tony hard working. I'm
Tight the me na body say na ma yeye.
Hey, Kofi, as a network in you. Kofi as a Kofi network in here. Manship, I'm saying now open say on
tight. I mean, I wasn't telling you about my feeling. This has been my call. Everybody should pick up a young man. Everybody should pick up a young woman. I've dealt with young women and young bears at 15 and I'm no I was organizing parties for them, taking them on trips. From mountains. They were happy to come to me. We need to create that environment to allow young people to talk to us. Or page, or TikToker. You need to let them know sexually they can talk to you.
Oba mentorship nesa anya na obi wo ho a oba na onim se wo no knowledge na knowledge impartation na because na also ba because say na also be diska asema be kan ya sa be diska
so tight. Maybe I'll speak to you on the back door on something. I devised a solution around that, and it is working for me. And we say it's very, very because the service and the impact is very, very important. What I say, I've always believed, one of the reasons why I brought any crew in my and say, even though because of money, they serve the people. They serve the people, and it's one of the principles of this universe. Nyankopon we share nipa we share nipa. Enti say uye adwuma na eboa nipa da sene a I'm telling you, obi be fi say watwe se kan awo obi se kan but Nyankopon kan hwe. Enti what the can ya twist the sign
adwuma no so apafo no so say change na you to na yasa obi ye kono where true. Be na me true.
And our wins, your wins, it may not. So this is why I always say we shouldn't assume say you better fix Ghana in our lifetime. No, that wasn't the mentality. The mentality of the West, they have never dealt with it for themselves. Until our plans now, if they are accumulating gold, Wajune ho 600 years. Oil ban is one. Obi oil stock for 5, 13, 20 years. So oil stock there. You 15 weeks, 10 weeks, and you are happy. Meanwhile, you're suitable. So that mentality, once every time, because we started the conversation and it's amazing. There has never been a time conversation has been going on. But for the first time, the millennials have generated the conversation for the Gen Zs. And it always starts with a conversation. Once there's a conversation, there's going to be war.
Yeah.
And so, Charlie, say we be cry too much. Our message alone is important. Let's keep talking. Because I said, we wanting to do more than maybe you were called to do. So tight, whatever you are doing, it's okay. We win in Anna will be Uncle Ghana. Won't lose share.
Matthias here.
I always I'm seeing me back live. I come for one person. He's called Joshua. Joshua painting at me back live. Joshua is a young man I met online. Me call Ghana. Odi no krebi chremia. Me free Ghana. Obi am the TikTok no me be jam me man. He sorted me out in a ways. Obi fi say Ghana the papa penny ho. But enya no kre. The papa ho. We just have to identify it. Na yesuso. Yesuso yem put your home in that situation. Say.
Amen.
Enipa eye.
What
am I saying? So that is Kojo there. No. Sanko fo mo na obe couple nsem dem na ye de na kwa me. Obe dwuna ya so tight. That would be that would be
Heaven's Gate na no.
Me feel say so what realize I want say ye ton at the front. Enipa gu hu bebre. I am always happy with your channel because you are cloud and people join your life. So it's a positive place for us to gather. You know, me ko video live be na the so-called no so your meeting. What did the channel say?
Matthias here.
They are the the high influencers in those areas. Omo timi share on their life. But what I say, yeah, cruise we mo. And you mean what I mean?
Oh yeah.
What's the mechanism? For some reason, me name I said Obi Koni ni ahwa na I say yeah na if you say you can asem papa no yes yeah ho agenda res. Right.
Mobo.
Enti Obi fi say onu atimi anya wanya cruise wanya group binti no Obi ba na live kra o ma na meka say. You understand what I'm saying?
Material can
meanwhile, the same agenda. Yes, bad influencers. They don't care. And forming alliances. And they bash it. They bash it. You know, say, yeah, if you say, yeah, working together on things that would help. Hey, because
action. Obi to me send me DM. Na DM no say no ah. Now why didn't na wo preach to say o say Ghana for no muska. Ye catch adena mo kana kra o beso mbeti. Nto muska de mo enjoy mo connection man for no mo kase no.
Nanka.
O muska de mo enjoy muska.
Of course.
Mo enjoy say e scan e wo dia. Say e wo dia. I'm so okay. Matthias say. And mo de mo enjoy muska. Na me so wo de no problem. Mo de mo kam na me ka de mo de mo yem adwuma. Yes, yeah. Yeah, platform no so. I'm buy platform.
Sir, no, Nancy, I'm finding out too. Some me buy me some
cartel share.
Now me first try me your life I me view see na me who say me ba. You say one corner me share when I say omo jeje some dia say they are creating and then no na ma fetch no ma say the agencies na say ba.
Share.
Enti wo de Obi me say anadwo they say the anadwo na me ko share omo and your mom ka wan until me say we are branch ababa ho ha watch baby a wutie no see another big thing e dey na wutie
yes
e dey na wutie
nipa wo follow no you careful obi you follow obi ake ko social media
enti me dey na type ma ka jo me be na ma ka jo say me mark criteria me say me man baha for follow me pay followers me pese wutie masem no so asem na make no say beboa wa tie say mwa wa ko because who follow enya me hwe wan follow enya me hwe Mini have any expectation. Inti some mentality no. Ama me pressure ni me so. Se metimi aya na ye, mentimi ya menye.
No.
But assembly there, se nkola ne tia eye adwuma. The experience that I've gathered, no tight. The influence is very, very real.
Yeah.
The same influence. People have stopped. Among for meeting Kofo Bibromo frame and a young man be could chase a car for Australia. Massa, we jai. Kofo Bibre.
Oh, me Kofo Bibre akasa o.
Ah,
me Kofo Bibre.
Me say a prantia of frame last week. Oh, or so no wabobo ya 4. Or Tiashtown. No wabobo ya 4. 4 no. No, no, 1. And I'm not train or the amount for. Every week, not train will be at the 450 Breno. And on one kasa no chini the every day no nya 700. Enti ono atimi gada sika bitua 1.8 billion Ghana cedi. Eno no de bae.
Enti waba.
Me kan sam ne ba. Waba ha for 2 years. No se da bia o tie me message no. Da bia o tie message no. Na me say me tie me no say Ghana say na say me kan say ko Ghana. Omo obeka so ko Ghana na ko tight ho nya me a. Me nya we are going. Don't for me to so. Na da mi ko aka sam na ka sam. Enti me kan no so okay. No say boss bro me tiwa na say me mo cheche na say me cheche na ah samum abobo ya na onye sika hina na wo me okay na ma interest because me pese me ko tobi nti okay na na ba we would just e dey na akwa ikike ikike o say me de fa no makwa na me de pragia na ma me o kika asem ni na ba o mu na me nti sika no wana anya o se pen no to bae o say chairman me ko na me say ada wo ko so say kai sisi no me kwa mabobo ya nti me say o ba ro de ye den o so tonton ni na no de chiche ebusuafo nti o sisi bochama me ko menya sika kakra me kwa meto abobo ya wan baby am start ye no minim sisi kra de menya nyansa me kwa akọ brand no me ya wad kra nti me pick up nti ona me di nkomo no anopa ba se 10 nti me de me be pack kra awiafo no atwere me se wokọ obekọ ne den no me kasa na me se ha obekọ ne sei o so de atwan me wan no send me the ticket
yeah
wakodru Ghana sisi a o se boss makodru kakra madwene mo ntene me and that's why I always say so wadwene mo ntene wa me ntena ba bi modern na machi de ball nyum no
my say oni bibi because of sanko for we ntina me started sa program where me start me because tama na me social media na me ti nkomo na me so da bi ya me so me hye my ye bibi ofie ba de na me ye ofie no sana improve no na me so da bi se me ankasa me ofie dia me ko aden be ko nanim nti sika me wo ana me da akọ invest but me ko no me nkokwa say na me ye wa abrochi uni nkrata a wa try so be kun da bia no me be start me be recruit uni nkrata abrochi na wo no all run about
brami enko
eye wo dia so wo abrochi na wo say abrochi ye heaven platform ne ye wo dia
so the way immigration officer who dey say your travel agency tight what's that yeah baby I was say that company hey
what say eno na mese da bi ma men start ade we Ghana for no mo abrochi na mo abre no unim ache 2 years or 3 years meti osa na mese nti da ben na sana meti abrochi story da ben me hu Ghana pani bia watena abrochi ache na waka say okay Ghana youth na mo abrochi ni ya mo amabre ni ya sign ye be ya be kofie wo pese won kofie business be na obesua wo hia mentorship unim se na obetutu sikasem yen ne kofie because wo ba abrochi ya wotumu se wo Ghana na udiska oba no be sua financial literacy kakra because unim say when tu odan ka o landlord be US abontin se say sa na me na wesua nti sika to tu ye keke na hunya sika kese be bia obetumi akofie nti yem push agenda we nti wa stress abrochi se o abrochi 15 years police in chill ye immigration for in chill ye na wetumi ye dwuma nya 30,000 40,000 euros man ha wo nkoye nkrata kofie because enkrata no koya enye free o obesa ye adwuma o
tight agenda ni minimum
agenda ni
yeah matter what say yes they kwankasa
agenda ni
we are going that's the matter
inti wa uni enkrata wa abrochi wa ye adwuma wa abrochi 10 years 15 years police in chill ye obi an chill ye men koto enkrata because enkrata na say okoto enye free o obesa ye adwuma ansa na wobete we ka no enye free nti si ya na wabobo sika no open mentorship open chire DMM me bedi nkomo make sure systems that works obetumi a survive Ghana nti agenda no enini nti wo say abrochi ye heaven no platform ni yema wo say abrochi ye okay yema onka agenda nini
it's a simple cry
agenda nini nti ye me si efie kono eyofre wo na woti abrochi sa no mo se da be mekofie na obeko ba be tra social media 4 hours 5 hours na wo nkofie fortunately for me no Ghanaians, most of Ghanaians no omunya omobekofie but asem na make na ase me I'm bruising their ego nti omoba social media na woka na ye ne ya nipa no ba ko hwe ne profile no ka no nche ne hwe but obeba betumi abetro niam bi wo ho utumi so ono kran pa onibuefo o chocho ne mako onye fie obeko but oniska connection man na de ne bae no e ka wabo no until ne kan wie onyanko e no see part of the abrochi trip
be rewura me live musa let me show me obe there wa
plan no
because engrofo be ba no ma send live na kore ma omo tu ho na abam o me kan na se o minimum me wo anadwomo kwa kan wa asem tu be tie na wa kanta
ma men kaka kre
plan nini nti me main reason I made you push this adwe ya di we ene omo atena abrojo mo nkata ba bre wa bre onya pie obekofie sankofo ni nyina
yem push omo
na uni mi nkofo mu die mo se bra edwuma wo ye na yezo me wo sa tie o Ghana fo no omo sans me me pese me preach you but owoni dem sa na odwunwun sa obi wo social media no be kan afemi the all day no okay after that then you after the coffee motivation no ni ho because osuro nisi ono ankasa watena abrochi 25 years nisi kasam ntutu ye no coffee nto all coffee no so kita $100,000 $100,000 osuro se sika ne ba hye because ono ankasa no ondi no kra ba nisi kasam ntutu ya onim se ne ya tutu nisika nto obewu ada abrochi
I would say like somebody should encourage Ankasa because somebody wants to and they could help them. It must be more for health reasons. Also,
not kitchen question no bizarre, and it was a very important question.
Yeah. We have question
of the most important questions because it didn't come up and people ask these questions and answers are the more no. Majority of the time, the guy back who say make a chance unim. So I never wow a how or say on the 4,000 so come say you don't want to pay 4,000 for my dear. Yeah, form 4,000 come on. My Honda or crowd
a contract and I'm going to sign it. Chiomoka contract.
Yeah, but we say no question you bizarre about class and I'm just make a week to it. Say so we Kumasi on Afo Kwanta the Remco even Sawaba side ho Oba Angna Fantinu town Koaska or Bantmani all these places are. Edan akese na wo ni nyina na omo do koko ni si fa na o fa dodo na
asafo
omo do koko tina ekurase do koko no
kenes obi be say kana $4,000 and as cedis
no na 4,000 pounds
okay
na 4,000 pounds UK now omo sisi sa omo do koko na sisi sa dan mean say omo free ekurase ba eto da bia na ba bia omo beda na edin. No, I'm say okay. Any sana tell dia no fast be with a crochet ma pe asase na me si na ya when na baby ada. Nti o si no. On si baby ketu bi obesi kakraka. Oh, kuamansa so no so ne ma bi omunya baby no. Omti omo titi krom no omo han ko for dan ya obo so wasese omu nyina no de omo be good dan. No o si dan na no te krase. Okay. Now, ne wa fast no ekoto asase ne ma no. Ono efi krokesi ma oba. No wato tuna no wato sardine no wato pan no de ko nti ne nkra na bia wato mpabo ba ko mienu bi de amani nuan mo te ekra so mo musia the way si ekoko nse ya be yo mbedi omo na papa de na
explanation
so omo de kwa ubon se na nkra ni hu aye ofabo no mani age de make out say o mani age omo hunu de omo nya omo ho because ye de sardine abro omo ye de mpabo abro omo ye de we abro omo ye de we abro omo na omaje nana we de ye tiko ye ti ha ye do koko no ye say ye pese ye so ye kokro kesie mu bi ti asem ni yo ono no sa di ne you know tuna ne mpaboa na ye de bre no eno na no na adwene wo so but koko na esidan ama nipa odi sardine ni we buy no ono timu bi ono bobra koko na betimi ato the whole shop na sardine ni we nyina wo no onwene no onwene no ho
And yes, on dream no, not dream call.
Sana broche ne Ghana aye.
Not Ken. And yes, on dream you, not dream name call.
Sana it your condition your mind not from it and you know and you na asemo.
And I saw we 1 year and I said 2 years now my message me ba unyina obekwa abrochi you. Into so nyini no we invest to Ghana no year you no give 15,000 19,000 pa wan kwa abrochi on board life.
That said the way the entire and some na right now no is biting nkofo eja tum ne say say no timu ne sa ne manaba. And nkofo na nkofo mo amote abrochi amode ne ma ne akese ba be che say mo kra ya hu sa mo kra mo ko to bi wo China ni
ne ma fun.
It's betting me at Ghana the same thing. Why would we want to travel, you know, to these places? It's betting me at Ghana the same thing. Why would we want to travel, you know, to these places? Money, yo. And no what money and yes will be I say chin now wabroche na waba no kwa na no and same be I dish every right trimon ye ababetem o de he taisa wutie platform we so pa majority of the time omo ba omo kan sem emu odu no eye nkofo o matena for a very long time. What's that this idea no?
Yeah.
O matena system ni mahu system no de wom bia eti sanipa no untimi nka bibia foforo bia nkyere no. Because I said now, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, asem na o kan me manyini o ba we onyini enti asem na o kan muntie.
Yeah, me maintenance system no for nearly 20 years now. Ultimately be kabi bia anse sam hagene. Oh na o ba enre ya no be ka cha me say abroche paradise. Oh mo ba be ka dia na acha me. Me ntine dia me ka cha say papa. Dia o kan mate ase. O dia tena mo be 8 years. Uwi ana sa ba be ka sa ase na o ka cha me. Ubon sa pe na o sa pe.
Mo ba enche.
Dia me ka cha say because on no ba.
Hey, me no sa spark
idea we nkomo mindset nkomo we ni yedi wa o de bia nkunwa yesi nkomo we ni yedi
idea ba
ye adwinu ye
me picture
mindset idea we say ye nyina ye ba ye bi o ba no ho o girlfriend bi ono wo Ghana anasa onamfofo bi omo wo bedru abroche no ade dia say adwum sa abroche no che se onya bedru a ase we drew heaven bibia
heaven so ye be ko ye ko
to one over so ye ho akesem tro mo say o buy no bibia okay and obi so to one all cut the realities
it will be so
Jamaica say ntu ba chese sa nipa ne ni beje ono de approach ni ya kesem gu ne na fofo
Ken
who can so who can we no na ni beje na ni njo because you are telling
Ken be me kiss me no power has say
who bruise in ego like ego no bruising their ego
yeah the obi am for na ai obi na chop plane ticket man no catch us ko Ghana me catch us ko Ghana but you won't go for on my home mindset me say last 2 days young woman bi ni me din komo na nkomo no di you know to be honest me eka say ka me also Finland Helsinki. Now me so hit Finland maternal for 6 months, so I know how you know especially on weather conditions some challenges we are Ghana for 1 or 2 be minimum din komo omo kind. Na I say nipa no de ne call ni asetena nipa ne ni team no. Just ogin hu ba bia enje.
Koye.
And I say na dia na I feel waka che nipa ne se me pese me kofi o se nipa na aka che ne se onyi ne niam no nko abonte no nko pa adwuma onya da yi a ono anya ne plane ticket no wa de okọ oba and I was say no what can't say mu no wa boss sa you understand no say enti you can say no me ne say and I'm say twen me ba enti no madam for bi wo I mean no you know a long time now ono so no obefa ne ma kosa so na how at meet now kakra ti me friend na o si o enche next week obeko I say obi ma feedback Not. Yeah.
It's you.
And also obesa ko back ntina ma link na ma ne say okwa on hwe no mame de ewo mu bia no na you know benen nka ntinu wa sha say ni need nkomo also person on the okwa Ghana. So these are the people we are talking about. Obi o hono ma abroche ni the way si penti share no buy no he or she has seen a different reality. It was just a busan house. Na me biti me Ghana at least me fa me yes ya. Metumi aye 1 or 2 bia me am ho beto me. Adan na me de me ho aba beto system bia. Me asa me ho tre me hu dia me ya me why? Obisa no those questions. And ye ka cha say man me papi. Enya wonko na onam sa situation ni we are all going through it.
Yeah.
One way or the other.
Our levels. Our
It.
levels.
Don't say now why mistakes or the go Ghana. Yeah, any say why mistake because Ghana no ye tutu ni ye na ye twen so bi nko ye ni ye na ye nkongotina ye de ye agency ye be kwa koboa ye twen so bi okoka o maka so and na remittances say remittances so kra ma jive diko mo fa nko bi seriously mo fa nko bi o musika na wa hen mo amuti UK you know what I'm talking about enra mo share elections nearby na say reform they are on the right.
Yeah, but Clanfield now,
they are on the rise.
Farage is gonna take it all.
So they are on the rise. Say no. The everybody say reform for no. The everybody say omo no say omo o show my video my immigration policies no. Now title because omo by 2.5 years sad till that kingdom come o. Omo anya na adwen cry so be ma indefinitely leave to remain crowd or what's happen. You understand?
Can I say something? Can you see those of us that are born here that are first, second generation?
Yeah.
What they're saying is if we get in trouble, they can even strip us. Even if you're born in
not?
the country, they can strip you of your passport.
And
send you back to where your mother and father come from.
Yes. That's your destiny. That's where you come from. That is your
hometown. When you get that way, say now, British passport, US passport, whatever passport, it's a privilege. It's not your right. It's a privilege. Would bonding kitty be crying now? Mufio say, Bonina wedding, I can see my minor. Those are called back. Take out here say, who know what 28,000 pounds on? And ye won't go for baby. Or more obi the car bobby. And yes, obi say, me say, or the car bobby, it will chrome her, and a nipani paralyzed. You didn't call court. What Mr. Janico shook, what as we speak. What Johnny was to go? Ghana crowd went to me uncle. What Johnny was to
Ken, with the tight, Mr.
What Johnny passport or yeah.
Okay, let's do that. That's Baba
Maybe my cat tonight is answer my wife, so I'll be coming. It's been very nice.
That's it. Ken woni bibi sesia no em say nkofo bebrende de ekoso wiase no monte ase sesia obi a obewi ni election wa Germany obi obewi ni election wa Germany USA UK France anase Russia anase China anase baby no sankofo no obi obewi ni the next election country say amabobia it will shape our lives people in the diaspora USA obi obewi ni the next USA election and ye funny. UK obi in the next UK election and ye funny. Global leaders ni J7 ni G20 zanko obi ni election ni pebi obi ni election bia bibi best because nipa no get agenda no dey ba.
Oh yeah.
And ye by coincidence by design. Nipa na obi ni election or dey ba it will force people.
Listen, me indefinite leave to remain. Muntie ni pa mono ana monso so manya British passport and you especially British passport because I'm in the UK so I'll make a house. Hwe a bedroom maybe at home. So we free your mind to move for a considerable number of time. Maybe I says 3 months, 6 months. Na say you know mind ma. Wa man you careful be twa opepem. Obeba ni etwem. Mrs. Reform we say kakra na so mo power. Even can so ma power. Because of the ripple effect of or more way say that's will be my feedback part. Jay. I said how well they are doing in British politics right now, no? Conservatives and Labour, they will try to at least implement some of their policies. It's in immigration. What do you want study crow we say you? Me say at the body be a cause why immigrants no be blame me. And so kaya pa ni e adwuma kese. Seriously, on benefit system no more citizens so mu guso sin immigrants. Yes still no. BBS immigrants no omo ye dey omo blame ye. Enti no so what your mind na say ye ni wudi nkomo bi a. Ti asio because we are seeing na. What can say the South Africa for ye kwa. They've sat down and then they've asked themselves, mine dear. Then no beat me. No na junior. Who dia ko so kwa bobra na wa pe bibi kakra ba bedi. Uka wo amfa boni anko. Be ye ni kro, ne man. O pe wo mpo ye ne man. Eti si atia na ye ka say instead say wo be blame Ghana ban say instead also so what babet na no wonya nim de wonya nhunu mu. Go back home and then help out. Mine and you been a baby chichra my you politician be antimi chichra mine my you. Yeah, na esi yakoni yakoboa. Yeah, na etiano. O can say Ghana for nyina emergency e betu kwan aba brocha ka wan na be Ghana. In Kenya inem ponche no mo no be chichra mine na my na. Let's ask ourselves questions. So, ba wo kan no bit wo and na brocha ye and na say na the way obi bisa me say Menka one thing. Me na me platform so I didn't talk, but no bubi say yenka one system e adwuma wo Ghana. And the nipa na kasa no me ba kroma no be 1.5 years na o hwe brofo always say am say it brofo we ya o kan nyina no ubesua wo ha no 1.5 years ya ba yi. Unzo wajim. Unzo uniti. Wo system na enya papa no eno na akire brofo we nyina eno na mo wa hunu sa nimdie we. And I buy now system. I say it to the extent that so people talk out of emotions. They just talk because they've been programmed in a certain way. And my imagine say the way it's programming almost is imagine down. So until yeah, I woke up on the crown on who say answer Sajin day trim no. Ni Antinia maybe Asia. You be saving horse preparing to locate in Africa. Meka no kakra bi na me de man wasi. So why wadwen so person to Ghana? Boaboa ho na to Ghana. So why wadwen so person tena krom ha? Boaboa ho na tena krom ha yi.
Simple.
In regard to enkra na sem na America anything America sa no. Hwe? Ye mu bebre wo ho a the majority of Ghanaians omo Ghana amano those in the diaspora omo nan ba kusifie. I
am telling you.
They do not know what they want to do. Because the truth of the matter is, the average Ghanaian to kwano or ye nadwin so obepe bibi no what they are kofi. The average Ghanaian or ye nadwin so obepe bibi no they are kofi. Because all bano ye catch and say konto musem ye can do nim wan ko bia say eto no nim say konto no obana enna form. But no wa regime or hope be say oba enyama be dey. Now, waba be hunu the way enyama sitie. Why wadwen so pese okofie. Boa ho na kofie ye. Na ko school papa ma manko. Invest in their education in any way that you can. So when you wadwen so pese okofie and you invest in the education of your children here in the UK and do it well. After school activities no way say na many animal can be no. Do that. So I say, making sure that no opportunity be obi otikroma no benya no or enya bi. But in fact, na ba kunsi ha na mfa ba ku Ghana. It's a mistake. It's a because one way you will not be fulfilled in any way. Whether a grow or whether Ghana, you won't be fulfilled. I'm telling you. Oba can see and in the end, you will blame systems. So, yes,
I'll challenge one thing you said that they don't know what they want to do. They do.
Okay.
They just can't afford it. They just can't afford it. They can't afford to live in Ghana.
That is their dilemma. Dilemma no. Consistently inconsistent.
Yeah. If they can afford it, they will be in Ghana. They can't afford it.
Yeah.
They can afford to get the credit here, and so they can afford to live here. Without the credit system, they couldn't afford to live here neither.
Nana, the thing is, obia owo fie biano. Oba Ghana no, Oba Krum Hano has got an agenda. All right, before you even set off, from Ghana, no, you know exactly what you want to do. All right, so unim dienti Oba Abuchia, then that in itself, no, it's a problem.
But even that I challenge because I've been on many platforms and I've spoken, and you ask the average Ghanaian that is here, what is your number? They don't know. Because they will tell you, oh, I wanted 1,000 because I wanted to go buy a boboya. When they get that 1,000, oh, I want 2,000 because I want to go build a house. That house will take them 50 years. They don't have a number. They're just here.
Okay, so Ian can you say?
And
For the sake of who may probably not. I mean, I understand you've been in this country for probably quite a very long time. So
likes in it is so
I say so.
more like a crowd, more like a
There
crowd.
are so many. Go on.
Nipa
Go on.
bebree gusu bebree. Mesrɛ mo, follow me now we follow me. And now subscribe to me YouTube no so a Ty Sparkles concept and I want no. No life ni bebree no me de beto nti wa e bia obe mess me life bi a ye no. Uko YouTube e ho obo akotie nkomo aye di ni nyina me di ni nyina bo akogu YouTube because TikTok dey enko ha. Nti subscribe me YouTube channel na wa subscribe. O tap me profile na o TikTok profile. O tap ya link bi wo ho. O tap ya o kwa no subscribe. Account me no just subscribe to account me no ni nyina because TikTok more restrictions the videos are long near the other. Mean to mean post I say if you want to stay updated, when the air follow me YouTube account no. No oba me bisa gift and answer oba like it, oba share no we post no so follow me YouTube account and one no sick me juice ka in your share and answer oba here no keka man because information you do go anyina no baby wo obekwa ubetia anse na obenya some information baba ha ye the mom free the way answer obe follow obe like na wa share asa yen case obi an to gift my and na obe dey aboa me na all the time me to be ababa dey have more information apart from no untumi nya bibia ma me mesrew can still
madam mon we say why mon like na mon share. So the na make no say free Ghana e bana say uni a plan. The reason why you are coming into the country in the first place, that in itself is a problem. Now, do a lot of people have this problem? Yes, they do. Okay. And part of the reason why we spend our time, platform because at the end of we may not change this generation, but we could impact the next generation in a very powerful way. They make out say, we may not necessarily change their position right now. But year 2 no. It will get them to start accessing things. More questions say and go for to be honest with you, nyansa won't power. And they will probably be able to sort of have a good conversation with so ban say unim. Instead say me bo ho ka 18,000. Edi aye nkrata ma wa ba ye nkuto adwuma me ye ma me hwe na ye adwuma kakra bi na me support me fa sika na support. Eti na ade na ye kan enye nnema fo nko asem ne ye kan. We are trying to change the mindset of a generation, and I say generations to come after us. Because yeah, my many papa no many of no them I who say abruche na yes in mind be. Whereas say no so yes ya betena mo no ye hunu say there be entisa ye man ye na emom no ntoto ye na ye nim kwan e befa so ye betoto ye na ma o man no etimi agina. Say ya buy na enya, how do we hold a buy to account? Because you buy and you say democracy it works in a certain way. Kabi mamin kabi and yes will be to on or there. It's no quite now be first or my akoso. It's by also going out there and then informing people, challenging authorities, in a very disciplined manner, obviously. And then letting them know say yes, you bet me but the truth of the matter is more na to me na mamu intine ye patcham se munye say hena munya you feel say oba be no a young leader who's come up and the last time na a title kan bidi akwasam You know, and then there's another guy called Kofi something. I've forgotten his name. And my kind of platform to once or twice. Kofi Cranton, yeah. And the guy is espousing some very, very wonderful ideas that I think say I can buy any nyansa and I meant to say because as I'm not crying to say.
Oh yeah,
So
yeah.
at least speak to this guy, understand what he's trying to understand what he's trying to say, and then implement it. Oh, nobody has done it. And I don't know why I say through social media, and because right now the youth is on social media. Instead of be an almost content and let's talk to them, through platforms like this. Encourage them. Say, listen, Ghana is our home. It's a beautiful country. We can make it better than it is right now. Ehun hia so betu kwa abo obi man so it's educating the area. Now member asem na America ne so no, it is true say nkofo bebre o hon ma mo ba krom ha no, they do not know why they came here, and there are also people who came here with ambition. You know, we cannot deny that fact. Nkofo bebre o hon ma mo ba no, they knew exactly what they wanted to do, but omo ba drew system no, they are confused. Because the way omo see who says that system no move dream say be no enye sa na aye.
Of course.
It's in the now, they have to put things in place and make sure, say, okay, my menya niyama in such a way, say, maybe I say, me ko Ghana cry, na say, me, I know na ko fan kata say me na abem no. Me ko Ghana na ta ankuye ya, me tumi asa adani me chiaba. It's a wrong mindset. It's the wrong mindset. Because when you are doing so, be coffee no. That's why we're doing so because you bit me can channel say listen, me imagine say me ba me to asase ba ko be see 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom house, pay 10,000 man come baby. That was your plan. Stick to it. Me imagine say be pay 20,000 man come baby mean see me kwa the adwuma na me kwa no bet me stick to that. Stick to that. And for 20,000 in san kon koye nkata say me ye nkata ni wi afi no me nya adwuma papa. Masa Obeto when in an hour 56 and you are asking yourself, now me, I don't be anti 200 pounds square minute on my accounts. Yes, unibi. Because the original plan at the buy, you failed woefully at it. What's the sana, and that is why you are confused. It's a honey a bit too for sir. You're too full, we are now so unim do sikabeya. There are so many people who have come to this country, who have gone back home and are doing extremely well. There are so many people who are in Ghana as we speak, who are doing extremely well. Mindset I said we might come has so many times. Me say Kofi, young boy,
or started from the scratch. Like
young boy, next year,
and then almost feel say a bro man who are to level no
menti asio where abrochi home na menka say we o ye boga da bia say we make me say o ye boga is not an achievement. It is not an achievement say why your passport why kwa visa and where to kwan you tom. It's not an achievement. Obi ono di abobo ya esidan ewo Ghana ene wa wanya British passport asase quarter plot kra wonto obi unso so anto dan wa ha nya hwe no sa nipa no ono te Ghana no he's done extremely well with his life more than you have. Because me say that I challenge you obi also ordain the passport akota schools or say makwa shopping 100 pounds. Now me the passport na ko say me the kwa kotua no who yes any pa na bra me amasa 100 pounds account e bi ni ho
Hey massa.
e bi ni ho, that's the truth. Wo dia me say hey wo dia wo so the British passport akọ shopping wo dia akọ shopping wo any place Tesco Asda wherever Sainsbury's na akọ na the British passport ye ba bu asum no British passport ni nyina akọtọ ba bi so wo na atọ niam na be gu ma. That's the truth. It's no British passport. It's a means to an end. It is not the end. It's in what time 28,000 pounds now. They acquire British passport, which is not even guaranteed in the face. You think of for sikada. So, and you're guaranteed. It will call you. We are. I feel now. Say about ye. Juma sa bobo sika. Now we are the pa. Anaka sa huade na be wo sa. Make us a no. Usha sa 26,000. I don't know. No where the bet 32. Say do two man. I mean, say what the 38. Okay, say who call 40. No, okay, say the keto. Let people tell you about almost 40s how our movie DMCT. Okay, say agro. Ajuma now to me 26. No, to me 42. Utimi 43. Utimi 45. I'm telling you.
Mumbra 44 na ya be mama experience no. Aye. You can't
you can't. You can't. So what can be on 23-year-old or not one man, 26-year-old or one or year two known or Barbara Chebe 1.5 years, not in a platform so you did that. Oh, dear, why? You're too for us a winter, because and go forward on my Martina Kumha, they are frustrated.
Telling you.
What Ghana now, Bossy can be 26,000. So what me in Ghana doctor shoe and you're 26,000 pounds. Okay, so on no be sano 700 pounds score na account for you be man.
Na kins obu a obi tan 20 pounds crab e ntokwa. Germany 20 euro ko do 20 euro problem e be see.
Obi me yet and 1,650 pounds a month. Boso me the best one no say pe bosia. UK. I'm telling you. They said yeah, go for UK and I don't disagree with these people. It's true. Because the way it's not yes sacranity. It's in so banasi 2-4 udi etie so asem na wo tie no nim say and go for in some okay about maybe a hana apply to me you know how do I go about changing that? So change that. To our own benefit. Obia say e platform you see even mon topic na mon share and is akoya asem. So more like it, more like a page now, and
Enipa 211 emu 211 am I 100 likes cry man I say emu 211 cry subscribe cry to YouTube channel cry you be queen me ba cho ukwa me link ukwa profile so tap profile so link bi o be tap no akọ just 2 minutes obe 1 minute po be yes I no follow abasese ken my Big Joe and Kasa na Big Joe na nkofo Kasa na because Kasa na dey ka dey bia sa na be enti omuye na yen
finally na me jai where akonto na yewom no ho emu ya. Okay, and I'm saying this purely based on some conversations that I have had, you know, in previous dates. And a young for back say now say they gather the courage to come back and then speak on the platform, which is a very, very good thing. Where munase bibi hawa we are family here. So honase bibi tete wa come here and then let's talk about it. The obana some person kasakra na your program now, you can reach out. You know, there are so many people here. I won't say your friend is say guy your boss is here okay. Mindset or so whatever. Mindshift, yeah. You know, there are so many people you can reach out to. So I say, nipa na edin come because tight. They just want to talk. Obi owa the person ya I cheer to the extent he wants someone to talk to cry no ko onyabi.
True.
Onyabi. It's in a mesra. Don't stay in your own home. Don't stay in your flat. Don't stay in your room. Na ensuna entete ne niaro ho nenda ho nengu. Please come here. Let's talk. You know, reach out to people. There are very, very good people here. You know, you know, in so many ways. Don't stay there and then there is a reason why I'm saying this. Because Enra will be a contemplative suicide. Okay, and it's a very, very serious thing.
Oh yeah.
Or Jane or say Kings, to be honest with you, baby Edruno. AM is sending Fedruna minimum. And Fedrunum Kung this show. Enkungo ungu ya onim di obenya situation bi na wabetom sa situation no nipa betima wa futua am wa frim na hwato emfa drone num ko mesrew padaroma se sa adwene ne na motrima enya adwen papa de pam chopa madam.
Okay, big Joe me enti onka na enko. Hey, yes, I'm rich. Me enti onka. I said order.
Taj.
Yeah, nana.
Good evening, Taj. Say we have a call here.
Yeah, we have a call.
me ase be able call. Me ase say na kopon asa mo anwode ade bia wotimi bara. Obeka kae cause jumadi na yedi no. I think the bia okasa your friend no. Your friend, be your friend wa. Want me for home be this jumadi want me cry because ade na ye ka no. Ahis
ntumi
obi
nyɛ
o
dɛn
no tena se.
no ntumi da fam
Deep.
Yeah,
Deep.
deep. Onye obi a like wadwen da form and ase. Wonim de opese oye wo wiase a. Wontimi ase. Na we be say ase still na dumu mo na nti dwumade na na ase. Ade na epese de tu yeti mo no bi mo nti ase. So waba hanom 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. We bushafo kwa de ton japade ma o de ba ya. So wo sound information we enkoma and come out. Yeah, intimi ma wo emba kromu anum within 3 months, 5 months. This our man go back to Africa. Yeah, no one this uncle we. Yeah, omo a mache wo kro we mo no. Omo a maboba kakra. So omo a mawo omo ba kakra. And then this adwin we to omo chim. Enya wo a wo no abebedu kromu a 4 months since o dey na wo a wo kwa akoye. So ti sa uncle we no, e no omo mache wo system nim. Omo a mayemre, omo koto dwuma yemre, ba omo ntimi nka, omo ntimi nko fie so. Ma wo mo mba gu kromu a nkwa ne ya biusu mo wo hanom mo hu ne sa haya ne eni ba bia so mo tra no mo wu nti sa yi ne ya de show mo tim so da bi men fa sa woteti ne mo men fa sa wo ye ne mo ba wa dwen bra ho se ufiri ba bi ne baaye enya ha ne wo so na be cho no enya ha no ne wo ufiri ba bi ne baaye nti se wo hwe na ade na wo ye no ene wa dwen fa ene wo ni padi amfa men waste your time ma de ko ne siansa. So mu bi ne de ye nya opportunity ye busuafo no na ye ma me mu okrom ha no maja de bia hwe o situation hwe o setena mu na de to ye hofo anye se bia sorry ya na se ba be ye sa adwumade we da bi nyoma ye ma me mu bi ene papa mu buti krom o mo fam no chale aya na ya reho ko ye pie ko ba sa beto mo pse mo se ba bi fa ko na mo so mu to fie atu ama mo mba o ama da chi bi o mo mba ba betena fie ni na o mo nyine ye no omumma no so aware a omumma na kwete no mokro no mo yere no fie tese ye jai fie na mama me fo no motifie no mo ana ye de yakwako wale nti me ya bosumi bia na aba ayin krofo nipa menu nipa mensa no ma be fo mo do makwa abonte no makodi ga mo no ma sa do ma ba be fie look at brabobi brabobi o nti de bia me kase obi o te ga na wa mbobra papa pani o te ga na wa mbobra o ni be ni 50 years any obi a wote krum hanoma oso abobra wato fie se ye bi o mumienu na o mumienu ba TikTok live ni ye bi de ono wote krum a oso wato fie no na de wote Ghana na wa mbobra bo hu difference wo mo ko TikTok yi so papa fo no mo so mato fie o krum hanoma ko hwe so mo nko mo tie hanoma aje so mo ba TikTok live ansa na mo nya akofo no makasa mo de mo hwe mo amona na no mo kwa no mo nchen yo amomba nyu mo nchen ana aka mo nko na mo ti ba bi fa ako this ya ba TikTok ansa sana enya ye nkofo no madi nkomo ati uda sa nipa we libi sa brabo we sa kopum da obewu sale enti se kase na me ye wadom no obedu krum hanom na ubitima ye bebi wo fie na da ati bi no kwakwa kwotena fie a chale eye good advice na de mamo eye very very good advice indiana me ma me mo kase chale mo de mutira yo mo mutimi ba TikTok e kam no ye nya sa nkofo bia mo ma betu yefo na Kenya sa nkofo mu na sa platform we a ka don feel say some mistake we ye be sile e si krum hanom a ye hu de ye ho aka ye bie no bie it is ye ka sa se mu now you're young guy no what them for 10 years now we also still na krum ha na abetichi wa japade e krum ha na abebo apa e durum de bia na obehu you see obeka say hey sana nkofo bi ba TikTok a no mo chere se da bi efie no your social life wo no efie no utimi pie obekọ ya to dame ene ade utimi kotena ho betu bi sa brabo no untimi fa scanto untimi fa sika ento sa de pade no From one fan of Pino, one on a quarter as I could do a brabo crancomo. Wish a demos an adiachi. Wish a demos an adiachi. Wish a demos an adiachi. To what a wow shas have braboria, dependent more crumonoma. Wish I have it. But you can't into a Dumadiana, you didn't hear. And then Dumadi be a just like that. You make impact on Kofa brabum. Ana, I dare me that say, I dare me that say. A phone call Matino Krum Hanoma. A man tears self to ring around. I say, no, or Mudo Mua Jimubi, I promote to Sir
Yeah.
Jumadi. Very good. Mudu mu jimu bi and you juma de we. So you're young guy, no boom set. Papa penny was what no crew 40 years, no general platform you should be. No kasa. No be quite a bit catch us a Charlie. Papa made a mistake. Bink as will be as a so behind or no man free crumwa by a chow plan. Now but to no man. And men swan, men find so to Mr. Otan no Otan no mamma money now by Sawa. The old yana would be no and one of money by baby. Be no best. So won't I didn't know, so won't see us here, Odi Chamunako, Chamunako, men Janahanum, men true baby, Odi Chamunako, Odi any program, and Yansa for no Motijumadi and Asen, Biabeba no Biabe Shen knowledge, meaning I the boy a bra, that you know 5 years time, no, and I'm over can so Krumano. That you see, I won't be him. The body about the church, your quiet
Oh,
for
no,
so.
you can't hear back on your
No,
caca
no,
yakwada. David,
Koda,
David.
yeah.
A drew beju atrama. A caca crabini yakwada, David.
Obia no be him.
I say, me banner me be cast ma me kana. Me say, I am asma ma me ka o TikTok na be ma obe kofi o. Me enforce o se kofi o. Me convince o. Me enforce o se kofi. Wan kasa o ni se obe kofi e wo
Yeah.
wow. Anya me na me ka twa se kofi. Na mo na be me de say when you ska kakra wa abrochi na wo pese nkun wa me nkun. Emo no be sia kofi. Okay, nana kwa me. Abe me de say when you ska kakra na o abrochi na bia nkrata so memfa de bia me advice say what na abrochi for 10 years 15 years now mommy be by my life you or USA or say USA obi so be green card man na green card no almost obeje no $30,000 na $30,000 no guy na say on ne beda package na why $30,000 am not you and then a guy na cast on the bed and my man you know minim say or ye you so apo bi fufura ya man no mintu menchire but and then a mama boy na cast on the bed mama so anye nam say mama we meet any voice ah utumi say we di be ni late 40s na bibisa nti say ukoye green card 30k e wo US ah udimi ska ade a obetumi de 30k ayo Ghana. And I maybe say anti na sama mu we so ko to me konyo obi ama oye nkrata man 30,000 da ben na obeti za 30k no na esa ma me no nyanko Ghana won nti na de so obekam abrochi no adom me se wonni nkrata wa abrochi police nche oye immigration nche oye na wa ya ala men koye nkrata na abrochi na fiance be more ruthless sana abrochi ti sesia no country bi a wo so abrochi unni nkrata onya 40,000 30,000 25,000 men koye nkrata na de omni nkrata no woye nkrata na enye free ubesa ye adwuma ansa na wonye ska no nti se 30,000 na koye nkrata na wonya nkrata na wi afede o san so abaye adwuma ansa na wo 30,000 na woye nkrata na what yes enye 1 year yes
That san komo we no obi a wo krata bia kura krata wo kroma bia beti dia wo karase ade se obi a wo baba kroma wo nya ne krata ono be woza
yes
asem a wo kan ba wo kura krata wo kroma no ma kroma ne pa do nyina mo ba kroma mo twie sika de krata bia no omo so na eboabo omo so mo kofi no esi omo kura so kase se sika na me de ko krata kwa no minimum nanka mafanye nanka me decide sika to work pay bi ka ho kanipa ne na 100,000 euros.
Dano na mene sasa kasa so ni sasa na mene sasa
Yeah.
na sasa say tight chale o life na wo ye no me dan fofo mo hamburg ensem na mo ne me ka no o se wo wie life na nkofo frɛ from say tight ensem na o ka no yezu asem no o se baby the low key o mo dwi asem no din ase nkofo bibia elite and you too late. Boa me advice say wa brochi na wunni nkrata wa room 10 years 15 why ala police bi anche we yamfa ho kwa asylum yamfa ho ye refugee uni na emu wonya wo sika kakra men koye nkrata Kofi nkrata no kotu ya 30,000 say afiansa we start life no foforo da ben because when yinipo na wo koye nkrata nti da ben wo 40s na esi awakoto nkrata akoton krata 30,000 euros and I said 25,000 euros. Da ben na obe bois da ben ni yebe tenase. Da ben na obe tumi aboabo 30 unim bra obe bra na obe 30,000 euro for Germany.
Unya
5,000, 10,000 euros our Germany ha.
Unya
You have no idea.
Oh,
Raise this kind of raise BMO. I'm telling you.
that's a fact.
When you grab a hat,
Obi a wanya says can be bia once bia no bit man catch you say wanya says can be
problem with insomnia making ebia wonjin the open more details and you be here mentorship mentor send me DM make sure ways and means I'll be to me this $30,000 $15,000 $20,000 IABB or Ghana go do Ghana waka to menum crap me ba Ghana see that. But I'm catch him say me call Ghana. Bibi no be catch him so me no mo say mba Ghana. There's no way say me call Ghana say me ba bro chabe eduma bi. See that. Because minim say na me toto maniam, minim say na me ye maniam. Me can't just say Ghana ne be easy. Na mo be yi. And one say obe tokoso. Ukọ Ghana say na osora ahomache no. Sora ahomache say na osora ahomache wa brochi no. Obe sora ahomache say awa Ghana. Obe for adwuma serious men koye bossu if you abrochi aba bossu adwuma ne begu obe sa aba abrochi back company na wo ye adwuma mo de bia supervisor ne be adwuma awmache na wo ko adwuma obe ko na supervisor ne wo ho anapa be 6 obe ko na supervisor ne wo 7 o'clock supervisor ne wo the same energy no me ye video bi girl bi o follow me even na Adiza na comment a girl no ma o video no me say etro bia me ti wo na me dwen wa na ye me de girl na say tight yebe ko Ghana se momoni po ne yebe akoton Ghana yebe ko Ghana nam so what I say momoni kwa see you have to be determined I say momoni po no ba akoton Ghana obeko dan you interview lady bi oba life otuobo am life so also Spain ne sika aka oni nya 4,000 euros I say wanko Ghana obewu tiu I say Ghana wanko Ghana obewu like untumi she Spain acho untumi any business Ghana no here no so hairdresser or yes anime no so say the hairdresser and so na ebumi so any obetumi akọ Ghana no akọ yes or here 4,000 obeka say yiska convert 4,000 ko Ghana sika
no almost be 50,000
we need the honor to sika same year obetumi use yes can yi. But because most Ghanaians, they don't need financial assistance, they need financial education. Into omo musika samen tutu enko ye. It is sika kese krampo a osi enye sika. Into Ghanaian youth ni edwuma wo mo ho, a lot of you know, most of you know edwuma wo mo a so mo tutu musika yin because mo tutu musika sem ya ho. Obeko Ghana, obesa ba abrochi back.
Yeah, me say enyuma bi wo kra na you don't need this big money.
No,
Let's
say
body to me brea plantain chips. Plantain chips keke you don't need even 10,000
4,000 euros.
You don't need plantain, we don't need 10,000 to do plantain chips. What I say? Who call NSA plantain chips packaging the crowd with me package which me they go ordinary rubber watch it now with my tongue. I'm making money. You don't need big money to do plantain chips. There is so many jobs. But people think say you have to get a very big money to do this. And no, I said no. Me share it's a Facebook and TikTok. Gabia MC Germany wa police for I two share and so no mumiano.
Oh, Berlin, yeah.
Berlin,
yeah.
Can you imagine saying Bronia commitment, sir?
Oh, yeah.
Brony I can see that even kwa nipa kwa na obi okum murder kwa no monye ne sa. Oh, enti me try or comment and say never in your life think say Brony
Debi.
as a bibini or pewasem da.
Debi.
Regardless say
Meba
even
nana
kwa bibi for no
nana
wala go no still no omo pewasem.
me pese me ka asem bi eto aye de nua no ebe ma ne ka no. So ekrum ha no na ye wo no. Say woyɛ adeɛ na obi frɛ kotimawa na yɛbusa kotifo ne busa nkɔfoɔ no sɛ nipa no ɔyɛ tuntum anaasɛ ɔyɛ kɔkɔɔ ne ɛka sɛ ɔyɛ tuntum a nkoa no kotika bɛyɛ 5 tumi ba
Speed bi on the ban.
nti guy ne deɛ no ɛnyɛ sɛ bi a saa na teɛ sɛ the moment sɛ bɛka sɛ woyɛ tuntum woyɛ bɛrima wasa yɛ rasta koraa deɛ a nipa 10 bɛtumi aba wo sɛ ya nti saa deɛ no ɔmo nkɔfoɔ no deɛ baako pɛ no aba but the moment na ɛbɛbɔ tuntum ne deɛ cha omo ba so omo ba with full vim mistake bia be bia o hu betimi aka yeah they won't spare you obi kromo bia obi o bia ye frɛ kotiama ne da bia o ye tuntum bia be ka so ma make they will never spare you so they na we and the tie kro ne mbra nko ade a cha ene gina ye
Na bi kura no abrofo police fo no kura so kwa nipa no omu mia ne san koye fitani a anka abrofo police fo no kura no bebre kura ne police fo no kura no mo nya adwene se omu mia ne sa what I say ko so nim se ni nua no but why tuntum ni de omu mia wa de se de o mia abo bi no ohun se o ya abo bi no o mia o
omo ye ba omo kasa o mi ni akafra wate adwuma na ye ne mbra no o de fa che
that no me kwa mo mia ne say omo nipa ba akwa na miru be so be hankofo no mo de ne ko but we dey omo nipa be 10 atu agu ba ko so na omo mia no nipa no etu onye am oye armless unkura weapon what I say more than that onye threat to you again into no I don't know mu mia no na nipa be 10 mu mia no o kam usisila no mu gina wona mo hwe me musana even kura broni baako oba baako etwa na police for ko so mpam no free wona so no onko mu gina ho em so no kwa na ma video no ba out ke bibini ni akoma pam obi afiri oh it we any kire say massa no matter what broni will never like you even kura so on na wo on na ye de kura no still on pewasem yo ohun say wo ye ne kind oh and they be Europe we are seeing see kono these kind of things we will see more of this ibewu sa anyama we be bree entino boss the amoye no is very 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 important. It's very very important. It's a time of awakening for black people to know say no ye crew na I be minded that no obia no obachichira mayen obia no obabaya mayen what I say na wo so maame abodam ona mabonten ho ana nchene mfa no nko onu fi so wo maame na abodam na mabonten a ho ana nchene o maame no nko onu fi abra wo no na so wo chewa maame ko fi ntino ho ana be ya Africa yi amayen oh bebia na abi before na Africa yi say e ho aso na ifri e ho aso na nyame so mai
next topic I ever discuss no say maybe like how to position yourself for the new Africa, for the new world order. We are African, how you position yourself. May say there will be farming. A come baby we are say. A common baby we are saying abroaching your solution. African a solution.
That's the best.
African, how to position yourself.
Your vast land.
Statistics are and research be a me and I'm reading no. So focus Africa and year ready or more yesterday. And according to this, it makes sense. Abrofo no mo kaka answer me you.
That's how Abrofo come say the future is Africa.
Almost say nothing can stop it.
The future is Africa.
Almost say Africa is the last superpower. And a realistic, a possible. Na me tie sanse mu ya na me yet into details sana air corner. Almost 6 billion people will starve. Almost starve. And as I say, world population 8 billion to 2 billion to the Benin. So I say your main focus should be food business. Are there a creative food? Are there a creative food? It should be your focus. And yeah, Brucci, and your document.
I said, Bob Malikai, or say, Bob Malikai, art was in the beginning, so shall be the end.
Oh, yeah.
What does he? When you say Africa, and started civilization, you be a brofu according to history. Well, all these people came to learn from us. The Greeks came to Africa, Egypt to learn from us. The Romans, all these people came to learn from us. Now, brofonomu subebu omumwa. Wow, omo to say sakraman any bre.
Oh, yeah. Sabro,
What
for
I say?
example,
Omo be shuya de omo sa turning against us.
they
Omo
don't
be
check.
say history.
Ah.
Omo be say history. Ama they say because na a bar we are first black people have been on this earth for billions of years. And so we remember. What I say? Omo be shuya history free I say watch will be a juma. Onu which the juma will be juma no. And I'm saying like ye suno ye penny per kuma ye penny per cent, but omono abafo suba bi omo omono they want to dominate you.
And yeah, I mean, the major takeover.
They want to
Major
dominate
takeover.
you. So no dominate you ohun say ohun de bi ohun so ye threat man.
Na
Yeah,
abrofo ye no, the abrofo ye no. Ah, to say West in ye no, omo dey any different not some be a research be about the Chinese for no more Africa there. And near omo dey baba Africa no. China for no, they are not there. Africa to so many business, so they want to take over. Omo population no doso. Nti Africa no ma to apete no. Omo nkofo no doso. Nti omo to omo egu. Nti onse China kwa America pe no akwa Chinatown. Oba no akwa we town. Oba no go town. No ma dominate no ma jikru na fa. Akwa sana Nigeria for your omo no. And this Chinese for no. Nti we all have a role to play.
Yeah.
Africans na ye de abruchi Mrs. ye nyina ye tena abruchi ni yankofie ne ka se ye nyina ye betena abruchi wan na be akosiesie Ghana na South Africa wan na be se adwuma no
ene na de bia meka no
ena sena Africa ba ye no so we Africa na won the diaspora time ne bedu you wish say you are part of that adena beba no that is the focus, that is the goal, and ya abruchi na the goal no. Nti moving asem na can monti ase but don't worry as time goes on at the end of this year going no nkofo bebrebe hu omo smoothness level.
Yes sir. Yes sir. Let me akasa kakra. Number
Beg you, one second. Given the opportunity no unsa brofo no ma hu say umma bibini opportunity to actually do well we end up doing way better than they do.
We over elaborate.
So share a track and field for sports crying example. First not track and field, na him say track ne so na before no dominate pass. Say I'm the field car on one the before your Formula 1 omo ma brofo no opportunities na omo ma Lewis Hamilton opportunity back up. One the oye. Et ni nyina omo tena se din e hwe. Omunim say bibini so omo bibini opportunity pa say on the plane level field.
Crash omunyina.
To know be bi omo no. Nti no ka so omo fo omo ho adwene.
They know.
It rated them now who no ensisan a structural, a systematic. I na mubede because I'm who say bibini so man opportunity enya asem ketwa. Na wo watimi atena wo krom. Esua bro ni kasa. Wo ni wa wo krom kasa wo. Wo se sua no ne de e de atoa no ni krom e be kasa. Wo pa che so wo ni nyansa nse no. Ya ka bibi acha ma monte ase. Ya ka bibi acha ma monte ase. Big Joe kwa akọ.
Big Joe ka entunka.
See, answer na yɛka asɛm sɛ ansa na yɛbɛhu sɛ prekonam yɛ dɛ no na bebifoɔ no ɔmo awie gyae hwɛ last time na me ne man bi wɔ Ghana na yɛdi nkɔmmɔ bi but asɛm a na ɔka kyerɛ me no mehwɛ ne din metie asɛm ne din ɔsɛ sei
First no. Na omoto nyoma omokoto nyoma wo tema inside omokofa nyoma no wo Chinese fo bi wo. Na omo de aba krom na omo aba beto. Sisi a Chinese fo na omoto nyoma wo omo ho no. Omo hwe din hu se nkofo wetin bia omo ba ha se beto nyoma e de kukrom. Enye fa na omo te. Ana omo ye omo adwen so omo befa nimpa ne damfo nti se obeto ade o wa no mbisa se yefa na wote na wo so waka aha na eti omo aba beji land e o bebi a sankofo na omo befa nyoma wo ni eti ana omo
someone say na bro for ni si edwuma bro ni mpe wa asem o
aba
the
be
earlier you
factory
get it
aba be factory no ho nti sisi ano wo ye Ghana ni a wo fa nkakra we begu wedwuma because ukofa no ebia 2 cities won nsem no wo de aba wo de bedru wa wo beto na ebia 4 cities since ya no aba establish business ro nti ebia obeye 2 cities 50 pesos nti wa wo sankoto na obeye 4 cities no bia nim warehouse no o ma wonche since ya hase na yedro ya betra kromi a che to the extent say ye hu sane ankofo we adwente ana uye bibini na wote eman muwe mu na wamfa ho adwe nne etina wode wonsa be hye wonum obeka because at the rate sisi ankofo we no so wo hwɛ trend no pa obehu sɛ omo nwu bi o
eno so ya
omo
another
nyina
factor
ye nkokora eba ɛna akokora bi atimu ɔden sɛbio sankofo no sɛ wokɔ ye bibi mamu dia different obi a wenya 40 50 de kɔ no odwen sɛ me bobra ma me ba ba sankofo we no obobra ewu akoni baby onfa ho nanka ntokwa sɛ wohwɛ ntokwa ya kokokoko so wɔ mid east ni no wokuka ka wonyina aya kokorafo na omo age ade ne edina
oh yeah
because ono no onim sɛ owu kɔ a hwemba owu kɔ nti yem boy wo modern sɛ hwɛ Africa ho me dey am call vacation omo a wo fi ekromo eba abrochire na wo fi se omo mbobra no obekọ no me donyame se wo kwa wontumi mfa omo nante he
omo no omo mfa won nante enye wo na won fa omo no omo so omo no won nante
edan a wo ono wesiesi wo ka odem no wo yo ba ho ama ho se wotia hwe wo call ebe ye obosu but we are nothing wo akomam no wo se chale medi nkwase asemo meanwhile no so sankofo nyina na mo ye small boys and that means say na wote wa nka wo be better than them asa abrocha na mbo ani paw this is wo ba na obesua nyansa na hu nyoma bia from meantime na ko yen say me say sisi a me wie me kwa no turning back me hwe mechibi me kompona me kita 1 city na me say oye financially disciplined wadwumu da ho because waba bebo bra bi ehu se sika no ukita se ya obetumi aye se ana se bi wo fi abrochi na ukufia ho enyoma a wodi wani hu no ne ideas aba utrim no obi ote wo no ni sa ideas no
ohu
opportunities wo ho ma enti minianom anke kire me say me mabre ya bro imagine say obedru obekwa brochire obedu baby na wote wo wa wunya obekọ fie na wo hwe uchi mi ni hwe sikan mi ni bi wo so ayese de wa hye nkwasum bi a ye twewto wutumi nya wo hwe ayese wo kodu obi man so na by force ayachi wa hye prison say uni kamaphobia wa na wonye ne kokasa
asem
me say na madam fobi ɔyɛ adwuma wɔ prisons na ɔse ɔwɔ Arab ɔse prisons wɔ no woyɛ bibini na wokɔduru a wobɛhu sɛ yɛmfa obi a ɔte borɔfo ɛmfa mmɛmmɛto wɔ na wetumi abisa no asɛm sɛ ɔmmoa wo yɛde ɔmo a ɔno nte borɔfo koraa woka asɛm a ɔmfa wo ho onim wo mpo nti yɛ kurom deɛ ayɛ do yɛ kurom na ayɛ a yɛnhwɛ boys na ayɛ a ɔmo didia na ɔmo atwa dua waa yɛyɛ nkwalaa o bushmeat o kɔwe na woyɛ se waa wode wo ho a wotumi yɛ deɛ wopɛ bata brokyire aduane bɛɛ na wodi no ha sa junk food ya yɛdidididi wokɔtɔ KFC wotɔ we McDonald's ne wo kekaka wo ɛmmoa yɛ system yi nti onua
Martin, that's say wa adwin. J me antin kana yen wrap up. J wo a me antin ka so J ni a ema nana divine. J me antin ka ya me antin ka.
We mu kasa nyinaa me tie ni kakra ankra. Yeah ye ba enche as ye ba afne ye ko 4 years. But
it is how mu saying. Enche but say mo hwa mu saying.
Enye easy. And I don't know. Mo kan say mo kan say no. Mo mo di kan na ma boys pressure ma yeso ye ba you. Mo di kan mo di kan mo na mo boys pressure and boys buy. So what I say because mo ba de mo be ye no boy ne to I say I didn't say me catch you. I say blah blah blah. I say what do you want blah? One for years no do you want nti ade no de pressure no mo a mo di kan jae mo boys pressure na boys dey gum bebre say uba me Amsterdam ha omo wa ha bebre egu bebre pressure ye ni grata ye egu bebre so grata sem so ho eti ane de mo amudi kan na mo boys pressure na pressure na fa boys na boys ni tua no mutuba na wo ko catch rom say na eti omo ngindi aje so mo be hu
no omo mbra let them come mamu ntu obi afo ni na se bi ntu obi afo pesa on tu kwan ebia woni plane ticket wotumi fa Libya na wafa Agadas wakosi Niamey na wapaye si desert no so bra yentu obi afo omo mbra nti nana ye da so papa na wa adwen che nana divine me nti nka ne enko enim ne wrap up
Yeah, me can say unse Libya mi kase zabuchi no eti se time isu sharana yawo from uko Lagos ne Abidjan ni ade no you see no one ko bi metwam you see no and this first no 80s no 90s no abuchi ya yeah season what I say and season now about the season need decline because Usha first, now most of even almost everybody in Africa now other Asia, or mobile bush, or mobile America, Europe, Britain, Germany, and Befaniama. Or machines in Befaniama, Sana Africa, and then one about happy Befaniama, or Biako China. And factories a wabu in Google. And then the world industrial hub, China. In the say Abuchino, the only base they provide services and I'm the show for if you say factory be any heavy ma and you know what you are I say you have to make plans you go back because Africa is the new emerging market. Emerging. It's a new emerging market. Emerging. If you go back, even agric your farming is much better. At least you can provide food for yourself and your family.
Yeah,
you can provide food for yourself and the family. The continent across here and just farming is more than enough. I bet me a feed here. I to my export be.
Feeding no here because you feeding one not will be control your DNA very dangerous.
Very dangerous.
Feeding is key.
That's because now
agriculture pay it will solve Africa problem.
A bit must solve Africa problem. That's the fundamentals. That's the basic. Yeah. You have to start from there. Because on this where they started. Almost 30 way from the cage time to agric to industrial age. What I say because what did the army? What did the army? I said what do you be? Come the way they doing it. Agricultural mode.
Yeah.
And I've been crying. This in your mind, SIBC. Even I'm sure and about 100% sure that there will be another lockup. A pandemic be a virus, hantavirus, never. Because be predicted there will be a pandemic. And also Baba be cripple so many things. Well, so if it's here, you will reach think our Africa. And look what they say West class more 10 times more than COVID. So we should also prepare for that. These are the kind of things that a cripple world economies. And a farming in the and the farming in the Bebano. So what I say you have to think twice. UK, they say now no year elections, local elections, reform party, everybody kind. Probability say a general election be na Naja Farage bit my prime minister. Also no why any intentions very clear. Say no there or anti-immigrant. What does here? Why any intentions clear say even cry no ba who yama krata cry no bit me asaje from some. What does here? Now say omode nkwa so no number say dey come every 2.5 years be renew. Ube renew krata and also uko renew so fisika utia. They say will be renewed 2.5 years.
Part of the systemic slavery.
Of course. Who are UK now renew passport? Who renew every 2.5 years? We are almost £4,000. Every 2.5 years.
A lot of money.
Yes, almost 5,000 euros.
That's a lot of money.
More than that.
Because I don't know every month be a two taxes.
Yes, I thought tax.
More than that. Depending on solicitor.
That's a lot of money.
We are your two insurance, your two national insurance. But health charges almost £1,500. Now say we are 2.5 years in a Chicago boy no massage. Can you imagine?
But bro, sorry to interrupt you. Brother, sorry to interrupt you. Even near work and home. I say half in Guano, between and can I echo 4,000 and send a home office fee plus lawyer fee. Before so many new people back on and I'm 5 to 6.
Can you imagine?
It's a concept now say.
Obey 4 times or 2.5 years.
Serious.
2.5 years
because Germany say we renew Kata Abroswaya 120 euros. 120 euros.
Can you imagine?
Abros Aquenmaya 120 euros. Say about 5 years. Say about indefinite to remember Germany ha Abroswaya 120 euros. Abroso 120 euros. Oh Germany.
UK adie. Ye be ma indefinite.
And I said 150 euros.
Ye be ma indefinite. No ko obetria 4,000 plus nyoma best kan to be no aboka be 6,000 pounds. Indefinite nko anu. And sana every year after year no say ko British passport and so no say tria and so no any guarantee which man refuse you cash. Whoa.
Kwan a omofa so e de bokro no this is your man.
Yes.
Yes, Casamo, you could be
business.
Now we
Obla na oboro.
Can it is out? Me say UK or investing in Africa to even Ghana po ye ni colonia epo or investing pape bia or Ghana da. On should I invest in bibi pape bia or Ghana? Sika sam na or juice ka. Because you could don't produce wo. Nyamanya if you be ba.
Apart from umko no mutu.
You money until tax anything na.
Wow. Modern day slavery.
Wow, Betty, I
said, what you want now?
One of Betty, I said,
what you approach now? Captain Band.
I said, I said, yeah.
Wow. Modern day couples be a couples you mobile or the ma or mode a been a buy. The ma for oko renew be a oko for nipa only plus a mama for omoko renew keketu and have 30,000 pounds. What does it? 30,000 pounds for 2.5 years.
30,000 adding. In Kratano, so what do you do my bet with us? Yes, I don't know. Yenjaka. Because
until you
because kids unim UK unim 1,000 pounds po unim hey UK and like 1,000 pounds.
You know tight. Kwan ya be first one be brepans and obenya 1,000 pounds okroba no. Na wa bobo sika we nyina na 2.5 years na kwabrane a chinchum sa and unim hwe na Nigel Farage ho oba e be say mon shed dan study ne
metie ni interview metie ni kasa pa
health policy me say health it's a surcharge it is going to go up obetum sa 2.5 years no there 1,000 something now ojina obe 2,000 o dey market on the wall obe kasa be kind
Mamen shock him. Only Mamen shock him. They know immigrants will still pay. That is the funny part. Omuni say mubetia.
Oh yeah.
They know.
Now and about do this
Opa mamuye no 2.5 years. People will complain. Majority of people will pay. Nipa kakra so then I'm going to my home country. Majority nipa by 95% they will pay. Maybe a 5% when about
about 280 something, 300 and something.
English test too.
Nonsense US guy say
English test
still are they are paying
level standard. A-level standard.
And a life in the UK. And also come home.
Wow. English test, they call A-level standard. When child, and those crown who sack discovery school, we travel 200 something. When child see cash.
Was it 2.5 years? And I'm going to call 10 years. Into what you are back 4 times, and so opinion indefinite to remain.
Yes.
Obi a one in a bobo. Obi a one in a bobo. I know a pushy a go post, no. Pushy. What's that go post?
Na Jafara did also a background. I indefinite non family will be a beam. Obey your best.
Yeah, customer shall want to somebody else.
What I say? Obey is a point-based system. Australia point-based system. Yeah, man, every 5 years, they be reading.
Eduma we are ye won. You be ye eduma ni ye go. You about go to YouTube. And say later in the next 1-2 years to come, up a reference. Be amboko with a tight kind. A good YouTube. Me editing in na be dey go YouTube. Person won't see assembly ya kabibia live am aye ni na me be posting on YouTube. Okwa no we tie. Me dey be to Spotify. We ko tie. Nsem me convert it to Spotify. We tie nsem na ye ka no. Se se ade nkofo hunhwi o. Later na nkofo be hu de ye ka no betia.
Masa.
They can say we have a very tangible reason.
Masa. The focus. Another one thing is say So what's no ma wo na say rough na command social service fani aje wo
Ase
mani nyina free nsam.
kra. Ejimi kra.
Ni aje wo mani nyina free nsam. Amanfo amani amanfo hu. Yaje minimum ebe yaje le ma 3 free nsam.
Wo wa bre wo ma.
Ebeje.
Boso menkuno.
Na Obano ye
So much
Obano ye
mi pa
japadi
se mi
o.
hu mo mo.
Yeah, or him man a japadi o. E kro na
Obano ye
japadi. Enya what
japadi
dia
o.
wo.
Da be so
Eye
wa huska.
property o.
Oh ba.
Da
Oh
be
ka
so
so
wa
ba.
husika. Wa husika nti no no. Omo nye husika.
Wonu wabu
Da be so
atopa.
mo je husika.
Abana ye
So
wabu.
Enkola no kwa no. Enya so omo je ayo omo je omo asai omo.
Anka. Da be so wa to mo. Na ka se da bia boso me so husika na wo ji kola sika no mo de ma ka se dey. Wa to mo.
Omo je omo asai omo.
Share.
Na say
Wa to mo anga santi mi kula na obi ka sa se kula me ana nyame mobo.
Omo je oba no wo land na no mo da kura na kwoto ba bi tsa Manchester hu kola no biem.
Wasi ase mo asi.
What I say? Ana obi kwara omo je omo de komo obi fufu na tete o mama.
Da bi na ejapade ne ma ejapade ne die biem. To ejapade na kasa wa wo tu kwan se wo ko bobla da be fie no. Wo ba do man kan ho. Nti no ejapade wo ko bobla no. Wo ko bobla.
Asa, it's better say before we wake up.
To
Otherwise,
wake
it will
up,
be
yeah.
too late.
And that's no, okay, no.
It will be too
There's a
late.
reawakening going on right now, and I don't know if because
Yeah, because
it's not going to get any better.
I could see it's a natural mystic movie.
I'm gonna get any better.
If you listen
Natural
carefully.
mystic.
What one our first with it. There be a tight as we men kawa. So
listen carefully.
I'm telling you. Ebe ya ke ye nya na enye yi nti no fa ho adwene. Kakra na wanya na nsa konkose no.
And then I say bia no da ne be yibon sam. Na de
Oko kan
chukwu
ko mpaso ombeti. E de abeka ubeti afa unti asa wagyae.
we are yake.
Sana Africa ba ye no.
Wasi ase mo wasi.
Sana Africa ba ye no. Wakwa abrochi na waba na abrochi aye basa na obia aduane ba Ghana no na so obi ba Africa country no yebesi border broni ba na ye interrogation sana ye ba brofo krom omo ye no ye be yomo the same thing uye bibini na oba na wonkuta Ghana card a wonye Ghana ni a wo case ni ye different ye be mo baby agina so wo Ghana card a obi wuro na wo no we are bruni now about interrogation I by you. And see Abrafo na starting here before no war. Because in the next 10-20 years to come, Nipa obe no is either a mixed race and also a black person. Sanko fu minu na obe hu race. Abrafo do mo yira kra. Mixed race, we nipa 10 you know obetumi hu a before 6. Mixed race 2, bruni 2. In the next 5 to 10 years to come, sana we asbe. Abrafo no mo lose grounds nipa nio omo because almost say you true to omo na be before no wo nti be before na abrofo suro sa revolution e ban because omo na omo asumo efidi na efidi ni ba be yi omo they know omo nim de ebe wo yase they know that's the truth
Africa cries yes ohia wo bitimi wo 6 what I say abuchira it kawa
Dangote trending a lot of people don't know what is going on in Africa. Now saying Dangote I grant more interview or say I will make Africa great again. And to when see we run here there Dangote ne refine is here and refine oil air supply not as I say no Africa dependence with Europe near there no yatiso. See Africans in here imagine say you talk oil from Nigeria to Ghana emuwa inti oil no mbakwa a ebetena hwa Dangote na say interview or grant no hu ose e wo say Africa yeye ose e wo say yenyi borders ni fio yenye one trade free movement of people near the yenye airlines me say the rate African leaders, African people, Exim Bank, almost take decision, almost take so long person African me say Africa is the future. And yeah, Bruchi. You don't know.
This is the time where
Ibrahim Traore.
Moon news. Niame wunya trading issues na moon share on TikTok. Moon news. Moon nim the eba we say a lot of people know aso mo ni gidi wa Africa me say ye ka
Nyame ko so.
renewable energy ye ka renewable energy headquarters no Africa enye Europe enye America bebi ewi abo Africa nti abrofo no mo taute o renewable energy me say headquarters no Africa natural resources headquarters Africa human resource headquarters Africa arable lands in terms of farming headquarters is Africa enye Europe enye America. The kind of Africa is the future. It's not by coincidence, it's by design. They say we are the last superpower.
Yeah.
They are
And
the last
Baba.
superpower. Unima the kuntia. Unim says Sudan. Omo more pyramids and more seen Egypt. But you see Egypt no here the center of civilization. Then. I didn't know more castle because Egypt only brofo. Sudan 4 years before. Ube bizan say adenti na ntokwesi o Sudan de bia ntokwesi kohwe technology egu Sudan and Egypt go and check mo de mo
Except
mu
first,
read history munim de
sir,
ekoso
Egypt in Sudan, no more, not before, not there wasn't any borders. No many borders. What I say,
me say
Sudan, near friend, lower Egypt, and Egypt, near friend, upper Egypt. What I say,
eniama ekoso no
not there wasn't any borders.
African armo hono mo take decision no say you see the biggest airports in Addis Ababa, the biggest airport almost all over Africa, the biggest over Europe, some Europe countries, the biggest airport is Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Now, you don't know what is coming. Mrs. no obi kwaye investment two continents, Africa and Asia. Obi ambo continent bi edin, obi person on proper investment, Africa and Asia.
I say Europe, or from. And now
Europe
I'm
they
pass
say
the Omokoya Russia for a supply of
Europe they
cheap
say
oil. Cheap oil or Omoko say Omayama must say Russia and tell me it's almost struggle.
Europe they say good.
What I say? Austerity measures are German for take year or bail out Greeks near Union and they say no
even Germany crowd yes a superpower of Europe cramp on about that from Germany or recession. I don't know what children.
And I'm saying
Omo ye katasumo mu aso nti ase mba eye wo ba Germany o be feel heat ni bi.
And no
Ghana for no more Germany na omo agi Germany afa. They should
All
pay
right,
attention. They should watch out.
and then I saw Moto Momra say tight. Moto Momra say this year and the free 17 years, you're copying 46, you know. We are Bema now to from my anymore, to be more than 3 months, you know. South Project permit.
Coming from the
and
army. Yeah,
and I say news brief banamity France for say more credit rating above from France more credit rating above from
Nana France are broke.
Yes.
France that's all on your country. Crassy baby cry France. Crass cry. France you crew. Muda munim de koso France you crew.
Ben say as we
France they crass you.
My wife called France 2 years ago. At France that can anywhere.
France you crass you. And I'm munim say France you crass you. France you crass you. Oh share sia no video say if you parry eba airtime. Video say if you parry eba airtime. Just say e krona say Mali Burkina Faso ni Niger omo je natural resources fee omo no omo ye say na okọ Madagascar for so omo hom so omo mpene more francophone countries ni nyina say omo mpene me say abrofo no my naked o na omo be boom kotodwe e wa Africa ade so omo me say eno ane say Africa ye hia ye special IMF to say Exim Bank omo no financing more African a project eno ni ye hia ade ana Gaddafi person on yen so person African countries bosia with no interest nti na eku Gaddafi na sesia era na ye omu no is other African president be kuno to serve as a deterrent to other African presidents. Nobody will tell them to come together. They say African leaders will come together. Monto mo say bibi besi wo Africa bibi besi wo ho. Monto mo say na monhwe de eba wo wiase me say bibi besi wo Africa. Nti wa say ni gidi wa me say Your time I did rain will nobody can stop it. The last superpower will be to me stop it.
Who said?
Be to me stop it.
Russia for Abrofona Europe need them a young mohi into Mutra person who Africa for if a jom. Russia for him. What I say for Russia for Musham saying I don't go for Mrs. Manchester. What is your Musa? No. What I say? Intino.
Now, Tio, Russia crowd no cast as a bomb when any maybe or one come to the so. Not Korea, Akoi. Bomb when any maybe or come back so. China for your bomb when any man come. Go forward, they don't share. They take over, a major takeover. Into what bomb would nuclear weapons, they will not dare.
People don't
say North Korea, bought
the only world leader will be so
Russia bought them. Putin
pen bisa almost our question is a DM potty pen tina mukun Gaddafi. Obisa mobi me answer. Putin pen. World leaders, even UN Secretariat crano, amongst our kwasiafo go UN. Obi antimi ehunu nyansa say a sovereign nation e wo ho. Omo president wo mo say yakwa assassinate no. Ade ya omo amnu krom for ne. So mo see ya man amukun no.
To me my warning say no African almost say African head of state be more beyond Libya. Yeah, you were your continent. Na obia ba continent obi tini group no ma order. A whole continent.
Yeah.
Na yetimi atena se me say ye beku African leader bi won African leader bi ye beku no won. And then African leaders ni a be baako. Na starting idea Ibrahim Traore ye Burkina Faso do me dey starting adena mama ko sign wo UN no say slavery is the greatest crime against humanity. Starting modern montumwase me see bibi si wa Africa montumwase so ma dia to me say slavery is a crime. Their record in the biggest organization in the world, they record that to a record. Kwame Nkrumah no dey a independent bow the whole Africa. Yes, so nya obi oye Ghana ni a wasa so kaka say slavery the biggest party as here. Yes, also wo Kofi Annan and also United Nations Secretary. Inti bibi be si Africa. Me say it's other ye beku African president bibi be si cool bibi si ana bibi be si. Now African leaders no best don't say I do here there ko you betum dey aye. Nobody will tell them to come together. They will come together by themselves. I want you benya one army, one bank, one currency, one passport, free movement.
Yes, we benya nuclear weapons maybe. Yes, we
Don't go to say yeah free movement now. You to me in Europe Africa. Just see MBA borders in to. When I say mun check but I am reading news. Don't go to or grant interview left and right. Or grant interviews. You say IMF crying happy because ne referendum society. Me see we will take over Africa.
A country like France or organization.
No one should tell you the end result because we are no send a AC corner. Time behind I kind of say both Europe and America a jegu but almost susum. I said okay no. Yeah, Bobo na ebe shego na people ni free no.
Yeah, sit on a time bomb.
I say I edan sha kam yesi tu free na wunti na da kroti mana adweregu. We o yi. Sa na ebe ye. Sa na be happy.
How say?
Ape unya escape unya kwam ya unto.
Media message they be a massa prediction. Bibi si Africa. Bibi si Africa. African countries no bibi si wo ho. And I will be to say country be to say Ghana. Media massa prediction from 2028 elections. Election itwema. President bi ebema obaba Ghana bia no obeye bibi. Nti Ghana for na mo complement mbo ase. Me si bibi si Africa. Me say wo dey farmer ki baby tight na kan market prediction mo do come mark.
Now unim say unim say on the 12th as I say France episode will meet like about 30 African country leaders. Country France no. I didn't so almost say they could only Diego into a person or sign that
grounds.
But
As if tied too much revelation.
Nipa ni ada ho ntino de
Media bra ni ending ko media bra.
Spence wash as here ma e before nkrata.
ena mahama akwakwesen ena mahama
Now cast over
akwakwesen
they know what is coming.
ena mahama akwakwesen yi se omo penipa ama omo ye adwuma no asisi omo betwe yi ama omo akoye adwuma no
yeah
eti se no
they know what is coming.
Eba no human resources a omo lake na eba natural resources a omo lake ni na omo befafiri ho no ena se ne yese ye ma mo mefa bio enti de na abaye ba be pa achew.
This the case human resources no anything
Batman me try ma kasa akra me nyanka se metie me yakora me kasa na masifo enti ene de ho de me mfo soro no
kawase
na so we can say years back means we be adwen ko so a en say ayi Italian popes no e mu mpanfo bi mu ko Sudan kisi the shoes of some krofo bi o Sudan ekoto o mani ko kisi ho
Africa man bi ehun se wo se wo bisa ho se adenti no mu ko Sudan
adena no
ana adenti na ntokwa ekoso Sudan say mun read African history
secret ayi technologies bi ne nyama ne some secret ayi wo Sudan no wo Sudan so mu release e wo ho so mu release a de gu Ethiopia kwa mfa ne ho ndi enye bi ne gu Ethiopia
Egypt de no kra mba pyramids na wo Egypt ne mba
na this is the case me back to the question they we say ni aka say no say modern canate the hunter virus no anti mo mo agbo am ho why are you ready to be in the European system no say lockdown no be to che ho a aka hu say wakam no so what to be so be na ko Ghana sa to Ghana no eni so no nyame utirim kwa
we no cry be no airlines nyina mo be cancel airlines nyina airline plane bi antu
5 years tribulation na asase no senior biu omutu sa na ka so magimi omo South Africans na omo ko na ka so mo release na mani na omo ni pa do omo fire port wono omo ko they know pass omo lusu nipa
omo hu say nkofo start here panic and massive withdrawal nkofo start use musica e banks you
omo trace bibia
me musica under bank na me mekoyi na wa be stop me
yes ntino saving and was preparing to relocate to Africa no yeah very good that you say save usika na se ubeye ba uju fie di fie na ati zone free se wonkwa na otima na uni se oye umins manage ne message abeto ha uni afọ sika
so message say kura no you don't bet to shares go app Black Star app and say I see what bet to shares
na men to shares bia me misika bi ko mi kurum
me can in terms of say bia obe carry sell na u to shares do Ghana bet ma ton wa de no say job sika
me we me ma de be she me ho me kwa me
because o de she on so a sika bibu e broke 5,000 e wa airport
tax
sama fama ho adwen minim de meye nti say akwana beto gbabo no ni babia ne nansi mi na minim babia me di me na yesi entino say ukwa na wa mu de wa yusika na kwa invest na odi usika aiden because me pese me ade a me total control so na me di misika bi wuram ntino the tight da bia oye nyese oye ne kwa ense do na ye wo haisi ne ye adwen e wo benkrom ye ni benkum anka ense na emetena nwiti sa me enka da bia sa ne o wa so no obeti da bia omoka no ye ka no haisi no de oni aso no so de age ato na wie enti o te fa ka se na nkufu bi da bia omoka o ye mfi sa tem no na ebe ya me ya ne sa ya ti haisi no sa tem no so na bi mu so ka mo so ti a na nka omo asset wo Ghana nkombeti ebitima feedi na obedidi hu ba na waka mu ha ontimi nkofie no na san krofo nyina ho kire omo ere na ya be me ya de na si kwan so for the next 60 days ni de mpa na ye bonya me jojojojo so de onyi yem boko ere de ya ntwentwen so kura
na se kai bu me wa ho
yesu kan ante ana o so munsuma mo ho munsuma me
menko invest wo stock exchange o ebe crash mo dream about stock exchange ebe crash uhia asase uhia gold uhia diamond
ene mebo
na enshi
ene se bibo mi ni ana ma
uhia asase uhia gold uhia diamond na enshi uhia nempie Mponche enentwie nkokɔ eno na enhye. Eno na inflation enche no.
Tight eno na mama ka say
enye US assets.
Eno na mama ka say wo ba bia for sika hye ba bia de a wo control over it. Obetuma decide say ne ene meton meji misika ene me say ade a wo total control. They will need omo betima so decide bibia ma. Den na wo be sa. Den na unti ai ba sa wo den na wo be ye. Na what on sas na so asase say won ton wa na betima beton asase na firu nsem. Wo mponche na se mponche no beku omo awia. Won beka se chenchen on begin sase mponche no. Omo nje. Enti no pe ade a eye tangible investment na fa hurum a wo no wo ka se enhye empu na ebipunu. Na sa stock you know mun pay attention wo hono na enye better sa. Ta me metie me ntine bia meja mo ha se na masifo.
Martin. Oh, we na menko.
Yo Batman cheche mu nyina Kens. On to so.
Apart from that in the crown. You know whether we crown or ya this kind of weather.
MSC.
Whether we crown or say we be ma crown say kumu kwati. Oh yeah. Our baby bregu abuste na that's one of the main things. Yeah, whether we are more because here Africa no say we are the boy charge. Oh, a charge. I'm a who to me. Whether we know would the Uja dear to walk around within 2 days now. Pro the weather is not good for us. And they said where you fish every insuma beto kunkoso and any habitat anyhow. This is not our habitat. Oh, but crew abucha say the spider web no. And as in 10 time, uro mana chechrew. Na fe ukwa ye kona. The spider web no, and as in 10 time, or set it a ho. Into uro mua, usa nancy. Why any 10 time or baby? To win say once number 2 no the speed. No better children. Sana boche system na be. Because so bad. What be uro no be pen crata. And no, idea back when I actual life coach. Not to life coach be 10 years.
The main of the
best actual life a question be but I say now why when you let you know what's up to feel can hold there no matter
and utiati
odo ho aba no utiati obeto mortgage for 20 to 30 years
onim enra madam for back on kwada na can say be pay I can say me chiri back I say no ye na ni ko la be man ye ya recent na me say you say okotua be ye fair say okotua be 130,000 for Schengen. Obe tu tombi sa me kwase me no bi dia manu me no bi na me na manu say omo anu na me so da bi me be to that was February money so be too much inti me ya enra na me nya na number na me friend no na me hwen ko bona me ni di na what to say ni mu no wa regret say o make that move no so won and na me bi ko be kan say sika no oje ye no nanka obetu ja fa kwan we so so waka se mo ba so eto no ya dwan koso sa na so wa dwan koso because take it there echiwa sa ye ka den kura onti so ya eti no so do kura there se kan ne there wonya bi na ka efu ba kodom na me so okay madam for bi o bad o ka Europe so country kura na say madam for ba ko am need to go from Colabemo we secondary school no hono and I'm a friend I'm did him come on and I catch them that's a be on no the bisa no na me to compare but madam for na o use basa e be around almost 2 hours drive and I'm like say na so okay and me head my board am no kwa be fast so be boa no but madam for no so at na 9 years abo bra on man am did him come na me say be say oh the hono so you tia kai pa oh ya had you mutu am so okay very good am be say tie hono ankasa pa no mo da mu senior man for wo nkrata wo bibia wo enjoy me no di ko ma ko to wo enjoy pa wo neji
o kro be
hono mo be tunya ti be ono be ko be se no so ono de ya so no kwa no eh 24 e ka say 2400 che se atete no be bia wi no onya ntua na be
Roberto.
ono I think so ono Belgium and walker and I'm so okay say we dey we knew about fresh it nya do betu age dru ho say your analysis na ono mo betu nya ko be around be 1008 no it is 1008 no say na say odo bi be che the odo ne sika ma no be che sika be man na so okay no kre etie na mbisa no say enti e hon krata to na kasa no fa say obi ekuta obi pebe 18000 a e da to krata e be say time be pan fie say de be di no it is a me ne ye analysis any breakdown wa say bi obetua ne krata ru aka obetua ne dai ka be bia be wi no ono so wo yire wo ma e say bi kofi na e say bi a be 300 bi ne bi obetumi squeezing ho di ato no it is a 300 no so okaso bi o sa pebe 18000 bi da koton krata or be akwanka be more than 3 years in the chino no in terms of no miniano am making wrong move so I'm making wrong move big time
Na say
because what
within
you
3
want ma
years in the crown, what you bet me say? If you bet
ah
me say.
what you say also boss nya na sa kwa engineer that almost ba betwon internet say ade no ene is na because say also ke catch the wa enka wonti o o say an o ga na ni na no omudi kokoro bi ka sa asem so hwe na nka e ho nya nka wote wo ye dey o be dey e ke bi it na say obeto efidie no no e don na yi no am si say dia yi say asa dia yi dey meti na musa wo na me ne dey ye dem pai bo ta ne ye si e fe bi ase kan bi ne bi ama ne dia yi e dia do ndi da so be ka cha se tan no so na so nya ase kan na e ma ne nya na so be ka so be fe e fe say eni me bi ato o make sure say ni wo fie ne die e ma ne na so ko fa na ye so aba
We on my no kofi.
Ombo adwuma no
But
fa kofi
on you not doing crafting kratas.
what I say it is someone touch the saving whilst preparing to relocate a very 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 good topic me dey be say the one of the bedroom krom ha and I dream di kaba metim say bema hana wa bane dey one you very careful bibia betimi esi ama okra bi kwa o program abaye kwa want me anwini abo wakofi etino save anase siska ba me me bananga sasa me motive na say ka bibe siska na kama toni ma na makem me abrocha de foni bia but me sat na say dwen yan say no baby enkokra for dem ro for dem kukuru mu anu still ebisi achia ama mo na mo no mo achia mo pa so be hu na mo bukuta no be hu na o chesi bas be hu no dabi na say me ti ha me bregu me to me bom konti kokko fie so a me to say sa kokra for no mo fie no wo be ko to me fie ni mu e je mfra man kola atwem a nana ma ha o nana ma atwi ma chi o
Obia me gusa daika.
o ti ase any time mu nyanko modi mo to mo
Of course.
but sa ne ma no ebi ni ya ti be check sa ne ma na mo say no they say twa ma work one say na ha kura say mo se kwa mbese me to asase na me pe bi kwa de efu kura say emra ne ma me kwan no emra no kura ma me kwan nhihye ye ni sika se mo abegbo mu no mintini nti se minya sika kura be 100,000 200,000 kura wo kuro mu akura ebe kuta me bo won se ma say no because me bi fan koto asase me bi fan koto japadi bebe o da se because me koji mortgage kura na busu afo na enya me dia 30 years the dutch be mo bo dabi ene mi sieska na dem family fi na dey se me be mi family so ene ene kaka class ade dey the team but me also be mate for am no mo so buy ya
Hey, obi
we
aga
akwaje
kwa
ka
free.
we akoye we amutu ka o akodo do pepe o na yo but ene hit na shall say form mo mo ye what hit na shall say form obi to ka so na me dey me kura no dey dey me ko pay school kura Canada we say me dey me ko pay school Australia we say me dey me New Zealand we say me ko Europe adey Ade.
Brother, abuche leave omo hyehyɛ no ma ayɛ sɛ ɔmo ahyehyɛ so
What you say?
mean sɛ
Ase obi da o, ase obi da.
I said, be sure come easy cry.
So, it's no. I don't know. Day one na no afa ho adwene o. Day one
Onim,
na no afa ho adwene.
atma, mentre obi bi,
Yeah.
nkofo bi aye stack. Obi wo hɔ a, ɔyɛ n'adwene sɛ ɔpɛ nkrataa. Ɔn sa abrochi no sɛ wonni nkrataa a, ɔnte abrochi no ase. Sɛ wonya nkrataa, ɛna ɔbɛte abrochi no ate. Ɛna wonya nkrataa sɛ abrochi no,
Ɛhɔ na ɛka ne nyinaa o.
ɛwɔ wo nkakra nkakra. Ɛwɔ. After the bonus after the nkrata na ɔkɔgye no why mistake because sɛ wonni nkrata no sɛ ɔbɛka sɛ na nkrata na mepɛ de ɛno ani. Ghana fo bi ato ɔmo nkrata na ɛno ani. Saa time na wayɛ baga wɔ abrochi wakyɛ abrochi. After the wompɛ adwuma. Na wotua 30,000 de agye nkrata. Wotua 25,000 de agye nkrata. Daben. Ɛhɔ no na after the adwin for
me akɔ de nam 40 o.
Me ba ya.
Nti o kɔ adwuma kɔ na ɛyɛ ɔya.
Wate ya sɛ wayɛ baga.
Hwɛ, ya akɔ de sɛ de nam 40.
Yeah, catch them say Ghana ne be where abrofo no many atio tight ɛno na me hwɛ adeɛ bi wɔ na ye make we saving na me make suggestion bi wɔ platform bi so about Ghana economy no and me hwɛ say apparently US ɛwɔ edika 38.9 trillion. That is about 124% of the say GDP debt to GDP.
Oh yeah, mama yetie interview some doctor bia or USC. Yeah, an interview about mortgage near the idea. I'm a chairman student loan near the idea. Traps no. We are okay, so you mama yetie.
Oh, a car or minus no 38.9 trillion, US dollars.
Yeah,
more economy, GDP, 124% of the debt to GDP. No, France, so yeah, at the 2.9 trillion, debt to GDP, about 95.5%. I know your UK. We have France, I think somebody about 3 point something. 3.4 to 3.5 trillion. That's about 116.5% of their debt to GDP. Ghana, the car 68 billion US dollars. Debt to GDP, about 45.3%. And so, synonym. Osho credit rating now, omunyina ye AAA plus. Which means omuko bobo si ansi wa ye de si ho no. Kakra bi. Ghana na debt to GDP about 45.3%. And look, I think say it was hovering around 61%. And as you say, above from, by about 21 points to 45.3%. No. Yeah, kwa because somebody had to B minus. It's in the insti who ye kakraka. Wahun broni adwene.
Nso ono no shaping ya mano, ono no determine.
You will not win. And nothing no Mukun Gaddafi no.
Yes.
And nothing no Mukun Gaddafi no.
Because Gaddafi no person on bobo free interest.
Or figure out say adentina momo debt to GDP was wrong. Mama who A plus A plus. Mo babo si ane yede. Enti no mo betumi atua no easily dia ye ne ma bebrebe wo mkrom. But no bibini no ne debt to GDP no wo form no. Ono ba na masa ama no B plus C minus one na fe mo de kakaka na mo de ato no so nsi ho.
Mo problem we create ade bia e fe exchange rate. A benefit mo.
But what say na make what I say?
Kins butie abrofe create ade bia e fe exchange rate. Omo no e favor omo. Exchange rate in favor omo. Nti te say offer 1 euro 13 cedis. Nti exchange rate no obetumi ahyehye na me bia de kum economy. Ya wonkofo bo New York Stock Exchange. Omo kwa say fraudsters. Omo no mutumi manipulate Africa economy no. Nkwala nkete omo tumi bo computer ma de say country e koso dodo brenase. Unim de ma abrofo here. Abrofo. My interview no. What you don't know abrofo nti ade.
Yeah, for long.
Just a fancy name for rent. Just sounds good. Mortgages. I have a mortgage. It's rent. You're renting from the bank. You went to the bank and the bank said, first of all, they took you to the ringer. to give you the money to buy the house you want. Okay. Now you buy the house, the bank becomes your landlord, and you're paying rent to every month. Okay. Now, when you have stuff breaks down your house, can you call the bank and say fix it? No. No. Now, in addition to the bank, now here's how the bank and the government make money. Because the government tells you buy a house, you get a tax credit, right? Right. Then the media say generational wealth. See the two brainwashing system to get your money. So what that happens now is when you bought that house and you say, I want to leave this house to my children, but your children don't want the house. A house is an investment if it's making you money. And now, in addition to the mortgage, what else you have to pay? Taxes and insurance. Right? Taxes and insurance. Now, here's the key that most people miss. You, as a human being, you are a property in the eyes of the government. You're a property.
We are cash cow, my bank. Me say obi ani hu obi ase aya ban ye ka be a government only you wicked.
How much value do you put on yourself? But no, when we buy a house, the bank says, listen, I just gave you 300,000 for that house, but listen, I need to value the house and see how much it's worth if the house burns down. So now you got to pay more to keep that insurance in addition to your mortgage payment. Then you got to pay taxes. So when the house is paid off, guess what? You still got to pay taxes and insurance. And the government could still take the house if you default on taxes. An investor can buy it. The only time a house is an investment or mortgage is an investment if it's making you money. Meaning, I could go to the bank, loan money from the bank to buy a house that I rent out to multiple people. Now it's an investment for me because now I'm the landlord, not the bank. The bank is only landlord to me, but I have tenants paying the mortgage so I could take care of the bank, but I deal with my tenants. That makes sense? That makes sense. So, but if it's a house you're going to live, it's not an investment. It's just a place to lay your house. It's a house. It's a house. I've seen so many families make so many mistakes. They get pregnant. Oh, I need to buy a house for the baby. No, the baby don't need the house. The baby needs a crib. They need a crib to sleep, and they're going to be in that crib for 3-4 years. So save your money before you start jumping out there. Man, a home is a place where you build memories. Okay. Where you enjoy your family. There's so many poor people in Africa that live in one home, one room, and there's still joy. There's still so much love. You know, when you're making decisions just because you want to impress other people. So there's 5 areas people are throwing money away. One, taxes. 2, mortgages, when you buy a mortgage. The other one, interest rate of mortgages. 3, qualified plan, like a 401k, IRA, 403b. That's number 3. That's number 3. Number 4, college planning for your kids. And the number 5, which is a big one, major capital purchase. Now, what is major capital purchase? Major capital purchase is anything your paycheck cannot buy. For example, if you make $5,000 a month, okay, and you want to buy something for $20,000, there's only 2 ways you could buy that stuff. Okay. Either you go to a bank and get a loan and pay $20,000 for that car or whatever, and you get a loan from the bank finances it, and you make monthly payment. Your paycheck can pay monthly payment. The second way is you save up $20,000 and pay cash. And then you pay cash, but here's the problem with paying cash. When you pay cash, that's called self-financing. Okay. The problem that most people don't realize is when you pay cash, you just borrowed money or loaned money from your future person. So, for example, if you're 20 years old and you saved up $20,000, okay, first of all, it might have taken you maybe 5 years to save it. Okay. And now you just boom, spent it down. Now you're 25 and you just took 20,000 and you paid cash for a car. The problem now is because you just lost 20,000, because we don't think about the opportunity cost of that 20,000. So every time before I spend $1, I think of myself, I say to myself, Douglas, what would that dollar be worth in the future if I'm 20, for my 25-year-old, for my 30-year-old? Because the 30-year-old just give you $20,000 to pay cash. Are you going to pay yourself back? Well, most people don't pay themselves back. So what I do, whenever I pay cash, I start paying myself back with interest back to myself, so that when I'm 5 years older, I have all my $20,000 back plus all the interest that I would have lost. Okay, Mr. Douglas, let me take you on the mortgage path. Mortgage, okay, yes, let's talk about that. So you said I'm losing money. Yes, big time. When I put, investing in the mortgage. Yes. How is that? how on earth are you losing money? All I have been told, yes, was that mortgage is an investment. Ooh. Okay. So first of all, folks, let me break that myth down. Okay. A mortgage is not an investment. Okay. It's just a fancy name for rent. Just sounds good. Mortgages. I have a mortgage. It's rent. You're renting from the bank. You went to the bank and the bank said, first of all, they took you to the ringer to give you the money to buy the house you want. Okay. Now you buy the house, the bank becomes your landlord. And you're paying rent to every month. Okay. Now, when you have stuff breaks down your house, can you call the bank and say, fix it? No. Now, in addition to the bank, now here's how the bank and the government make money. Because the government...
About the answer, and to say, yeah, change us some more. Yeah, $300,000 for 30 years. Utumu say can post utumu boa no go betum dey be before. Do you know how much $300,000? Not for pounds.
Bro, I think so.
That's a year.
Time. Minyanka Sai.
Yeah, pa me antunga.
Yeah, thank you, bro. To start with, you've done very well. I said this is the way to go. I said if you look at human resources, then when I'm called on programs like this or I join, I try to highlight on the definition. It's about some key factors of humanity. I'll say it's a nation's population and her capabilities of producing things skills-free or unskills-free. That includes the people's knowledge, wisdom, and how healthy they are. Okay? Yeah. Intervention for we say on mind be now holding I general a team for an include so. I can't name mensa. Or say that include the people's wisdom, omunians and knowledge, see who are more or abrabum and sukupumu, and how healthy they are, no more pomoden. Until we are seeing in a generation who nyansa and a pomoden so. One say your health is your wealth. And now you will nyansa ye di tufo, and you will nyansa ye di pisca. And to most animal winning on your pet. So you get people to enlighten you, and anything I will call and fake here, and for two for no more motia so. Inti Council of State, inti mayor man paying, but man paying here Council of State and Odiabumino. And some of you are playing this key role. You don't know the value of what you're doing, but I can tell Ejina has say who the stem of our statement are Sabio Kafrache, Kayama and from Nayan Casenta Peninibi, Moon said Temple Besh show, and it was once now can equate. So I want to base on this to say, as youth, this is one key aspect of life. It is called enlightenment. Rekindle your home with the power to see what is ahead of us. Brother, the difference between the rich and the poor is information. Assembly and huntasem and that your friend say, Uhiani Nisikanentem. Say huntasem na the Mayewa Yesu Christo yes ronko. Say huntasem na the Ma Yehu Holy Prophet Muhammad. And no one now working Hunina yes ronko. Saying Kayo Moma Yehu huntasem na Kebet say womo. And in try your Radin Yakopo, we are say, depend to me yet to send no into planting the tree of life and evil. That was just by the way. Into ye Chrese, Africa, you will future. But bro, be a man common bed triste kakra, make both left and right. Yeah, prepare say ye coffee no. Na moma yem fire education is in quirky. Uni bibi. Africa, brother, ye be ye net. Brother, ya yo hanging meaning say I will for any moon on pie bunty. Sabuka frache, ye team can kakra. Obi a won't mean kind of hands so need more no your master or be a fit I'm respecting because you know or neade. But then person michini. Yes, yeah, they be a friend of self-reliance. Depending on oneself for one need. Yes, yes, I deal with our classroom and apply no your daily life. Into brother, the only aspect of human resource are here like or Africa, a good health, and the knowledge. You go school man, you could see only the theory and leave the practical aside. You for now more to we're not willing to travel, but assisting to push you or more. Into there's a saying said life is not about the location, it's about the locator. And sometimes, se nipa no hwe no or resourceful na system name one, it pushes them to go away. But once a mistake say or the ye go a bibrem. Unsa that the lumba de bonum. Nature ni nenti or the go. So there is no way say obetimi to kwan when near kwa jiwa kon much and fee. Essence enya ho na e wo to ye. But one say it's a system B and a push my enko. And say how saving whilst preparing to go to Africa there. And then yes, yeah. Yes, yeah, and say number one, unity, bro. Yam building the united front. Now, bro, me who are be Europe ever fight economic hardship. Brother, Africa ever fight generational war. Bones from 1990s for never fight 87 for no call. Because you from the best solid campaign for so more disappointed woman.
Oh yeah.
And Bema Africa you know. Yes, please. That is what I see now. Because me share how our boys and yes smart and man no make us a youth na ya. Na share na campaign for na bro winim. Asemba kwa me person me clarify ni. Winim ni nti abro no ko years our debt index no more A+ IOB minus no. Brother who too kwanya wunya free Wi-Fi no one you dey as young guy. Obe I know the education. Brother bisa won say mate ye campaign for no bo busa no mo dey den. That is one question. In the time, they be exposing the ignorance, so we answer. Brother, you took one I never can help before inferiority complex. Yes, I'm massa. Men can't say more be more there, but you have to know the difference between respect and confidence. Into one say, I'm paying for no just kind of one finding the yentino. What children is a woja wins me financial. What is car? And so the coach hospital man for Bruni say, if I could see school, then see room. We don't also no money in Purano or not, you could see zoo, na men Purana. And now say penny ni benya 20% inti obedi say scan dia call because when the ordinary citizen no. Oh, inti na me kire nyina ne say yeah youth ya sabi ka fra cha Bible say no no so odina no hwe no hu ye no anya den. Panhwe ase. Yeah yes ye hu enlightenment no. Mommy build a financial capacity bro nim. The only thing na many pedi bone ye ohia. Say urade boa na wo bi dia. Bone bi o ha wonye. So, into mommy build a financial capacity so that you could feel so. You bit me bibi na bro, mommy careful so, and you be an own so be business. Into mommy and pray say you could feel into me, we are sending you be a do or obey invested. Obi o krana aduma no obebi ba no na behwe so bi nso ho a ne sika na wanya no ebetimi ahwe na kosi so obewu enti steady capacity and capabilities and sawa kwa ko hye ba bi na ne onya na control no so wan kofi ankohye no because it's easy to break it than to build it. Now one so ahwe business oriented no now one hu ba bi abewura enti bro ya paper coffee no bro topic ni is saving mommy anya adwin say ye save scan ko a yen save the knowledge nso yen be free abrofo no omoniemem. Bro, the only way to fight your enemy is to learn from their skills or their power. Mama yen share almost skills no more you good in IT, you learn the IT. Who are you into health? Share this senior medical procedures, who are you into nursing, who are you into engineering? Let's learn it so that you could feel mobile, we can build a buffer system for ourselves. Sanya yen share near this canon kwa bro. Ebeka kwa Matthew chapter 25. Oh, so Oma said in Nansen is canamo and Brase Council in the opposite of Nansen. I am impressed away Seneca. Uma the opposite person in this car. And Nansen in the decade to another diama yemian bakuno car on the decade, no Beshina Sambebo, Nansen Ibusia. Inti Anya she no. Don't say chromophobia baby, you know what me a steady one weakness. Inti chromophobia will not such will be a wiano. But what I say. And inti until say a bet no so inti nyamesre ne say moma yemfa ye nyansa no ensua de mfra brofon be wi aye no na trick no mo de wi aye ne yensua mfa nkofie trick ne bi ne de ahe religion okay bi ne de ahe politics bi ne de ahe what do you call it some fake investment idea eluku flourish ewe yanim but awie ne nye ba bro e call mortgage na de ba kon person me clarify me mortgage is good for some people bro woni bibi. Once a bro, me no say you scan your laptop now.
Hold on. No question be busao.
Yes, boss. I respect that, Minya. I respect that.
We see a kankono. Ebi na me refi. Me busao quick one.
Mate, bro.
Where you see audio?
Mate.
I like the way you are very smart and trying to explain things. Said a better no. But you say yina na yawahano. Yesua de me sua de pa me tie de obi abeka me ba be 1 hour ni me nkasai o ka asembi o say enyo obi a na betima business
yeah
okay me bisa o question bi
Not a boss.
Obiara betumi adidi.
Okay, with all the respect, so you question in only say
Me
question be
question
also
no.
answer the
Me
earlier now
question.
like trap
Me
you.
question no say obiara betumi adidi.
But your question now
Ah,
obviously yes.
okay, me that's it. Anyway, obiara betumi ayi business.
Okay. Okay, and then pacho me da se ma me explain one me da se bro. Me pesa I want say you for you share say ya. Bro pacho me timi akasa. Me ni
Me
aka.
pacho kasa.
Me da se. Once you share say ya. Importance is say we open our mind. And
Mm-hmm.
into nobody is right, nobody is wrong. But when
Yes.
inter can say if Friday be financial intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
Once say we are now you know some people are born to manage and others are born to what do other things. Me who say business and kasano. On say calculated risk there nipo otim tenase. Who say me create platform we are. Me ya you will be in kasabo ntimi your host. Obi nso wɔ hɔ obetumi ayɛ research de aba ɔyɛ research no bi a ɔntumi explain you obi betumi explain nti ne nkyɛn
Okay.
meka sɛ nyɛ obi a na ɛsɛ ɔyɛ business ne sɛ bro nkurɔfoɔ firi akɔnto wɔnya $50,000 saa 50,000 no wohwɛ ne family size no a ɛna bi anka ɔde sika no too hɔ yɛ ne nkakra kɔpɛ kokofoɔ baako bi tɔɔyɛ a ɔnkɔyɛ into business sɛ mekɔ China mekɔ a na ɔkɔyɛ farming te sɛ ne mɔ ka sɛ adwuma a wobɛtumi anya control wɔ so saa nipa no ɛnam na experience a ɛwɔ fɔ no ɔnyɛ n'adwene sɛ ɔbɛtake risk biara yɛ research nti no obɛtumi amanage saa ama n'aboa no wobɛhu sɛ
Okay.
bi a nipa no tee China nti no bro na ɔde
Na
50,000 no nyinaa kɔ China kɔfa cars 5
me tewase. Nya botre. This is it. The also nka wo kan ni say enye obiara ne betimi aye business bi. And now say
The concept of
nobody
the
fit for
brother, you are straightforward right. Let me take it out from there.
God.
If it's right,
God.
you don't have to waste time. You see,
God.
wisdom is when you agree just to
God.
shape what you are saying for public
Because
interest.
in
You are right.
every field there is a business.
You are
Udi
absolutely right.
usika
Just that we have different
invest
dimensions of
kura
business.
business.
You have different dimensions of business. I
God.
think you'd rather qualify what I said better, bro. I agree
Yeah.
with you. You're absolutely right. But
Thank
to me,
you.
much respect, bro. So
Yeah.
what I will reconstruct that statement and say, not everybody can do any business. So before you enter into any business, know your skills and your capabilities so that you don't end up losing the little that you have. Because I was starting from the point of angel investing. Bia na wo ne me yɛ pɛ na wo ni papa bi ta wachi a kakra na ade kɔ no kɔ hye a ɔbɛma obi di aka ho nti na ɔde kɔ akɔhyɛ no na wahwɛ nti ade a mepɛ sɛ nyina fa no platform wei so no sɛ ebibire mu deɛ ne awurade de hyɛ yɛaseɛ farming no koko na abɛwura mu o animal na abɛwura mu o sɛ sika no koraa wɔ 100,000 a wode fa 20,000 bi kɔhyɛ aseɛ nkakra ɛna akokɔ de no mu nsuo na wode kɔ n'anim ɛno nso sika bɛnyam no na wakyɛm tere yɛwɔ sika baako ihu sɛ business sika biara ba in tere yɛwɔ sika profit ɛne ɛwɔ capital ɛne ɛwɔ ne ɔde bɛyɛ reinvestment nti sɛ wo profit a wobɛnya no wokyɛ mmiɛnsa wode baako ahyɛm ato baabi wode baako nso asen ahyɛ adwuma no mu baako bi nso wɔ hɔ a adwuma foforɔ a bɛhu nso na wode akɔ akɔdua saa adeɛ no nti ɔnsatim kokɔ adwuma no so a wonya mu suahunu na wotrɛ wahyɛm sɛ wofiri aburukyire so na pounds a wobɛbrɛ nya no wode ne nyinaa akɔyɛ poultry farming abrawo ni ho suahunu na sɛ ɛkɔkɔte hye a nti te sɛ na mebra ne kaeɛ no let's go to places a ɛwɔ much experience na yɛnim mpo a you should fall on people a yɛ trust wɔ mo that we can supervise but remember the difference between trust and supervision yesu bia ne asase so biem nti wogye nipa no di kora wo ama w'ani nsɛm na w'ani nsɛm a yɛni nyaw that was one aspect I mean you clarify a meda no aseɛ but coming to mortgage no deɛ mɛka nyinaa ne sɛ ɔfa baabi no mete doctor no se 100% but fa baabi no sɛ wote sɛ me a bro me ka sɛ maybe kɔ yɛ wiemfoɔ ma mede sɛ mo ne meyɛ adwen bia na wonni capital bi da hɔ na wo check sɛ bia wobɛhan dan 20 years na wo ne wo family bɛtua 2,500 pounds no ɛnɛ kɔgye saa dan no mmom na fa 2,500 pounds no wotua fa 25 years ne bɛso na abɛyɛ wo dea sɛ wonni sika de bɛtɔ deɛ a ba brother sɛ wowu sika a wo nsɛ mpanyimfoɔ sɛ mɛkɔ bi ɛnkɔ no kwa bro sɛ wowu sika na sɛ sika no da hɔ a ɛnyɛ w'adwene sɛ mede sika no ɛto asan akɔgye mortgage na ɛno yɛ easy way to go ba sɛ wowɔ bi deɛ a ɛka me nko atɔ no sɛne brother ɔkaeɛ no sɛ wotɔ a ɛbɛ appreciate later ba bro sɛ wonni bi na sɛ woyɛ so na wonya bi deɛ a ɛneɛ na in wisdom no sɛ mehan dan saa 25 years aka sɛ mede save apɛ sika no bi akɔ akɔtɔ na bi a w'adwuma a woyɛ no wohwɛ a wakatua asɛm no nyɛ deɛ ɛne na nka nkyene wɔ m sɛ Send your hand down £1,000, $1,000, depending on country. Now, quite you also know mortgage, I know so by 1,000 now. Brown, not to say make sense. Now, of course, a wood tree bika. Now, as a would take our fan. But I mean, it's a make and chin more. Into young Shannon.
What do you say? What do you see? What do you wrap it up and I face my na?
Matebro.
Any more elaboration on that?
Matebro. Mate respect. Into young Shasa aspect in this way. And I'm going to try to hear me pan and say, host, I will speak to you. My movie be What If Another Pandemic? And then I have another movie, Solidarity versus Revenge. As I'm white, tried to buy it. I didn't give it to them. I will speak to you later on. Then person make a question and say,
okay, what's the moving title then?
Back when What If Another Pandemic?
Okay. No back when
Solidarity versus Revenge.
Okay.
So later I'll speak to you. So then person make a question and say, Mommy devoid of ethnic and political interest. Na yem building as youth and family. Na baby ebetino yenti ase na yensua na nyina yenka mom na se ya na ebe ya wiase nyina be ye nya Africa nko a Africa ye na wiase se ya ye nya ahoto nti ye mu bi sei na yenso ebetimi de wisdom and knowledge aye wo no I build the future na me nshira mo for this great opportunity. Respect.
Okay, I mean nshira also on say ye ba mortgage in side now. Okay, first of all, I'm touch on the business side no. Ye ba country be in Africa. Industries now Africa ni so. Until say you be produce you be creating more industries, we have to do business, buy and selling. And because you're consumers as African, you're consumers, you're consuming. We are researcher from last year, they buy akokonam, flour, and then yama yedifia brochi by $2 to $5 billion. That's a lot of money. Yedifia brochi ni yadeba. What happens to I was saying your farmers nina ubianya portion of $5 billion na sikana kagana. I advise them to be a business because business is a cost to African isa. Business is a cost to African isa cra. Intimidate all my platform was a man can reduce obey business because businessmen be all we are say when you be a automobile or render service. My advice is obey business. And you ban on mortgage side now. Yeah.
Okay, what your first in America?
You ban a business a mortgage side now. Mortgage side now. A fancy name to trick you to understand. In the diaspora, you are not owning anything. Your life is for rent. Or life, for rent. Or life in a rent house. Until you sell that house, you are still poor. A diner add the value no what to diner for 5 years. I add the value no grandpa. A diner to more taxes. You better. Until a diner say to and na mortgage for the tricky one says a wood you fans a wood you every month you wood you £600, €600 every month. Young fan is a diner on your mortgage now every month be a wood you €500. Normally a dada. And dada. But so person on your mortgage, you are free to go. But you bet change your material and what the mortgage side now here. So mortgages now they are renting for so and also another side, and also another side hustle, side business out here. One person won't him. The shocking part about this whole thing is Ghana for our broaching I done not or van rent or them or the boasty say or mortgage. Not the kind of note ya maybe divorce or default ya ni aje dan efinism no I depressed na onyanko Ghana e dan ya aje efinism am I depressed e wa abruchi no wa kem no wa dom no nyamba Ghana. We have to understand the system. A way our government and a realtor estate developers omade dada nipa omade dada nkofo abruchi because ade we are able to a inheritance tax. Dan put transfer ma on background betua on ban betua inheritance tax until say on be ton dana mo be fufuro. Nyina is part of the system to keep you poor, for you to keep paying money. Which is car so that will be who now transfer ma on background mabako so tuiska. Mortgage in a fancy name. It's said the rent dying, but rent now rent no or landlord a bank. Until see NTS here. Until what the utia say a mortgage in a add value into beton. Na taxes near beton. and how long are we yes our savings, you know, on the good day, say yeah, because abrofo nim say, and I say, omo mortgage system, no more the matrix, but omo nim say, a dime, any dues cow abrochipa. A dime, any dues cow abrochipa, into your best sell, it's hard than a mawa. Ibinyam. They know. Ibinyam. Nancy me share just a mortgage, me share him, almost met me 450 euros a month, yeah. This is a machine sika me a month, na dada me muka kwaje. Na academy nim 25 years. Abrochi wo ha wadwuma to me say. Wadwuma say no. Still a mortgage in every month be a scan
Don't
because
factor that in. No, they don't factor that in.
you see, there were a lot of things to a system no man. If you don't know, beside you will be beside your questions. You bet you system them sin tokro na wonya you treat in tokro ni nyina. You be
All other
sin
things,
tokro ni nyina so.
they don't factor anything in.
You be sin tokro ni nyina because a lot of things are going on in the diaspora now. A tricky ubetumi kra yare. Who default pay your bedroom mortgage? Ghana for be Roman depressed or abrochi. I didn't we default mortgage because mortgage in Dana or GNO not or the oppressing the contemporary say okay, magic dying. Abrochi them more dying. Obekone in the dying. No, tia for 30 years in the dying. Tia for 30 years for in the dying. 30 years. Now Bruni ni misa wono eno na edu sika every month and I rent ya de di obi sika wa abrochi nti ye be sell sa de no ma wa obeto. They know you and nada. Me say life in the diaspora you own nothing, you'll be happy. World Economic Forum new slogan on the ban say you own nothing and you'll be happy. And then as I see the any obi ma obe subscribe to Netflix, obe subscribe to Spotify, obe subscribe to Boomplay. Niya until one day what your Boomplay, they say Boomplay and progress our service na want to me your share. And you know what ya Boomplay pan or bond Spotify pan or bond you manamo or pa on bond you manamo. Into the way I'll be smart about the system, the better for you. Into munya munti asiye. And then asiye. First and near cassette or koto a dawdem, da ope, da obo. And you move for cassette. At the back gramophone and power buy, gramophone power buy if you're at the back cassette. Cassette your man, yenye bibi, a fan dex man, bibi, adimi refi, adikitu ebi, yet share computer mu, ne no so buy, and sana yako desk, and sana yeba streaming platform. Streaming platform, you are not owning the platform, you are paying a subscription and a wootia. Until you are not owning anything, but you'll be happy. Mini discs, good. You are not owning anything, but you're happy. Into a subscription. Into rent now, abroad, mortgage, utia air for life. U convert utia, you can all the mount manu crowd with your inheritance tax. Until say over tore down, you better tax. And I'll calculate no more of years now with your dana. Uncle for Roman here classical and analytical thinking and logical thinking. So the calculator to so now started from Dow, started so did the calculator to so. Which was with your dino more. But you move in fact calculator and toso. Because I didn't brainwash you say okay, men dying. Because in him say and then they do sick every month. They know. Until when you're landlord though, you are still paying your rent to the bank. And I hope so on the good day, Bruni Becker was say, oh, I did do sika every month, biano, or the amount for free. Sana wadrin yo. And yes, Sana the end it. And to say, I hope so when your mortgage, now find your rentals there. Come on. What the 5 rooms? What the bakum? What the 4 rent? You are in business. But say, oh, you dine on one with him. 95% of Ghanaians dine on one rent with him to oppress their friends. To prove a point, so mortgage, what did I?
Mato dine.
Nti system na se na understand me. Then system no kono ti ade na se. Mate asem no se na ye kono se. Sa na ade na tie. Nti won ti ase a won ti ase da. Bajo me enti we yente wonka odin ye den. Same me yente wonka.
I think Same beto kano.
Media obeka bibi.
Ba Big Dad me gyina so achepa o.
My boardings are one casa. I mean, into you.
Unya mo mi di no. Big Dad o mo mi di.
Right,
Kano. Okay.
I favor also even the amortization schedule. The first 18 years of the mortgage is payment to the bank. Just say, obu okwaji mortgage no ntias you. Say okona clause be winner. Na afiansa. Who say bank for no? Omo nka no krani ya nkyere wo. Obu a otu akọ nanim no.
Guys, obi antie waha a wanya kwan amasoro a wutie nyabotre ne tie woso a wo Ghana a uye business bi a wutie waba life we so nyabotre ne tie meba mortgage side ho now you can say business what is business?
Let's go.
Finding somebody problem na when your solution for that problem no a business tieniye anybody obia otenase na odwene ohunu se society we wo problem ana say nipa we wo problem na me won problem na no aduru no you are on a business road ana say you are on a business field and on a kind of business. And in this life, you can find business in anything. Obwa ubi kura keke wanjini skano a business. Now, mahuse wo uton suo me tonetie. I need your business now utono. Usu be here me business now me tono. And in this case, ubia bit my business concerning where you find yourself, concerning where your product is, and I say the actual product you have, that is business. Now, Mamin Cho, the reason why you need to do business in Ghana. I will show you the reason why you need to buy house in Africa instead of buying house in abroad. So when you own a house, 80% enya wodia, 20% eya wodia. When you own a house in Africa, 99% eya wodia, 1% enya wodia. And this percentage, you know, choose tobacco. So we say ubeto a dine ewa bruchira me babi chire umu. Na se wo say obeto dan ewo Africa ana se Ghana me ba be chire umu me matina abruchire me ntina abruchire kura me keka ba bi bebre matina tena boom me ko 20 years matina more than 30 countries baby o ha me nche although but I have experience, and when it comes to business I have experience too. Now mami mini kambusa obi o wa bruchire bia o wa ha asemba ako udi kan ba bruchire no ubetu obi a watena bruchire 30 years udi kan ba bruchire no ubetu obi a watena ha 20 years. Now also abetena ha 10 years. Please nipa na udi kan betena ha 30 years no me busa one question na bla bomu ti say wanya ni sika ewia na ye na ope wa bruchiri no wanya ewia na ana still na oda so struggle oda so kwa adwuma oda so gi paycheck na wo so na wadi 10 years no wa bla bom ti say abruchiri sika no wanya ni nyina ewia na Also abla bom to say. What does you paycheck? Now 2 of you only the obedi 30 years now, we 10 years, 5 years, 7 years, 6 years, Compare mumienu mo life to say e bi kura na wo no wo ye chen no. Fa wo ho adwene. I can only advise you, say, go Africa, find a business and start building up. So build the business for Africa. Na unya abotre ema business no. Na eshipia ona nan kanso abeba bididi ho. Ubewu oba beba bididi ho. Oba so hwe ni yi a ne obaba baba bididi ho. Usi untie na obetena bruchire a ube struggle. Ubewu oba so waba betena bruchire wa yenkrata wudi bia ma oba so ba betwa struggling ne ho. Oba so jema ne ba ono so ba beto abruchire struggle nim. Oba struggle kopim da mu bi wu. The choice is yours. Fa ho adwene. Now ubeto dan ewa abruchire. The reason why I may say 80% a dan nya odi anini. Empempi no ye beye eniyama bia anase ye bestati a live life bi abablabo bia ye refi ye woniyama bi wo ha you cannot escape ye nature no na dia kan ye life ho you cannot escape. One, enyini you cannot escape. Two, yare you cannot escape. Nyame ye wadom na utimi nyini na umpomi ye dia fine a bonus, but you cannot escape. Yale wiase. Third, ewu wiase. You cannot escape. Now, Bruni say, me ma wonto a dino physical. Ukuteska, wiase sika nyina na opeso uto dina. Me ma wonto. Memoir to on credit, on loan. Udi 30 years, 20 years, and a bit yami ka ewie. Before ansana will be 30 years, 20 years and okurabeto. Uhia bibi a friend credit. Ansana ubeto dino. Uhia credit and credit no. Brunini ne di bemau. Odi mau no. Enye sika no odi mau. Eye sika eyem frema. Untimi nyi sika no cash. Na odi akoye investment. Na wenya mohu. Na emu wasi di sika no. Sika no ubedi ni say odi beto adie. Bruni oye smart. One chichiri kuru ni yene dia. Ufri baby na obai. Oba be pedi obi diako. Ono ne ye kuru ni yene dia. Eye na sase. System no ono ne buildi. Ote asiye. Atari ne show na osi efe no. Mina mi ye. Sika wato atari na mi ye no nso e. Fa ho adwene. Sika na broni ne de bema wo na eyem frema no. Untimi nyi eni.
Rapping up na. Rapping up na ema mmemuso nkabi na.
Now,
we are big dad. Who is going kasa and obetwa ni.
Your time I go him na en wrap up na yampon. Yes,
we are your big dad, big dad.
I'm on wrap up. Kanu for wrap up na efesi na.
Onim. Me ba na me kasa ya na me here time because there are people always many platform they want me to explain things for them to understand. People like me when I talk, when I explain things. And me pese meka niema basabi ni meja ho.
Matthias, but once time so tomorrow is another day.
Yes, you just give me good time. Yes. Now, what to die a diner we free no ewa abruchire no even class o pese o painti diner enya wo pay you ube your people be you have to contact them a diner ya wo dia wa abruchire no your people are you have to contact them and these people will give you permission say painti diner color wo pay no senkofo no kase o mumpa you cannot paint the house what diner o pese o ton diner nobody will allow you to sell the house until a certain time will be. Now, me to down wo Ghana ne, me to down wo Africa ne, me permit ma ton ne. Me ho kire me a meet me ton down no dia business dia me pay. And they are meet me the diner ko jisika me pay. And they are meet ma pinti down no tell you me si pay bia. The choice is yours. Mr. Think before you do anything. Who talk a dine free 20 years no. Nyame amwa na wo yare. Untimi nkwa adwuma 2 months, 3 months. Na wo to for mo a there is no way say dine ye odi abiem. Eno ano no dine nye odi because untimi ntua. De watua nyina ahim. Me to don a dine wa Africa. Me yale that them 1 year akora na ye me dia. Obi antimi nyim firi me nsem. The choice is yours, me da say.
Okay, that's it. Big Daddy, me until can yanko
Okay, meaning I'm saying that was baby say, when there was a baby say, I'm say, one mammy, Aquena, na mention my burn and me back a but me make a little bit concerned about the mortgage, baby. We say, you will never be more homework, a good, say we are educating ourselves, but you are dear bisu or one can sabi, will be a kayitimi you be always a business no. Ye can mortgage in what to be. Now, unim send the city not all my experience ya. And then you are much better than will be a wound to be. Near walk can a bit my best be information no correct and no correct. You say,
Big Daddy, unim bibi.
Me back with my
Ghana for no matter because we're raising point. Ghana for no matter mortgage, on me kind of cranning chill. Ye king, only moment can't. Yenim enisa auto mortgage antena we hu de eko nisa hu se na ware te o se hu se na ware se antena wa ware
you can say big dad
na bo bi kan say okay on ware enti won to make ware
big dad
it doesn't make any sense
big dad
ya to be there no peso hu kana me
nyabutre no
man
nyabutre
kasasa
nyabutre
o pesa on to mortgage
big dad won hifa
o pesa on to mortgage obi anu ni problem to me ko
big dad won hifa
mama mi ni
oh nyabutre me ba mi busa question
ipe kasa na
na mo wie mo kasa wie no offense
mi wie na wo question ye nyina no
no
na ye kire
o say asem bi wa o kan ya busa question I be obi wie no be refi o ti ase question dey e once I
be mon kasa mama na
me busa question ba ko pe o wo hefa
wo UK
okay me wa America unim American law about buying a house.
Something won't even be American law.
Good. Enti unti ha no me kan obesi da adi ana obesi da hu se no kre ana anya no kre.
Problem. Big Dad me UK. My top mortgage.
Big Dad me ma assignment. Ochina fra obi o wa America na busa ne say uto dan do you have permission to paint the dino anyhow I open and say you have to contact people.
Okay. Outside of the painting here, then you could have a bit a month for some years. Which we say Hano painting don't say yeah fee and I don't know why you fee and your common.
Okay, Mati. Me ma another assignment. Fra obi o wa America na busa ne say uto dan na say utua na say o ya leda ho 3 months na wantua e dan na ye wo de abiem ana anya wo de afra obi o wa America. Nyame ya mo china ye hia give me answer.
Minia asase dan so ye ebia Bruni ana Asia ni ana wato na so kwotena ne wantua no so betu wantua rent obetu obi a ho be kasa tena ne dan mfiri.
Okay.
Ka gusi e ho no so no so wa rent na se rent no so no wantua obetu.
Okay. Enti se uto dan wo okay ntuto uto dan wo Ghana ana se Africa na so wutimi 1 year na so wantimi antua ye betu ana say ye wo awodia
ba Ghana kura no
Mame
no
answer the
me busa
meba Ghana banks bia na wo Ghana kura no wo mortgage kura de mo awundimi ntua you can afford it Ghana mortgage bi kura ha
me busa
Ghana
wo
worth
say
for 100,000
me busa wo say I'm not talking about say
half
tie
na
nya
nya carry spread way you can afford it
UK Big Dad UK je mortgage say o raise an amount for as deposit, right?
oh yeah I'm motor dey just say we raise capital yeah we raise deposit
O raise deposit, okay? And I'm a
yeah
okay. It's no they compare obi a no rent obi or rent no or more flexibility than wo. Do you know
but
what you know
maybe
that?
who is me so me person me chere say we are say no edu ba bi wan take risk here we nya hwe me so minimum obi so wo ha o ha me padi otime to dane within 7 years no na dan no a jump ko more than profit will make
okay
about 100,000 na ne
ana
watue bi no within 7 years no otono a obetime nya be 50 to
So you are
70,000 cash
talking
okay
about the
okay
value of the
obetim ka
house,
no
not
enti
bibia no
obi so kire wo
omo
say
advantage and disadvantage
ube take risk wo bi krom no fa take risk wo wo krom or you wrong and I right
but you we say brother back bi be kasai
no
we
me
say
busa wo
brother to
say
me ba tie sa risk na work no risk na work no say me ba ye no minisika e de ko na bia nyankopon aye madom se menya sika se bia deposit metima to dan no na me say me rent ya metua the end of the day me ne bia nkora aka me ho we say na mo ka bibi se bia nipa no to a bia me ko oye family wa ware wa wo nkora me nsa e bia nkora mienu the end of the day se nyame ya wadom na winya government one no council one a no team a e cheaper but so ko rent ne outside no a e very expensive ebi akura na we mortgage no the mortgage is cheaper than the rent
unim ade ya wo ti ase unim ade ya wo ti ase
also media ne ti ase
meba no meba unim problem o problem ni ne say mortgage na wato na wutua ho ka no daachi bi ebe ma usika na se wan dru saa daachi no ana se wan timi amiti nyabotre ne tie unse medika ka asem bi say ye wo niema bi wo wiase a ye behwe ablabo biase a you cannot leave those things you cannot dodge yare wo ho ewu wo ho se wuwu a edan no enye wo dia wo ba me fa risk na me to dan wo Ghana na se me wu a me ba bi dia me mabusuafo dia wu aye government dia enti sa risk na me de ba be to edan wo abruchiri no me de sa risk ni be to dan wo Ghana because Ghana no me to amatua ka me kuta me papers abrochire no ye ma me kwan ma me ntua ka ento enkuta me pipe se de be ya me ni ho da achi bia e be ye me madea anase e be ye mabusuafo dia wu a wu eye government dia obra nyina him wo se risk ni ye ma wo fa me so me risk ni e onti ase keep on
anyway
Mr. Kano abusuafo good evening be me na Kano me na me nka asem ketewa bi nche me Minya be ma akoto mortgage ya onti ase na abotre ma
no
me
me
be
go say no
minya be
yaba
ka no
uni
yes
ka say makoto me no me dia me ne dia bia omo wo no se me nya me pe but omo nya advantage no
big dad
say nya me be say me kire say nya mo ka no eye
big
dad say bia me wo me ne
big dad nya
but me be say me kire say se china ye nua bi nya opportunity ya good me de no ni what say you say minim Asia force bi mu wo krom ha a dia can do really just of
mesraw Asia
na big dad
obian stop
big dad so any Asia for platform
macho Asia big daddy obian stop us mentor mortgage yeah my education yeah my education
minya chance ni dia is me ne me pesa me kire no bi say
onya chance obeto mortgage
also UK also UK big dad
nti onya chance obeto mortgage
you know my yen sha dey say wa
Yamfan say what's save £20,000. They call deposit. For a dine kakota unnim say a dine say be a circumstance if ever more to me at all so intimate or you don't know. And as at 20,000, let's assume say on kata kaka what me ako Ghana. I invested 20,000 no was as what or 2 plus and what to okay. In 5 years the value of that assassin will also increase. I Jenny say value now a diner o koto hano ebitimi akosra the same way as all TRC say assassin a wakoto Ghana and so value ebitimi akosro. Is that something you can understand?
Bro, Milia, who said near walk a 100% me can say ebia me disagree. Agree with you. But near me say me say ebia had no me rent no. Ebia 3-bedroom or rent ya me ko market ya. Market na number 2,000 and something a month. Maybe me do one deposit
One of the
day no.
Mate, one of the
big dad no onye na adwen se obobo ane ho akofie o na sam no ka ne kire se
Evans the MP amato me bo say
can you go home with empty-handed? You can go home with empty-handed.
Me no din komo big dad ne say me mpese e be tita say ye no ye to ye bo say ne nyina esua ade so ho £2,000 now can as rent you are talking about probably someone living in London. All right. Whereas maybe I am fan saying if I know or took out now maybe a Manchester and I say somewhere Peterborough now that rent will be to very cheap. All right. Platform we know yeah blanco for Matias yes Ghana now you free buy there are a lot of opportunities there. Into no me say so what so what bahanum foforo na say bia what platforms ni any would nkoma. Me personally I will not advise you to stay in London. And this is the reason why. London no cost of living are very very high. All right. Into no say bia me catch or say uko share bia Oxford the tree baby Oxfordshire tree baby Whitney and I say one of those places. Now bet me boa sika no dia bibi or Ghana. Do that. Rather than so bet tonight say baby to sell London. Now would you rent for 2,000 and I say yeah 2,500 a month. Just because all will be seen. So it's what's I'm now kano akoye bibi ho because obi a or tom mortgage one way or the other what bon what na say by 10 years. All right. And these are not the people that we are talking to on this platform.
Kens me nuano I think say Mr. Mo ohia a little education say obaha mumbuano
because
yes sana me huno mamin kan say no ka Asia say mamin kan say minjiro no Asian one person say makoto fie no omuboa omuhu nipa 4 nipa 3 nipa 6 no magilum nyabotre so uba America I don't know about UK even Ghana for mutofie no omuye at least 2 obi ne yere ne ma no maka bum no ma gisa mortgage no wo nko akwaji mortgage no obi wu aja ho obi wu akwam because at 30 years 20 years no obebre eye adwuma na wo ye e de atua ubedru akwam no no abre ube hu sei ubesu that time no wa bre opeso oton bang no ma won ton
oh bro
di omopa no mbemo waton
bro ani de mini biso a oto bi oto na 25 years no we say ade be ho me be say ye mbisa ni ye say oto na ye 25 no an ye be ma big contract ye nya ye sua de ti mo mi anhwe de rat ne ye nka ye ka say 25 years ya ana 30 years ya enkire say 30 years
it's not about mortgage.
30 years na ye ka bank bia ni one ye be ma interest rate for 30 years 30 years na ye be ma no e bia be ka say first ope 2 years ana so ope 5 years nti say o ka say ope 2 years ya oji na say 2 years ni duru na say down ope so ton na utinton na the bank de ma no na so kakra bi nya wafa but say 2 years na oji ye no say 2 years na enya nso ye
na so person oton a eno no bank no be say ubetua penalty eno no ubetua penalty bi di ama bank no di eno nkire say utoda no na say 30 years ansa eye contract uto a ebia wo age no ye be check ye hu say okay ebia 30 years 25 years okay 25 years no bank ni be say as a first interest rate no open 5 years and 2 years to so ka so open 2 years ya eye fixed interest rate for 2 years and this 2 years ni duru a ada so obako ada bank or say only sa bank no abeya adwuma du ba hwehwe bank ya equity good better day open na 2 years ni duru na wotimi continue na you can say it ubetima tono na the bank na sika ba no na so say o profit mu na wafa and just o koto 25 years
unim say before you can sell it no bank no have to allow you to sell it and sana wetimi aton
meba mo back and forth na move away from the mortgage, say media beka bibia na yema saminka bibia enko enim ade asa
so my
back and forth wow person wow no meba be share that bar for mortgage because I need topic for discussion a delay time ade asa about 12 on move on na nkasa na yenko enim ade asa no ade asa because back and forth na a prolonged conversation no ade asa.
I mean, because mortgage I just we need time to address that.
I say Obian stop us a better mortgage. Into create mortgage only a year, myself on mortgage. Go ahead. Education about
I think say hard to have conversation, and everybody here want to learn. And he said even though say can't other topic. Now people are interested in the mortgage now. No problem. Said the beya bimu benya addition free. Na
Canus meba and adiasa and ye mortgage no topic in here because omom was no person bia nka so bia kasi bia na yapon. Ye betumi ye bepe da foforo. Na ya pe omo mortgage no mankasa na ma ba na so bia wa bi na omremre chichiri mu nkyerɛn. Unim say obi wa ho mortgage na trekking ma no say our car chi wa edip.
No, mami can't say back control. Omo to di na na no medi nkomo no. Advice me say mami to bi.
And America nti yentwa so. Nti ye be pɛ da ba nti yentwa so.
Yam pɛ ni yam beka say the answer big deal or no kaya ye ka chance me money. Me mama to discuss. The all can na me tena say but the thing is so we say who chi ni ma.
Okay, mother we are send me DM why. Mother we are send me message na
yam pɛ Daniel
address Daniel ya cheche mortgage no be at no one say. Mother we are no send him a DM. Ye be cheche opa na wato opa wonto me say there's no way method down abruchi nc me kra me kofi me den koto dan same me ento nka
mama nkasa kakra me chi obia say why the title is saving whilst preparing to relocate to Africa.
And the topic
and the topic no what I say savings na ye can savings to save fiscal cash will brochire any easy what I say to save money will brochure no anya easy nti it depending on obia say the obesity save no ebi beko mortgage ebi beko mortgage for say or person to down no keeping it for some many years some few years not turn not the nisika kwa brochure obenya mfa so because wo rent na sika na wo rent no wo to agu what I say me see me ma prepare say me pese me kofie. What I said, me person me coffee nti if you na me person me call no me say to save money no enye easy no nti me shasi me to masase wo Ghana me see my apartment me yem bibia because me kakra mbenya bia na me de ko ekesi what I say mama me ho say me person me nya $1 million ansa na ma coffee eya asam na me kan because me suro say that me the 100,000 kwa minim nkrofo mo de 100,000 akwa mo akahwe musika mo ayemobọ mo nyankrata o mo antena se nyankrata nti o mo akahwe musika mo ayemobọ what I say one thing I see prepare say ubekọ unim say wo business bi a wo hope wo mpa no a 100,000 no enhimbu a wo de wunya 100,000 na wadwane akọ mi say misuro nti me to masase egu ho me si me dan ha me nim say sa me kopa kura mpo na say ebi hye mpo kakra beka what I say na ma me
eda na ebe ma usuro say 100,000 so
na me koko bie shop na say shop na ma bie sesi ya no asem na me kan Ghana na me insurance papa bi eja tom na hwe ti say ya hye KGT market no na say tom na hwe ya me sika nyira asem na me kan
Men.
what you tell so na wrap up na
what I say asem na me kan what I say nti me pese me invest a te say asase efie ansa na ma kwa ebi hikura mpo ebi beka wo mensem me de ma dwen no wo nti so obi nso wa bruchi na say opese ohun kwan obesave fiscal because what is sika to bank wo say wo boabo ano a bibi beka mu na wo kagi ebi wo ha wo ma me bi wo nua bi yare serious wo ntina ho ma no waka yi sika no bi nti enye easy nti sanipa no so say obeto dan na ma eda no value kakra na wanya mfaso afiri so ntenta minimum obi nso boys mi bi nso mo aye bi wo ha masa omanya kakra ka mo sika ho a ebi no ma ake invest big time kro mpo cheme a mese no so me sha ase no what I say nti na obi ka say san wagima say ya wo insurance wo ho a wo ye agima what I say wo ye che say wato dan wo betu ya say insurance wagima say kro mpo insurance ni be cover dan no nti ono so edan to no wo chire nipa no pese we say
me insurance
kasa
no be some
Unim bibi me pese yen discuss about you know now they wrap up my na mortgage dey you be come have some later me pese you be come mortgage one some biom yen discuss about
ensem na omo kan nyina no e beba be si mortgage no so e beba be si
me pese you be come mortgage because I was saying wrap up nti
ma men come at me nipa no to dan mene nkrofo bebere na ye mo ato dan aton anya ebi anya be 100,000 so what I say ebi anya be 80,000 so what I say men so me on America men so me sha se me so me de akọ me dan no kuro mpo no ono so value the same thing said ya yesia saving no ayobia na said you obesia saving na or the akofie no me say me pesa me betena brochire because manya 50 something years me pesa me betena brochire nti me boabo amho e de akọ nti two ways no sa obi pesa o save through mortgage I think is better onipa no obenya mfaso no or the akọ
me ni obi any problem obi to mortgage me problem me che de ewum me ni obi any problem
Sanipa no pese said the amosi mo kanu sanipa no according to my title no say ye save na ye disika no akofie no sanipa no pese otena ho afebon no a ono de eye ni different no obi a waye na adwen say o pese onya sika ntentem no odi kofi owo capital kakra na owo savings kakra no we save na on pese sika no be hye na so de koto dance no to dan a mfa so be ba so ama na nya sika no bi ntentem no de akofie nti men so ma dwen kakra me wo no
me da se papa nana twum yento nka
tight
nana
Evans kasa
yo me da se de me kan nyina ne se sikesie mate sikesie wa manone no ehia ma adwene emu do moma yente ase ese ye ya ye tukwan ni nyina ye bepe bibi ne yakwa yachi wa woto dan na etese de wawo ebebo watenase ye me mu wo he would beto mesere so me mpe ada na me ye adwuma na ma beto dan na dan no kra san betete me atoma blabo so me nye beto wo be ya obi nsi ukwan ye na mmom ye wonjuma binum wo fie a wo betimi di sika na akwa a wo ablochire ni kura me nim nkofo bebre a omu ko Ghana omu mfateku de hia so mbetwa omu tekti obekon na adwuma e wo Ghana ni mu sika na okọ spend Uwo wabie filling station, uko didi wom, uwo hotel, uko didi wom, uwo joint, bar bi udidi wom, uwo nantwie bi wo ho udidi wom. Esundu obi a ko business a woti asiem. Wabusua na adwuma ben na omo ye. Mama me ye polish job me chenchene asasa me to mortgage chenchene asasa me ye car business wo so kra wonim ba bia ye ka ho hwe ye ade a wote ase na sika pe no simple way simple me wa ma no ni me beto dan abetete me ma besom dan no ma dan mi ko penti kra agere ma kwaje hu tumi krata ansa ehini ye kire wo saade we me saade na ye metan enti me wo de beto me sere so kra me mpe minya misika me de be ko me Ghana asase na me pa ma to hectares egu ho se nantwie na me pa me de ato bebre egu ho adwuma bi a me ye filling station ya me de awuram hotel a me de awuram menye de skebia me ko Ghana me nwen ho ohu na sa wo de obeto mortgage ato wo to ete se wawale wo to ete se wawo wo aburochire nyame ambema nka wa akoma te se de aka minumi eni akoma waka aburochire inti mu de mo nto na mo nsoma abrofo no ye de ye bepe bibi akọ inti ye mai hosere mai wo ma wo bag so a straight Ghana wakobo wo sesen wo wakobo atranse ye wo mo ma ye njai kukuntan no ni ye ntimi ni broni nyepe ewo broni kurom ye de amune Ghana meda wase ade asa.
Okay, nana twumi ento kana maame enfa ye ntu aso ne yankofie.
That's for this privilege. So where in said obiasi kana na say over groups now obia belong to no honor origin information free. In the information ekuta ono e kire bia class of people are udem.
True.
Me oba information ekuta me no. Me minya me information free title e trobo so a me so minya bia me pushima no tight hwe de ekoso de o ka no confirmation. Enti me no say ubani ye what tight platforms no ye kasa information a ye nya free title ni de read about it no e chese to quite baby ye peno which is ebia na wo mpenisa nti uba ha uba no back and forth by yesro ye platform a title body ma ye nyina ya
na wo
na yento nka bi
ni
mo
akofie no e na tambia ba ye besua ye mebu obi animtia e wo kwan bia so enti se mortgage no e na wo se wo de eno na wo gidi de broni na hwehwe no wo se eno na wo gidi na bebo wa to aso na ye de se ye de sika kwa kwhya abobo yem ye de sika kwa kwasesa bola ye de sika beton bro ye de sika beto sa informal side na obi ani gidi o mu no ye de sika kwa kwhye ye busi honest no ema ye na boost economy no na ahye generational wealth ama
odwuma
ya ahye generational wealth ama ye eni enchirima yesremu a ye ne obi ani problem ntimi obi ani menya problem tight ade asam de manu besia na maame akam
okay maame me ento kana ye ade asa
for me mama jo obi an wish me happy mother's day me
happy mother's day mama.
Happy Mother's
Jawasem
now happy mother's day almost had the mouse so I say jawasem
na me kan kam mu hwana ma sa message na no pay ebusuafo patro omo ka omo dan na some tight nso obi wo hono ma wo ba utie ne kasa ye mu na utimi nse ne nim de wo sikasem nem ewe fem.
Yes.
And me and I don't blame them too much because omo nyina omo yare se ne ye yare na afi nyame adoma we are awakening no. Ti yesi ye boa wo omo na omo susu ani eye de ete. Me patro national anthem ne meto wo de me wi a mema blind na hu se ne plans na hye egu wa boka. Enti hwe ye kofie efie na ye kono Enye sika afem mpo ese wunya ye free bibi financial intelligence. Financial intelligence. Se wunni saa ade na ye brass amekasa no say no the 550,000 and 100,000 ne ko share. It means ye brand oni financial intelligence. Onim sikasem ho toto. Onim how to build a business. Onim the business rule. Inti me de me entreaty ne se onta emra platform so ne yemfa ne mfa mu kakra. Na he will know how things go. Ehon na oba saa platform so na abon se wo ko Ghana na wonni 50 pesos kra obetimi akọ because ye was send system bia erun simifa. Ye was send ye bibia wo ye krom ho no oba wa besua broni de ba ye kro na wutimu no na wonnim send ye kro ne sitie enu nti na wo sesa wo ne ma eba wo bi krom no oba ye no waba also edan ono de waka dan na kire wo na ya ye ntina se nwene hu bibi hu se broni wa ya ade abokada omo ba ye nananom ho no mo ka kire ye nananom se friend say ye good ye mfa mo mo na ye mo mo ahwehwe eno kra hya se ye nananom no mo mpese o mbeti asio etuo ni ejan ena omo forso wo mo no mo de bae se ye nsusu na ye wa ha no ade bi se adane adwene mu entokwa inti ansa na you are preparing you have to re-educate yourself because education na ye de ma on it was wrong enye sika nko a if you save pupa nya $1 million na we need financial intelligence asika no kwa ebehye. If you don't know the business rule ne money rule, money has a rule. Sika yesua te say the wusua English language no. Ese hu baby e de sika hyehyɛ in terms of emergency any calculated risk. If you don't know all these things, okwa ebehye. That is it. That is the rule. Into broni be can't you insurance a dino setono or do insurance a catch or set your property tax. Na address you feel na pese we charge so letter ko e bullshit. But nam say ye krom honom no still e bi mu da so temetrics ne munti no they don't know the rule. Into tight master say sankofo no mo ba ye nya omo ho abote kakra ne ye moa wo mo ne ye ncheche wo mo. Because so when your financial knowledge, any resilience, you don't learn the money, know how to start and study the system, you are going to automatically fail. But failure is also because it's part of the process.
More requesting ya spending more time. That for no about my late why.
It's part of the process.
Spending time.
Ebo de no obusa WhatsApp group.
Mempedia woye no. Nanachu mempedia woye no. Woye nkuko.
Mon kana asem ye be later. Ebo follow me. Me pamcho nipa 108 na eguso no.
Ene me brofo aba.
Mame bacho me ba. Nipa 108 ne na 184 na eguso no. Nipa 108 ni ya mu nyina mu 180 mo ko subscribe to me YouTube channel na nka beboa. Adna yesua wa no mesi nkofu tueska na omukwaje mode de modo nkofu tueska na omukọ mentorship na ye kire omo de pay ba mo ba se ya ye keka nsem kire mo ye mamu hu de ekoso mo be subscribe YouTube channel keke na ye problem mo like kra na ye mo den aden bo ne be ne de ye mo o like kra na ye mo den o sha mo bi kra na ye den nso de bia wo sua de wa ha oh what tap me link isu wako me profile what tap me profile wako so link bi wako ho wa subscribe YouTube yes kana menje hwe ye ma me na fa support me nka sa to gift mami me bisa gift wa because ade na me ye no e ofre me na metum we so me pese me ncheche nkofo na nkofo hu de ekoso wiase de obeya na se obekọ me yi na won tie sparkles concept ko subscribe YouTube mami keke me di video tu ana won sa aka follow me and follow me like and like it and na obetumi di aboa me nipa 190 wo susu ya mo nyina mo ko subscribe ya yebekọ yenim Ghana for ya mo nya ade na yefe me mbisa o gift ye me nka se ma miska ko subscribe keke de bia wo ba abesua ade de bia me ba mako subscribe akọ subscribe no just 1 minute pe obetumi subscribe to me YouTube sisi ya o tap link na obekọ YouTube akọ subscribe within 1 minute obetumi akọ yaba Yeah, na me da so life. Me da so life 6 hours. Sla o ka so mo share po mo share. O ka so mo follow po mo follow. Ma me wrap up na enpon.
Me nkasa onye ma me wrap up mo nya omunya ye. Enche ye be jai se type to ye ko Ghana dumofo.
Nana wrap nana ma me ko so na yen wrap up.
Inti senior maker no obi ehia financial intelligence inti se wo ba ha no ye ka bibia ya ebi mu nso nya twintwan se bode e da paso na omu ntie bi na ade no omo kire ye na amwaye kura. So you have to re-educate yourself. Na hu se broni ya yentina se nyini se ade no ode ma nti obebo ka nti nka obeya na hwan na eton ade a obebo ka still no obeye okane in such a way
Nana friend
wow
meba mami nana friend uko me profile no so a link bi o tap link no so do be call me YouTube no 2 account or no subscribe ni man name na no Thai Sparkles concept ene egu ase no name na egu no subscribe to my YouTube channel Thai Sparkles concept ene egu no name no gu ade we so nti o hwa be hu say name no gu so nti o be subscribe no subscribe mon support platform because and no pen na wo be support me because my miska me mamiska ko subscribe keke mami asa mami ti aso nko
Sesiano enye sika nko na ye ka ho ase. If you are saving and whilst preparing to go home, you should also educate yourself. Problem you are going to solve, because if you solve the problem is going to turn into money. Enya ade bia na de sika hyase abogafo no mudrufia, you should come down to their level. Ne hunu kwan a esa wo de faso. Se wutimi ye bibia we nyina wudi sa amra we nyina so a se wo be fail kura na enye kakraka bia sa you are scared of taking that kind of money. How can you look for about 100,000 so we go fi any waka how? Because that money is not a one day thing.
Sister no kan some bi ba mbetum abam kakra mpacho. Sister ma mbrem kakra menchi. Ohun say
mo on wrap up na we are no
abem. Yesua de
I mean say adena same adena yesua Ghana for ya de mobo me ba life me spend 5 hours 6 hours me cheche na me mo ubekwa subscribe to me YouTube like crowd one like it repost give to them in so bia because open na better gift subscribe YouTube na be support on yet so de bia me be ma information ye ba yesua up to now nkofo gusu a omutie person best of all too. Sammy, just now
sister. Sometimes no, I don't know yet. Hello. I don't know yes.
Wow, if say 100,000 a open 100,000 open scab brand sana obe kogan obey no DM me unhia mentorship. You pay. I will teach you the ways and means unhia scab brand na ode akogana and you will survive.
Mamen can send be chiro.
If you listen to the
if you listen to the most successful businessmen in the world, obia shisika, bebria shisika, wash be 5 times, 6 times, and some more years successful. Oh, say sister, me can send me actually. Aya na mama yen fan personal. Yesu ade. What I say? What's me say no. Business, my business da. Me trans South Africa for 10 years. Me be krum ha na me soon because I lost my business in South Africa and some may be kuruma. What I say? Intisa, yes, business, 1 to 2 near my ye. Kakrana kita on semono on say, I want in the year you see the ayajimo. Now, one then, since I may say, I'm 50 something years. Now, make my kukurisika, man planning bibia, man to 2 near my kukurisika could do Ghana, 50,000. And I say 100,000. Mamma can't say minchro. Yena you go hanging on. Take it. Obia take it. Crumpo chua kwa bruchire no. To me business. I say I didn't think I fancy business. I say you try take it in kwa bruchire. Because 2,000 Ghana all the best business. I say 3,000 Ghana all the best business. I say.
The no yet see Obama Cho said the unim no. The knowledge now you have right now it is corrupt.
You have one hour doing stay your corrupt, but to me, and you're corrupt, mammy. When I would drink so, but to me, no, and you corrupt money because that is my plans.
But Jomi
Oh, man, yes, sir.
Me pamacho, man, you know,
Momo be can
me yen back and forth. I say no, they be say I say no, ye baha. Adisuan kran yisuan wa ha. Most Ghanaians be no seeking knowledge in understanding things no omonti adenase. Into ube say unya $100,000, £100,000 na what they call Ghana. What they call it? It is too much.
Cup of tea.
Awesome. But sa amount no say what is sa amount ni so ni so abrochu krampo sika no oboabo no po a emboabo. Oso kwa usika samento to your crown ko yi. Into da ben na obebuabo $100,000, $200,000 na no ko fi.
Why chiro ho say me ka say me chiro say me say no. Oh, say my target is bibi am kasa me.
You don't need to start it big.
No. Mama can say me chiro. Mama was example say me the 100 minimum crofo bebre o me the 100,000 50,000 akofi ashe. Same
uni bibi sampo na omo de 100,000 akọ Ghana aba. Omo sika samento to ye enkoyie.
I didn't think I'm going.
Maminchiro.
Because they don't know.
Almost like something to young queen. Mete Gaibia, yes, you USA. Yes, no, or trata 4. Na trata 4 no word. Or ton trata to say miensa and all the call Ghana na and ye know as about broke we back. Madame for being on a say how can you sell trata 4? Now I call Ghana na ye. As such as okay, boss, me fia brochaba, me fia brochaba. We say, we can be shit.
Maza, but
shit. One casano, usika some to ye and koye. Usika some into to ye and koye. It is a usika some to ye and koya. Usika some to ye and koya. Sikana be shit. And ye $100,000 ne pounds na winya dia kwa Ghana o. Nya sika wonim die.
Maza bajo ebe mo aminka akrawai.
Bra big up.
Big ray kabina ma onhene we nkasa ne rap ya ba.
Bajo
me come as na me dey.
Man so wakasa
wi. Bajo me running kan wi.
Nkasa wi nya me kasa na bra ne be so ma no say o ka bibi.
Bajo kan wi na me yen ani obi an win kan bi why. Kan odi wi.
1 million Ghana cedis and he lost everything. I mean how?
Ghana tight. Tight o de omo betie no mo ntie
omo $100,000 Ghana cedis na me dey coffee. 100,000 is too much.
Me cry de me here 50,000.
100,000 50,000 go.
Bajo wo de count kan ya wonim na obi sun kan bi.
Media obi bisa national anthem minti mamento national anthem na
bajo adia san obi ndu de kan ya obekan bi na ja national anthem
big ray am akwaba
bajo bi jemu so
minti ebusuafo bajo adia santi wo de plans na shiegu wo de plans no china meka de ashiegu na china dreams ni na ajiegu
$1 million.
Obisi national anthem. I don't know what it is.
Bajo munja national anthem. They discuss it seriously.
Bajo man, you can't serious things. Na ye educating go for Michelle.
Yenyabre.
Mr. Mumu de nyambo echina wati brano brasa meso pe 100,000. Meso mi pe $3 million.
Bajo. Big Tiobidi. Bajo Michobia.
Ya Josu.
Mr. Bajo, me opening kakra, me 6 years, 22nd May.
Okay.
Mbabro 1972. Some name ticket here 444 cities, 33 pesos. Alitalia. Near the buy. Now me a professional boxing. Right? In those days, DK Poison is usually to Mutam, some Ghanazman Gramai. Number show Abruchira Setrano, and I went to an Abebiano. Onipa kuna sa wo assassin ahwe ne mabia ansa mbajo samoko hospital a obi a ko doctor ne ho ne wapue betre so obi a yare a odi ko doctor ho ene suna dura obi doctor di mu bia Malcolm boxing 15 rounds or ring muda those days
Mpacho tie. Me mama we 1964. Na me nua no ye 9. Mpapa ye police ni. In the after secondary school form 5 no, I joined boxing. Na me attend professional boxing. Na mbabu 1972. Mpapa we 1980. Me nua no ye 9 na some na me hwe wonyina. We work as a dentist na won kotena fie because about 76 years dan ka wanyin. Mpacho esro bia na lunim. Mato bus 47,000 Dutchmarks. Mpapa we me se be ka ko bua me nua no. Me yi bus Monday. Tuesday anopa na me brother oko sai bus. Anye. Se munim akra be man, unse first no what of frozen beef yo. Me top frozen beef 40 feet container ma obi se onko tonbra. O the scan gwange. Enekra mi chen kwa mi hu ni bium. The last of it, me call Ghana last year. December na mo Ghana, be by January ya. Meni kakrenchi driver bi amatoka manu se onye no fanye uber na me ba me da driver offer me ka kese o da driver me kakra onko tua ade no mfe yekoto aduru mi mondin na so tua 2640 cedis before then no yekoyi scan to who says ka my account but your oribuska no na wabo first one also anko da sambo foforo biem na me sambo foforo no no so tua first one go na account nti me redu fie no na me hwei no ngayi sika no em say Richard sika no nkofo na wia me yenko so da nkofo no ntumi wia won ye na nem so dabi ka che me ye born before computer me ye born after computer besindom the following day me ne kwai no sana wa wia me because ye bisa nkofo no ka che me say first one me tuama o na mbisa mringi MTN na MTN ka che me say me tua ba ko Richard Bekwen ho na che sa driver na minimum over 10 years matoka amana oyisuka as Uber oni mi bia me bank me denden ade na minim engineer kan ideas ye share right obia pen no ye ene so bia na ebusua ene niama onya bacho ne me wo ba a oye lawyer me wo ba a oye doctor onto me ntram njen nti ne se me kase me tiwa even grand say we go to London so what is South London village na so obiti North London how many times obiti ma ba ho uti America wo New York obati New Jersey we no ba ho mininim ho nyina wo Canada ye won bebre a mo so mo fra no cry o ti even wo awunu no ma woni won timporo mbajo wonu a wonim no minim ebrimu age papa but we time wo 5 years wonu an ma no won ti no and now when you 20 something 30 something 40 something no wonu am how many years na betu no won atra in 1 month go fie ba kum ndi mbajo obia ba ha o hihye niam obia Canada mo obia nkondem obia so bi ka so nkwa mo obia nkondem minim me odo sudof me Germany right obuso afibia me kofie minim doctor bi wo ha me bai me na me ka jinso onko fie me kan no ne yere neti o ma 3 wanko unim papa na wu aka ne yere na ne yere ay moboti say bi because ne ma 3 no obefa ne kotena wonchen otra wonchen no oma grandma ene mo frana na ohwe won no wonyina nyin ntefe obi akwa na ka ne kwan odem nosu ndi babu chew abucha sitrane de ding ne wiase planning so de na very difficult nti asunse no bia plan difa obi ha only last born on show bia oni obusani bia na akwa ebisa me a disa mebusafu nyina kwa me ne abusapani me yet to pack sisi asembia wu aka jem na me ne mukasai minua bia wu a won aringa be ka jem so wu last Saturday right no wu last Monday nti next week Monday ni 1 week nti abucha dinde bacho obi anhwe se ne o ndifa na wutie bi na wobetuma obey oda no afa enye oda no take a decision obi a decision ye onuane decision because better to take a wrong decision and stick to it than to be indecisive right because the dra obi wu a onyankwa no obi ni mo wu bacho me da ase
Big Ray.
Das.
Big Ray. Nana, on him, me anti unka na yankwe. If I drop mama likes and then you do to say 100K. Why? You do 100K. Why? 100K you do you do 100K na. Yan wrap it up. Likes, I don't know, Mogus no yes, ya dear pa. Message. Anyway, and focus to your consultation. They pay for mentorship. And I get a chill. As I'm not here, it won't be for long. Nana, on him, me anti unka.
Boss, Michelle, Michelle.
Nana, me do so boko there.
Pacho me hoye pa, so hoye.
Nyame adom me hoye.
Michelle bia mame, Michelle. Michelle bia ne edwuma pa wo. Edwumaden a wo bo wa ya de me hu se wo break ne ma down a me ni agye me ankasa no ma me ntan ko life so sa but me hu so aba life nko a na se me hu se wo de aso a me baso because ensem na wo break it down no e mu bebre ni ntimi break it down sa nti wa ya de se wa gye mre sua sa na ma wo ya wo se che no for free wa ya de na ye ni a ye wa approach na e pese ba Ghana no hu kakra wo mu se hu kakra wo mu a ade ba akwa obedi kai ne say build the cash flow first before say over try say we ba Ghana the car build the cash flow first kano the kai pebi before si kan shim na wo de si kan share sa de mu ida say pad pump enkura hu ne me ya wo de si kan shim bi na say eno de koso a kafra wo de si kan shim bi na sa ne ma na koso a na fe de wo hu se wonya ba bi do na esi nti after no afi wo ba enye hu se bi but se ehu wo mu na wo sa ba no sa se o what is mo ba na wo ba bia wo ba ene ma bibire no ebebu abam obi di usika ketua bi a ebesa mo asa wachi akọ
da pepepe
nti pe cash flow no na yenso a yepese ye ba na yensuro ne de unhia sika kura bra because ye die na wo ba bia nipa wo sika e wo ba bia nipa wo nipa ni sika nete enipa ntiment na bless kan kan ho nti wo dia ne se obi hu die nipa pe na wafa na waye ne yi na wanya omugidie sa de ko no even 10 pesos kra check bra tombi na pen into numbers no betima boa ama watimi ayi nti ufra brochi ba Ghana de ohia ye conscious be mo adwene mu ada ho na enye obi a na wo so de obi wo ha oba won chen a ye mfesika ma no because ye hu se wa fra brochi aba ye nyina ye su mfidi e ba be gi scare free wo nti abrochi for the mechanic say wa opese oba na mu obi ahunu enye hu sa Ghana ha ye ne etia ye mu ye ntu kwanko ba bia nso ye timi nya ye so ne ye de tem bia de sika ye timi de ye na baby a wo kwa wunnim hokra no unya akukuduro koi let us say aha watena da wunnim ha ade na wo ba wusuro insuro kra insuro nyehu ye ti ane ma ba ne ye no ye tonton kokko ni ye tonton mo ni ade eye de wo na nipa hia no de wo na nipa hia no betima dofuo betima tonuro industry ni doso and Africa na continent bi a yenyan developing way enti kure developing way no kom a wo ye ntem dan kure omodi ansa abroche no mo develop awie enti omo no enema bebre ho a den se obetimi aye wo ho de aye but ya ha no bibia especially dan ho nema wo de oba na so ton hwe wo be ton dan ho nema yikrom ha na fe ne esisi adan ti dan ho nema keke kura betimi a change wo nema betimi a change wo sika sem forever enti me da wase bro me da wase pa na show na wo ye ndie me nya koso na ye nyame hira
me da wase papa nyame hira wo so e pa mcho edwuma na ye no medical catch them say de bia ya bought set 12 a minim country a was but nipa gusu a na eguso aseche say obi isua bibi wa ha me se niama na osua wa ha no me tu mu hu asio a me se ade na me ye no e your frɛ na me ye no me nka say to gift mame the America just like repost na share na subscribe to me YouTube because life na ye ni ya no ochire bi open me life bi etia me post me life ni nyina wo YouTube oko YouTube a bibia wo ho ni nyina me man title na wakohwe 4 hours a na wato bo ase wo adwuma mu ka na wotie na wo hu de ekoso nkofo adwenkyere ni ya ni nyina me de beguso na wakotie nti eno anso obe subscribe to YouTube channel na ma me keke tap me link no so o tap me profile na call link no so bo se link be on profile so o tap so pe e dey go YouTube straight account me no subscribe Ty Sparkles concept ba ko na Ty Sparkles gospel ba ko subscribe ni nyina ama me eno na obetumi da support me o subscribe ye use ka nka nipa 160 nka mu nyina ama ko subscribe na nka maba ade ni yesua anso na de bia me ba oba ebesua de bia ba oba besua ade na yesua wa no obi kotue ska consultation anso na ohene kan ne they pay okọ be da ko ne seminar utia ansa na wetie seminar no once Ghana for na to bia na me ye free a omo value ti say ade no yesika sema wo yesika ma say ade a wo ye no so just knowledge the mature no ene na escafo ni di ye and yes magic bia o delayed gratification financial intelligence financial knowledge ene na escafo the difference between ohieni ene sikani ene the mature difference bia nim but omon kan chira because hieni kwa catch us we na me ska uye we sikani ka say we na me ska uye hieni a obaji na chinje because wadwen den wo form onti asese simple name we ebe den na we di delay gratification ebe na we di enu ne yedi ye sikani bia invest here for 5 years 10 years or hiti ba ko pe na abom obeka say sikadro we have genuine successful men the kwan papa so no de nya musika ba wo no you are in the fast lane into the air canon e will say sikani bia we need genuine successful businessmen that's a lie nti hana ye ba na yesua de o ba no ansa o be like o be repost na wa share na we follow me video bi a me post bia no enya first and o de me to post notification TikTok we follow me YouTube we follow me video bi a me to bia no hu eno na wo do be support me because me chira wa de for free untu ahwe de obaya ma so be subscribe to me YouTube na me post video abehwe asa me nji usikaye nti mon support na yenko yanim ne ntumi nsua ade mo ne ye ba ye meche ne yenkyere mo de ye koso owiase ne nyina ye nsua ade ayesa ade ye because I'm just pouring into you are not pouring into me enyefe nice de obetumi aya a wo be support no me nka se ma miska o injiska na emu se wo abrochi na wo pese wo nkofie na ye se sika na wo keta na esu a ma me DM me de wo beto mentorship program so me mentor enye free ma kira wo se na wo betutu sikasem wo sikasem ntoto ye wo fom sika na wo keta na wo se wo yemi hyehyew nti wo kọ Ghana wo pese wo nkofie abrochi na afon wa bre wo pese wo nkofie but you are in the state of cognitive dissonance I say unhu dia wonye unhyeda ma kira wo business abaya it works ukofia eye adwuma formula na mejo no eye adwuma metro se na obetutu sikasa me na obekasa ma mentor for some time ama ukofia wotum se fie na wo kono obetumi aye niam bebi enye hu efie ni ye hu wa ba abrochi we be hu se na ye tutu sikasem we hu se na ye kọ adwuma on time we be susu niam bebi we be susu niam bebi time wo be kofie men ko hye ho akonfo enko wu ndadam men kun ho abrochi onni nkrata adwuma kaka na waye no unya nkrata men ko je nkrata kofie na nkrata na woji anye free o ubesa ye adwuma aka ho ukoto nkrata 10,000 20,000 30,000 pounds 30,000 euros a enye no anu no ubesa ye adwuma se na wate osika no back ndade na won kofie na won message me na yendi nkomo na yen hwe se na obaya ukofie obetutu sikasam no na wasan so aye free no wakọ enjoy life men di 60 years ansa na obekofie men di 55 ansa na obekofie men di 65 ansa na obekofie so sia na so on plan na onkofie me de ka ka so abrochi no etwem dada Kings mame nti can you wrap you up now
And I say I can be a likes na me share. I say yen 200.
Enko kra.
Monyer my na. Kakra bi pen me de beka ho. Okay. Questions and call for beside any statements and MT no ama afi me share tinema bebre as to the reason why and go for that so yeah, you know, a little bit perturbed. Yeah, it's serious, wow.
You don't know.
It's serious. Some of the things people are saying, you know, Utimu say, yeah, Jenny will form 1 year, maybe who papa. It's a Jumano tight, easy.
I'm
telling you because meet utie the uncle for capams. Hey, like seriously, you know, building equity through mortgage and I will kind of say the asset there. Ye do kokoni masa. Are you serious? Do you really know what you're talking about? And you know, kakra bi pen America. Sɛ yɛba platforms bi sei so a ho ɛnyɛ sɛ sɛbesɛbe mprɛduasa ɛne a wotie mpanyimfoɔ a ɔma wabɛkasa ɔma ɔmaba foforɔ ebi a ɔma ka sɛ o lifestyle bi a yɛlivi yɛ ɛba yɛ ntam no lifestyle bi yɛbɛlivi wɔ Ghana anaasɛ nneɛma bi a yɛyɛ ɛna ɛma ɔmo nso so you know edi amika ba bɛwura mu a ɔma aba bɛlɔke ɛne all those things ne nyinaa no ɛyɛ nkɔmɔ a yɛdi ɛde ebiebie nneɛma bi
ɛne sɛ mind shift by sɛ guy bi sɛ ɔpɛ sɛ ɔmbra aburokyi na ɔnkɔtena KFC anaasɛ McDonald's ntwa picture mbɛto social media ɔno ne reason ɔde ba aburokyi no
Eighteen nipa bi say or no, it doesn't really have any reason.
No McDonald's because Canadians in USA a New York Times Square say glass and kwa. If you also person unko USA unko Gina Times Square unka glass and kwa or will be 2 to 3 years or be jai glass and kwa naka.
No crap say I want bed no glass and kwa na betu any so. I want kwa. And these are some of the things as I say na ya ba ya be hunu no ye eno ntine ye wo ha say ye be didi e ho nkomo na afi obi e ho say you know abroche it also comes with challenges and afi so no opportunities abound in our country Ghana na da ho no e your mind so ho na ye ne ye nyina ye ntine ye ho enhwe mu yi ekofo tena ho di ye da so it is a wanya kakra na say unhunu de afi no next step there so yeah it all takes courage. Now, obi kase or the or mortgage now through that no build the equity now in 10 years now. 10 years no. I mean, can say mean sure. Start 20,000 now. Or they call your deposit now. Okay. How they call to for years for years plot be 3.5 4 and out of 4 and equity I'll be build it on that plot no. Hey, about probably 10 times what you get here. But no.
What 20,000 pounds, what 20,000 euros, $20,000. Open say on Ghana, send me message. Make sure idea or be out be call Ghana.
Yeah, a financial intelligence it's a broad. So a broad. What genie na what asa what can be biabum what chichiri bibia amana yeti say chrome happy. Deɛ wadwene na wobɛhu wɔ kurom no kwan a saa survival mode na wom ɛna wa conscript bibia towards a kurom ha nti wonya wadwene sɛ wobɛbie wadwene to look at the opportunities a ɛwɔ Ghana ɛno nti na ama abɔ ho no so nti no ɛyɛ ntoboaseɛ kakra woba ɛdeɛ sɛ womforo soro koraa na just stay down listen to some of the things that people are saying because me koraa no me ba title besua adeɛ paa Mesia niema me o kasa obi e me ye din na metie because niema bi wo ho a wo be feel say wo nim niema bi ba asem bi obi be ka so wow okay ade we niema ma me fa ha na me nyense na me fa nka ho because seven prayer asa Jimmy for ni obi a o mpa adesua that's all I always say so be a wo pa adesua bia no you will learn a new thing every day and it the more you know because the world was built on knowledge. The more you know, the better your chances of actually surviving in anything that you're doing. It's in the guy. No, I'm the back home. Say your platform is why you to was in and our faces no. My last thing, tight. You want our partner also no adding. Mamo platform is I am pleading with you, Miss Shamo. So see, and I'm going to make it a point. Say, Obi or join it live on we say I will give you a shout out myself. As a tight ref here, I will give you a shout out. Oko joining a Uniswa. Nana we say catch us or join this is I'm say the ref
obisu are subscribers is here.
Obisu subscribers is here. Nyamisha no say no subscribe bia no we'll give you a shout out here. Because a idea and I make us say so wutie nsema nkofo kan utimu say brainwash na deep. I know it will take time to set off. decipher your money, and then bring people to a certain kind of reasoning. And then they to me, I boy, and they say, I want to say, I try 100,000. No, majority of the time, me buy and me target buy 200,000. It's in 200K like, okay, drew her, and I feel most subscribing my the fact set tight, say on pay gifting doesn't mean say, untimi enter gift. You can actually. No,
me check say me for so
no, no one for so say, yeah. Or no one can
you
trust
will answer over like you will share, you will follow me on YouTube, you subscribe it.
So who say tight I say we are na some one way. Internet so obana say o feel say asem na ye can no emu oduma and I say a solve a problem be now person auto gifter. You are more than welcome. But yeah, that must so some mobile. Ya me sure me nyina.
Okay, King, me that's papa. Hey, mami, me damasi. Ane some me damasi. Me pamcho mo ama join ye nyina ye damasi. Me pamcho follow me, follow me. For me to post
Nti title
notification.
mama me rapi ya oh.
Anytime
Nti
ye
me
be
kase mama ye
bia.
damase me de me rapi. Chese me rapi ya me bwa.
Mami kasa.
Ade na wo tisa. Ade. Ade ase.
Mami o ha
Get
adwin o.
tight.
Mo de
Nti me
kasa.
kof Ghana me dum the phone. Busuafo say eno na me nua be makin na kanya me say monko subscribe why. Ko subscribe ma tight na yemfa gender bias you are right.
Because movies, life na ye ni nyina no. Life ama ye ni nyina no me be post ni nyina o. Nti be kona 4 hours na egu 4 hours 30 minutes. Na wetie. Na won de e koso.
Subscribe na adwuma no eso. Tight, meaning says I deal will be your what was as much as say kasa which as I did just want to turn it. And it's
your friend.
You.
Your friend.
A friend. No, who show. Oh, Miss Remo. Yeah, me and Kenya bit me across live new view. But see, and she did a whole day tight here. China platform the can see. Me, it's me buano bia junior day. Assessor. A bushing for subscription, no. Any likes, no. Yes, Ramo. Why? Oh dear. And yes, she's more subscribe. Yeah, mo who say a friend say. Mo plans ni nyina share gu na mo dreams ni nyina so e be share gu so man subscribe ya de e be yemu plans na be plan ni nyina e be share na mo dreams ni nyina so ja to me de we dem di twa to no nti ye damase
But you won't subscribe and why I always say problem be unhia mentorship send me DM. Yeah, subscription is not because videos no other countries other African countries no one start to follow and then kobi a minim no bi ohun video no one start to follow into dey bia me ba life e be do onipa 200 go so o ka so obi an subscribe unsubscribe o ka so unlike it see am ba ye betena se ya na ya hwe ye mfa information bia mba wa o be force ro ba bia o be ko subscribe no wa because o subscribe a untie ska e free.
Oma subscribe omo plans on be plan wa brochi na be share omo dreams in ya just be to
o do be support me no so be subscribe opa obeto gift me ya obi a me bisa gift because adena me ye no kwa me nkroma frɛ me pɛ na maba Gaddafi ne me kasa pɛ na maba me to me mba life keke me nya call say and they discuss the topic we na maba me na mo abo say topic na ba me dream na ma try to me ba pɛ na me discuss nti adena ye no e ofrɛ enye normal sa adena me ye no enye normal me say e calling cause me be waste me time wa ha de chi ameko baby na 4 hours 6 hours na me wa ha se me ni ofrɛ a me nye nti de obeyan so obe support me nji usika me mbisa usika ye wo ha wo 20,000 pounds 25,000 pounds 30,000 pounds obechi okoje nkrata me advice o men koje nkrata men how hun koje nkrata DM me mentorship me do be film me kire wo de obeye ye obeko fie bibia be ye okay unni problem me ma o me nama me no obedi nkomo me kire wo de obeye obetutu sika sem yi suro bia ni musuro se obeko Ghana abrochi afon o pese o nko Ghana I am just a DM away send me DM me no be kasa me kire wo de obeye eye easy na wo niama easy no won fa ne serious anything na wo bre no ana ye demase if I'm mo request no ye ntumi mfa ho ai yes na because of time difference nti na I say a prolong your time na was nti da foforo ye be san ba na
Nyambo echi na obeba na.
me hwe
Nyambo echi na obeba.
me hwe me sure
Me
ba
pa
me
cho
hwe
me de topic ma o discuss here to
Ode
intimacy.
mate ode hu ya na wadi ya me na ye be discuss why ode topics ni me obebre ba ode no fa send me ye be discuss why okay me da say
Me pa cho.